Watch videos, I can earn countless rewards. Since we get along so well, how about having lunch together at noon? After asking this question, Lu Yuan waited with a bit of expectation for the response from lazy little kitty. She was a female online friend Lu Yuan had gotten to know through their people nearby feature, ahem, chatting. After a few days of conversation, they seemed to get along well, so he decided to meet her in person today. Sure, should I come to find you, or should you come to find me? Lazy little kitty quickly replied. Of course, I'll come find you. Seeing that she agreed to meet up, Lu Yuan smiled slightly and asked, so where are you right now? I'm at the Huajing TV station. Lazy little kitty responded. How about this, give me your address, and I'll come to find you at 10 o'clock. Thinking about meeting his online friend, Lu Yuan couldn't wait. Especially when he recalled the selfies she had sent him during their chats, Lu Yuan was even more excited. Let's meet at Yulin Park, I'll wait for you at the entrance, shy. Lazy little kitty provided the meeting address. Alright, we'll meet at 10 o'clock at the entrance of Yulin Park. After agreeing, Lu Yuan felt energized, whistling as he thought about whether he should bring an umbrella or two. What's the occasion, you're so happy? At that moment, Lu Yuan heard his roommate Wei Mingchen's voice from the living room. No big deal, just meeting an online friend for lunch. Lu Yuan casually answered. Meeting an online friend. Wei Mingchen walked over to Lu Yuan's room, concerned. Although you might not like hearing this, you should be cautious when meeting someone online, don't get scammed. I'm a grown man, what could happen to me? Lu Yuan was a bit dismissive. Who knows? These scammers have really deep schemes these days. Wei Mingchen shrugged and added, just a reminder to stay alert. Yeah, I got it, thanks for the concern. Lu Yuan nodded. Alright, I'm off to work. Call me if anything comes up. Seeing Lu Yuan still somewhat indifferent, Wei Mingchen shook his head and went off to work. Once Wei Mingchen left, Lu Yuan immediately opened his wardrobe, pondering what to wear for the meetup. Should I wear a shirt? A bit too formal. Leather shoes? A bit too serious. Maybe something more casual, after all, it's our first time meeting. Just as Lu Yuan was still hesitating about what to wear to make a good impression, he suddenly heard a ding sound. The God-level video watching system has been successfully loaded. Would you like to bind it? What? Lu Yuan froze, instinctively looking towards the door, thinking Wei Mingchen was playing a prank. But soon, he realized it wasn't a joke because the voice seemed to come from his own mind. Wait, could it be, is this the legendary system? As an online writer, Lu Yuan was no stranger to systems. Immediately, he tentatively thought, what kind of system are you? This system is their God-level video watching system. As long as the host watches any video, the system will automatically extract various rewards from the video's information. Watch videos and get rewards. After hearing the system's self-introduction, Lu Yuan felt intrigued. This kind of effortless, this system that fully considers the host's interests really appealed to him. At this moment, the system asked again. Would you like to bind this system? Lu Yuan hesitated and asked, will there be many mandatory tasks to complete after binding? Like killing a sister to prove your way or turning to ash if you fail a task. Though the sudden arrival of this cheat made him happy, if the system constantly assigned some life-threatening tasks, Lu Yuan would have to think twice. After all, he wasn't done enjoying his rich life yet. This system's only function is to extract rewards from video information. There is no task module. Soon, the system provided an answer. Hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately relaxed, no longer hesitating. He said, I choose to bind. Ding! The God-level video watching system is binding, please wait. Binding progress, 1%, 10%, 30%, 90%, 100%. Ding! System binding complete. The binding process was incredibly fast, and before Lu Yuan had time to think, it was already completed. Lu Yuan focused his mind, system. Whoosh! Suddenly, the air in front of him shimmered slightly, and a semi-transparent virtual backpack interface appeared before his eyes. The interface was simple, displaying God-level video watching system at the top. In the center was a blank space, and the bottom right corner had host, Lu Yuan. Apart from that, there was no other information. Isn't this a bit too simple? Lu Yuan blinked. But soon, he forgot about that he was about to test the system's ability. He pulled out his phone and opened Douyin Chinese TikTok. You love me, I love you, honey snow ice. As a catchy tune played in his ears, Lu Yuan saw a girl in the video, dressed lightly, holding a milk tea and smiling at the camera. At the same time, floating text appeared above the video. Collecting video information. Soon, before Lu Yuan could think about it, another prompt popped up. Ding! Congratulations, you've won a large iced matcha red bean latte. Next. Ding! Congratulations, you've won a large cup of coconut milk tea. Third. Ding! Congratulations, you've won a mango sundae. After these 3 prompts, a red message appeared. This video information has been fully collected, entering cooldown. No further rewards can be collected during this period. Although the video continued to loop, as the system said, no more rewards were generated. So every video has a cooldown. Lu Yuan understood. System. He focused his mind again, and the system interface reappeared. Then, Lu Yuan saw that the previously blank space now contained the 3 cups of milk tea. These were the rewards the system had collected from the video. He focused his mind again, and felt a weight in his palm as the mango sundae appeared in his hand. At the same time, a message automatically appeared in his mind. Any rewards collected from videos could be taken out or put back at any time, essentially a portable space. After familiarizing himself with the system's use, Lu Yuan began his video watching journey while enjoying the mango sundae. Ding! Congratulations, you've won a pair of sneakers. Ding! Congratulations, you've won a pack of cotton tissues. Ding! Congratulations, you've won a pair of magnets. Ding! Congratulations, you've won a fabric sofa set. Ding! Congratulations, you've won a pair of Australian lobsters. In just half an hour, the previously empty system space was filled with hundreds of items. These ranged from clothes to food, from furniture to electronics, everything imaginable. Lu Yuan also noticed that if the content of the video was focused, the system was more likely to collect related rewards. Conversely, if the video content was diverse, the collected rewards would be all over the place. For example, when Lu Yuan watched a birthday party video, the system collected leftover apple cores. Wait! Just as Lu Yuan finished watching a photography video and received a high-end digital camera, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Each short video is only a few seconds long, and the rewards are just 2 or 3 items. But what if it's a long video, or even a movie? And as soon as he thought of movies, Lu Yuan's gaze shifted toward his computer. In the E-drive of his computer, there was a folder called Study Materials, and inside, there were many amazing romantic movies. Chapter 2, Crossing into the Plot World. Sitting in front of the computer, Lu Yuan opened the E-drive, skillfully scrolling down with the mouse and precisely stopping at the third to last line. He double-clicked the Study Materials folder. Whoosh! In an instant, hundreds of .avi files appeared on the screen. The mouse gently slid, finally stopping at the Time Pause series. First cry, then make a scene, then up goes Yar. Teacher, I'm here. As the video began, Lu Yuan instinctively reached down as if to unbutton his pants, but just as his fingers touched the waistband, he suddenly realized he wasn't watching this video to learn new positions but for something important. He coughed awkwardly. Collecting video data. Soon, a prompt appeared at the top of the video. Seeing the message, Lu Yuan's heartbeat quickened, and he began silently repeating, Time Pauser. Time Pauser. Time Pauser. Ding! Congratulations! You've received a Lady S spinning long skirt. Lu Yuan. Ding! Congratulations! You've received an old van. Lu Yuan. Ding! Congratulations! You've received a microwave oven. Ding! Congratulations! You've received a pair of iron chopsticks. Ding! Congratulations! You've received an umbrella. Watching the continuous collection notifications on the video, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. As he expected, longer videos could bring him more rewards, but unfortunately, the contents were so random that most of the rewards weren't what he wanted. Seeing a series of rewards like clothes, shoes, and socks, Lu Yuan yawned. As the plot entered a hand-to-hand combat scene, he hesitated, wondering if he should seize the moment to do something more interesting. After all, the rewards from the system weren't exactly enticing, not nearly as attractive as teacher Yar's body. Fujiyama-kun, what are you doing? Please don't do that. Reading the translated subtitles below the video, Lu Yuan idly thought, I've watched so many of these videos, yet my Japanese skills haven't improved at all. Just then, a new prompt appeared on the video. Ding! Congratulations! You've acquired Japanese fluency. Japanese fluency. Seeing this notification, Lu Yuan's spirit jolted, and he immediately sat up straight. System. With a thought, Lu Yuan summoned the system page. He then saw, at the very top of the hundreds of collected rewards, a spinning white card. Focusing, the card was extracted from the system space and appeared in his hand. The card was the size of a playing card, with Japanese fluency written on the top, and a mysterious, intricate cloud pattern beneath. Flipping it over, Lu Yuan saw a description on the back. Japanese fluency skill card. After using this card, you will be proficient in Japanese. Note, this card can be used for yourself or others. A skill card. After reading the description on the back of the card, Lu Yuan was both astonished and delighted. He had previously thought the system could only extract items from videos, but to his surprise, it could also extract skills. Wait, if I can even get skill cards from romance films. Should I watch more instructional videos? A multitude of thoughts surged in Lu Yuan's mind. It took him a while to calm down from the surprise of acquiring the skill card. He then decisively used the card on himself. After all, why would he give this card to someone else? Having Japanese fluency would certainly make it easier for him to find films without worrying about subtitles. Use. With a thought, their Japanese fluency card suddenly shattered into a burst of starlight and surged into his forehead. At the same time, Lu Yuan felt a rush of knowledge related to Japanese flood into his mind: verbs, nouns, prepositions, particles, katakana, everything. When he snapped back to reality and watched the video again, he realized he could now fully understand the dialogues of the characters. Moreover, he had instinctively grasped various cultural habits and aspects of Japanese life. Impressive, this system is really something. This skill card is so powerful. Feeling the newly acquired knowledge in his mind, Lu Yuan couldn't help but praise inwardly. As Lu Yuan refocused on the video, the system's data collection, which had been paused, resumed. Ding! Congratulations! You've received a teacup. Ding! Congratulations! You've received a samurai sword. Ding! Congratulations! You've received a carbon pen. Ding! Congratulations! You've received a JK uniform. An hour passed, and as the video was nearing its end, Lu Yuan still hadn't received the time pauser he wanted. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Looks like this video is a bust. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Just as he was debating whether to switch to another movie or find something else on the video site, another prompt suddenly appeared on the screen. Ding! Congratulations! You've gained a chance to cross into the plot world. Time limit, 3 days. What? Lu Yuan was completely stunned by the message. While he was still in shock, the red prompt that the video data collection had finished also appeared. This video data collection is complete. Entering cooldown. Further collection is not possible during this period. This notification snapped Lu Yuan out of his daze. I can cross into the plot world. Coming to his senses, he immediately summoned the system interface. At the top of the system page, a mysterious silver halo had appeared out of nowhere. Is this the portal that will take me into the plot world? Lu Yuan thought, and with a flicker of his mind, the silver halo appeared in his room. The halo floated lightly in the air, shimmering silver, with colorful clouds swirling inside it, tempting him to reach out and touch it. At the same time, information related to the portal flooded into Lu Yuan's mind. By simply thinking the word cross, you can enter the world of the film you just watched through this portal. Time in the real world will be paused while you're in the film world. When you return from the film world, time will resume in the real world, while time in the film world will pause. Except for items fully controlled by the host cannot carry anything else through the portal. The portal cannot transport any creatures other than the host. Once in the film world, the host can return to the real world at any time. If their host faces life-threatening danger in the film world, the portal will automatically return the host to the real world and heal their injuries. Wait! After absorbing all the information in his mind, Lu Yuan's expression suddenly became excited. Does this fourth point mean I can enter the movie, grab the time pauser, and then use the portal to bring it back to the real world? Their fully controlled items in the fourth point referred to items Lu Yuan could carry with him. Since their time pauser was just a small watch-sized object, Lu Yuan could easily control it. And even if he encountered danger in the movie world, the portal would automatically bring him back and heal any injuries. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan thought aloud. Cross. Chapter 3 Time paused. As the command to cross was issued, Lu Yuan saw the halo in front of him suddenly burst into a dazzling silver light. Then, a suction force came out from the halo, and Lu Yuan's body entered the halo uncontrollably. The scenery in front of him changed, and when Lu Yuan came to his senses, he found that the scene around him had changed from indoors to the Japanese streets in the movie. I have traveled through time now. Looking at himself wearing the same clothes as before the time travel, Lu Yuan knew that his time travel was a real-life time travel. But, where is this place? After calming down from the novel experience of time travel, Lu Yuan felt a little lost because he had no idea where he was. What if the system transports me to a place that is a million miles away from the plot world? That would be the end of me. Lu Yuan scratched his head and began to wander aimlessly on the street. As he walked around, he found that the scene before him seemed somewhat familiar. Yes, isn't this near Mr. McCarthy's home in the plot? After realizing this, Lu Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, he saw a woman who looked both familiar and unfamiliar appear from the corner of the street. Familiar because Lu Yuan recognized the woman's face, strange because she was wearing clothes. Since Teacher McCarthy has appeared, we just need to follow her and the time-stopping device will naturally appear. Lu Yuan followed McCarthy. You are not too far away, thinking to himself. In this film, Yuan McCarthy plays a proud housewife, and the hero is a down-and-out neighbor who covets her beauty. After being rudely ridiculed by McCarthy several times, the hero receives a mysterious package that falls from the sky, which contains a time stopper. Then, of course, the hero takes revenge on the proud female neighbor in various ways. Okay, the plot is quite bloody, but it is extremely friendly to Lu Yuan. Looking at Teacher McCarthy's condition, it seems that her neighbor hasn't gotten the time-stopping device yet. In other words, her neighbor hasn't gotten the time-stopping device yet. After recalling the plot, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Yuan travels back to the plot of the movie, it will be difficult for him to obtain the time pauser. Since he has traveled to the time before the plot, he doesn't have to do much. He just needs to sit back and wait for the mysterious package to fall from the sky, and then snatch the time pauser from the male protagonist. After following for a while, Lu Yuan saw the male protagonist in the play, McCarthy Yuer's male neighbor appear. Just like in the movie, Teacher McCarthy looked down on his male neighbor, while the male neighbor behaved timidly and looked like he could not be provoked. However, when McCarthy walked over, he immediately revealed a lustful look. As for this scene, Lu Yuan just watched coldly from a distance. He didn't want his appearance to cause any changes in the film world. Watching the male protagonist go to the convenience store nearby to buy something, Lu Yuan recalled the plot and his eyes lit up. Wait, this plot. If I remember correctly, after the male protagonist finishes shopping and goes home, the time pauser will appear. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and hurried to the door of the male protagonist's house. This is a villa with a separate entrance and a separate household. Well. As for why the male protagonist who can afford to live in a villa would be despised by Teacher McCarthy, Lu Yuan doesn't know. After complaining about the director, Lu Yuan looked around and found that there were no pedestrians on the road. He immediately climbed over the low wall and entered the male protagonist's house. Hiding behind the flowers in the yard, Lu Yuan took a deep breath and began to wait patiently. According to the plot, the time pauser would fall from the sky soon. Crunch. After a while, Lu Yuan heard the sound of the courtyard gate. He looked through the gap between the flowers and saw the male protagonist coming in with a bag of food. Next, we just have to wait for the time pauser to appear. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled. He suppressed his inner excitement, waiting for the time pauser to come. Time passes by. Just when Lu Yuan was getting impatient, he heard a gust of wind. Looking up, he saw a paper box falling from the sky and landing in the middle of the yard with a thump. The time pauser is here. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. He no longer hid his body and jumped out of the flowers directly, came to the center of the yard and started to plunder. At this time, the male protagonist who heard the noise also came out of the room. Seeing Lu Yuan standing in his yard, opening a package with excitement on his face, the other party was stunned, not quite understanding what was going on. But he soon came to his senses, and while running out, he cursed at Lu Yuan. Being proficient in Japanese, Lu Yuan naturally understood that the other party was saying, "Asshole, what are you doing in my house?" However, Lu Yuan ignored the other party and just continued to lick the loot. Lu Yuan's attitude naturally made the other party even more angry. He saw a broom next to him, picked it up and wanted to hit Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally took out a plastic time stopper that looked like a watch from the box. The time pauser is in the shape of a watch, with the golden English letters, time, written on the central disc, and two buttons, one red and one green, above the dial. Lu Yuan, who had seen the film, naturally knew that the red button could pause time, while the green button could unpause time. Click. Seeing that the other party was coming to him with a broom, Lu Yuan immediately pressed the red button. As the red button was pressed, Lu Yuan saw the man in front of him suddenly stop and just stand there. Although he had seen similar scenes in movies more than once, when Lu Yuan actually saw the power of the time pauser with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel delighted. "Har, you just scolded me." Lu Yuan came to the male protagonist, took the broom from his hand, and hit him hard. "I told you to scold me, I told you to scold." Just as Lu Yuan was about to hit the opponent a few more times, a scene he saw out of the corner of his eye made him freeze in place. The yellow cat that the male protagonist kept walked out of the room leisurely, glanced at Lu Yuan casually, stretched out its front paw to lick him, and then lay down lazily in the shade in front of the door. "Lu Yuan. No, didn't I press the time pause button? How can you still move?" Looking at the cat that moved freely, Lu Yuan felt a little confused. "No, wait, I remember, there was indeed such a scene in the plot." The male protagonist clearly used the time-stopping device, but the cat was still able to move freely at his feet. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered a scene in a movie. Of course, when watching the movie, Lu Yuan knew that the so-called time pauser was fake and was an effect played out by the actors, and it was impossible for a cat to perform the effect of stopping time, so he could only let it go. In fact, including in some time-stop series movies, people are obviously frozen, but the wind outside is still blowing, water drops are still falling. It's as if these things and people are in two different worlds. Originally, these things seemed like loopholes to Lu Yuan. But now, looking at the plants swaying in the wind in the yard, Lu Yuan suddenly felt that he seemed to be a little wrong. This so-called time pauser may not really stop time. Looking at the time stopper in his hand, Lu Yuan thought to himself, but if it's not a time stopper, then what effect does this thing have? Is it a simple freezing effect? Look at the man who was frozen in place by himself, look at the cat licking his balls in the shade, and then look at the branches swaying in the wind in the yard. Lu Yuan felt that he needed to study the specific effects of this time pauser carefully. Just like that, with doubts, Lu Yuan left the male protagonist's house and came to the street. The street was empty at this time and Lu Yuan could not see anything unusual. Keep moving forward. After about dozens of meters, Lu Yuan finally realized something was wrong. "I saw a group of people surrounding a motionless person on the street not far away, shouting and yelling. How come these people are not affected by the time pause?" Lu Yuan was stunned at first, then he understood a little. Yes, I guess this time pauser has a limited range. Thinking of this, he took out the time pauser and pressed the green button. Click. As the time pause effect was lifted, Lu Yuan saw the man who was standing still suddenly move, and he was shocked when he saw so many people surrounding him. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan took out the time stopper again and pressed the red button. Click. Sure enough, he saw that this time everyone in front of him was in a state of stillness. Sure enough, time pause has a limited range. Lu Yuan confirmed his guess. Of course, just like before, all humans within a certain range stopped all movement, but the surrounding cats, dogs and other animals were not affected at all. Next, in order to fully understand the effectiveness of the time pauser, Lu Yuan began to conduct various testing experiments in the film world. Then, the islanders began to panic. Because they suddenly discovered that the people around them suddenly and inexplicably fell into a state of stillness, and no matter how they called, they could not wake them up. Moreover, if he was walking before falling into this strange pause state, it would be fine, but if he was driving a car or doing something else, then the car or other tools would continue to move forward. In just 2 days, the police received countless reports of such car accidents. Faced with this strange situation, the police were at a loss as to what to do. Because they have no way to find out, and even if they are not told by others, they don't even know that they have fallen into a state of stillness. As a result, all kinds of rumors spread. Talks of curses, magic, and doomsday kept coming up, and the entire island nation was in chaos. Just when the island nation was in a panic, Lu Yuan, who had finally figured out the function of the time pauser, or to be more precise, the range immobilization device, returned to the real world with a thought. P.S. It is said that readers who vote for recommendations can see hidden content. Would you like to try it? 3. Chapter 4, Wine Swindler. Brush. As the changing scene in front of him disappeared, Lu Yuan found himself back in the rental house. With a thought, the immobilization device appeared in his hand. Unfortunately, the effective range of this immobilizer is only 300 meters. It's okay to use it in the movie world, but if it's used in the real world, it's likely to cause big trouble. Looking at the plastic-feeling immobilizer in his hand, Lu Yuan smiled helplessly. After 3 days of experiments in the film and television world, Lu Yuan discovered that although the effect of the immobilization device was extremely powerful, its scope of application was actually quite limited. First of all, it is only effective within a radius of 300 meters with the immobilizer as the center. 300 meters is not a short distance, but it is not far either. This means that Lu Yuan has no way to deal with some long-range attack weapons. Secondly, the immobilization device only works on humans. He had tested it in the zoo, and even on animals with slightly higher intelligence, such as gorillas, the immobilization device had no effect at all. Again, the effect of the immobilizer is non-continuous. In other words, if someone is not in the immobilization area when Lu Yuan presses the immobilization device, the immobilization effect will not occur when he walks into the immobilization area again later. Finally, the area where the immobilizer is effective is immovable. That is, when Lu Yuan presses the immobilization button, the spherical area centered on the immobilization device becomes the immobilization area, but when Lu Yuan moves with the immobilization device afterwards, its effective range will not move with it unless Lu Yuan cancels the immobilization effect of the previous area and presses the button again. In short, in the world of film and television, Lu Yuan can use the immobilization device without worrying about being discovered. After all, in the world of film and television, he is equivalent to having an immortal body. But back to reality, unless the situation is critical, it is better for him not to use it. Oops, I almost forgot. Thinking that he had returned to reality, Lu Yuan suddenly realized that he had an appointment with the lazy little kitty. He took out his cell phone to check the time and found that it was already late as the 10 o'clock they had agreed to meet. He immediately packed up a little and got up to go out. Before obtaining their god-level video browsing system, Lu Yuan had to think for a long time about what to wear for this meeting, for fear of leaving a bad impression on the other party. But now, with the system, his self-confidence has been greatly improved. He just found 2 clean and refreshing clothes to put on and went out. After getting on the bus, Lu Yuan sat in the back seat and took out his cell phone to continue watching videos. Collecting video information. Congratulations, you have won a silver ring. Congratulations, you won a bouquet of roses. Congratulations, you won a can of iced cola. Congratulations, you won a box of spicy strips. Just as Lu Yuan was happily watching the video, he suddenly heard a Japanese voice coming from the front seat. Out of curiosity, Lu Yuan looked up and saw a black-haired woman in a light blue dress who had appeared in the front seat. Although the woman had her back to Lu Yuan, from the occasional glimpse of her fair neck, Lu Yuan felt that her appearance was probably not too bad. However, Lu Yuan just took a look and didn't have any other thoughts. Just as he was about to continue watching the video, the woman's words caught Lu Yuan's attention. Why are you in such a hurry? I can only get to Yulin Park in a while, and it will take at least an hour to take him to your coffee shop. She's going to Yulin Park too. Hearing the woman's words, Lu Yuan couldn't help but think, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Thinking that the other party might be their lazy little cat, who was about to meet him, Lu Yuan subconsciously paid attention to what the woman said. His financial situation should be good. According to him, his parents are both senior executives of a large company. Although he himself does not have a formal job, he can earn 6,000 or 7,000 a month by writing novels. After hearing what the woman said, Lu Yuan became more and more certain that the other person was the lazy little kitty he was about to meet, because what she said was exactly what he had told her before. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan put away his phone and planned to talk to the other party. However, the woman's next words made Lu Yuan pause suddenly. "Don't worry, sister. My spending in your store this time will definitely not be low. 1,000 is the minimum. If the man is more respectable, even 3 or 5,000 is not impossible." Hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown. The woman's words made him feel something was wrong. What did she mean by, "if I'm more respectful, then it's not impossible for me to spend 3 to 5,000? At the same time, he couldn't help but think of his roommate Wei Mingchen's words reminding him to be careful about meeting online friends. Is this girl a wine ticket seller? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Lu Yuan's face suddenly became gloomy. But just when Lu Yuan was about to listen more, the girl stopped talking about this and started talking about newly released movies and celebrity gossip. Despite this, Lu Yuan's suspicion was not dispelled. "If I am just being suspicious, that's fine, but if you really want to cheat me out of my money, don't blame me for being rude," Lu Yuan said in his heart after taking a deep look at the woman in the front row. Soon, the bus arrived at the Yulin Park stop. Lu Yuan deliberately waited for the woman to get off the car first, and then he followed her out. After getting off the bus, Lu Yuan saw the woman walking towards Yulin Park. It seems my guess is correct. She is the lazy little cat that I want to meet. Seeing the woman enter Yulin Park, Lu Yuan did not follow her in immediately, but took out his cell phone. Sure enough, not long after, he received a message from Lazy Kitty. "I'm already here, where are you?" Looking at this message, Lu Yuan sighed and replied, "Wait for me for a moment, I'll be there soon." "Okay, but you have to be quick, Tilda, don't keep me waiting too long, cute." The lazy little kitty replied quickly. Good. After replying to the other party, Lu Yuan watched videos outside for a while before walking into the park. Sure enough, as he expected, when he arrived at the place they had agreed on, Lu Yuan saw the woman who had just sat in the row in front of him waiting for him there. "You are, kitten?" Lu Yuan asked in surprise, pretending to be unaware. Although he said this, looking at the girl's exquisite appearance and slender figure, Lu Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. With such a pretty face, why did she choose to go down this path? Although Lu Yuan was amazed by the woman's appearance, he had seen her photo during their previous chat, so he was not too surprised. However, for the woman, it was the first time she saw Lu Yuan's true face. Looking at Lu Yuan's handsome face, her eyes lit up and her pretty cheeks turned slightly red. "What a handsome boy!" The woman stared at Lu Yuan and asked, "You, other 3-foot-long spear?" "Ahem, yes, it's me. My name is Lu Yuan." It wasn't a big deal when chatting online, but when Lu Yuan heard the woman calling him by his online name in person, he couldn't help feeling awkward. The woman obviously saw this, she covered her mouth and smiled, but her eyes were still fixed on Lu Yuan, and she said, "My name is Su Qianqian." "Hello." Lu Yuan nodded to Su Qianqian and asked, "Then let's take a walk." "Okay." Su Qianqian nodded, walked beside Lu Yuan with her hands behind her back, and glanced at Lu Yuan's face from time to time, and then her face turned a little red. Lu Yuan did not notice Su Qianqian's little action. Although he had some suspicions about Su Qianqian's identity, he did not show it. He just walked and chatted with her. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Yuan gradually became impatient and asked tentatively, "By the way, Qianqian, are you hungry? Should we go eat something?" After asking, Lu Yuan waited for Su Qianqian's answer. If the other party agreed immediately and took the initiative to suggest going to that coffee shop, Lu Yuan decided to expose her true identity immediately. However, what Lu Yuan didn't expect was that Su Qianqian immediately shook her head when she heard it. "I'm not hungry yet, let's walk more." Good. Although he was a little surprised by Su Qianqian's answer, Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously. He just thought that the other party wanted to go later. After the two of them left, another half an hour passed. In the end, Lu Yuan felt that he had no more topics to talk about with Su Qianqian, but Su Qianqian seemed not to notice this at all and continued to chat with Lu Yuan about celebrity gossip. "Madam, you have a new business." Just when Lu Yuan didn't know how to respond to the various celebrity topics raised by Su Qianqian's cell phone suddenly rang. Su Qianqian took out her cell phone, and her face changed when she saw the name displayed on the screen. Noticing this, Lu Yuan knew that the man on the bus was most likely contacting Su Qianqian again, urging her to take him to the coffee shop. Lu Yuan deliberately said, "I'll go over there and take a look." Having said that, he prepared to walk away. "It's okay, this is a foreign classmate of mine, just a few words will do." Su Qianqian shook her head, answered the phone, and asked in Japanese, "What's wrong, Sister Li?" "What's wrong, Su Qianqian? What are you dawdling about? Why haven't you brought the person to me yet?" A female voice urged on the phone. Su Qianqian glanced at Lu Yuan and said in a softer voice, "Sister Li, this person, how about I not bring him with me?" "What do you mean by not bringing it here?" Sister Li was stunned. "Nothing much, just." Su Qianqian secretly glanced at Lu Yuan again, with a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "This guy is too handsome, I don't want to cheat him of his money." Lu Yuan. Woman. Chapter 5, Congratulations on getting a Star Destroyer. Su Qianqian, are you crazy? After hearing Su Qianqian's reason, Sister Li was furious. "Have you never seen a man who is obsessed with women? You don't want to make money just because he is handsome? Don't you want to pay off your family's debt?" Hearing this, Su Qianqian fell silent. Sister Li thought that her words had touched her, and was about to soften her tone, but she heard Su Qianqian suddenly say, "I don't allow you to say that about Lu Yuan. Get lost. Go wherever you want, I won't serve you anymore." Sister Li finally got angry. "When you are forced into a corner by those debt collectors, don't come to beg me." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Su Qianqian showed a look of confusion on her face, but after seeing Lu Yuan beside her, she couldn't help showing a hint of shyness on her face. "Okay, Lu Yuan, I'm done with the call, let's continue walking." Looking at Su Qianqian, who acted as if nothing had happened, Lu Yuan opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Although he didn't know what was said on the phone, he could tell from Su Qianqian's reaction that Su Qianqian obviously refused the other party's request to take her to the coffee shop. The reason for the rejection was because he was handsome. Well, although Lu Yuan knew that he was popular with women because of his good looks, he had never seen someone like Su Qianqian who was willing to violate professional ethics. Seeing that Su Qianqian wanted to continue walking on the street with him, Lu Yuan coughed lightly. "What's wrong?" Su Qianqian looked at Lu Yuan strangely. "Actually, I heard everything you said on the bus." Lu Yuan looked into Su Qianqian's eyes and said, What on the bus?" Su Qianqian looked flustered and pretended not to understand. "I have also done some research on Japanese." Lu Yuan said the above words in Japanese. At this moment, Su Qianqian's face suddenly turned pale. She knew that her identity had been completely seen through by Lu Yuan, and she looked panicked. Looking at Su Qianqian's expression of guilt, fear, and helplessness, Lu Yuan said seriously, "I can hear that your Japanese level is actually pretty good. Why don't you find a normal job?" Hearing this, Su Qianqian blinked her eyes and praised, You can actually speak Japanese. It's amazing." Lu Yuan. "Girl, didn't you hear the point I just made?" Just when Lu Yuan was about to say something else, Su Qianqian's eyes reddened. She bowed to Lu Yuan, said, "I'm sorry," and ran away with her face covered. Watching Su Qianqian's figure gradually going away, Lu Yuan wanted to reach out to stop her, but finally gave up. Well. With a sigh, Lu Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. Although Su Qianqian did not say it explicitly, he could feel that the other party did not seem to be interested in doing this business. But now that Su Qianqian didn't even want to explain, Lu Yuan had no choice. Back in the rental house, Lu Yuan temporarily forgot about Su Qianqian and continued watching videos. Compared with before, this time, Lu Yuan mainly targeted Journey to the West. Since even Japanese love movies can produce immobilization devices, the items that can be produced in Journey to the West should be better. Thinking of this, he turned on the TV series Journey to the West. By UBU tilde beep. Thump, 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 thump. Along with the familiar opening music, the system began to collect data. Collecting video information. So, while Lu Yuan was watching the monkey, he was looking forward to what rewards the system could collect for him. Congratulations, you have obtained a piece of Huaguoshan peach leaf. Lu Yuan. Congratulations, you have obtained a piece of Huaguoshan stone. Lu Yuan. Congratulations, you got a handful of monkey hair. Congratulations, you got a bunch of grapes. Congratulations, you won a banana. Congratulations, you have obtained an ancient costume. At first, Lu Yuan was full of expectations. After all, this was Journey to the West, and there were so many treasures in it. But slowly, as system rewards appeared one after another, Lu Yuan's expectations became lower and lower. What a mess! Seeing the rewards such as bananas, grapes, apples, and even monkey hairs coming out to make up the number, Lu Yuan couldn't help but turn off the video after watching 2 episodes. Yes, the TV series Journey to the West is indeed a classic, but Lu Yuan has watched it countless times when he was a child. If there is no good reward, doesn't he want to watch it more? The system has a high winning rate, but the probability of good stuff appearing is too low. While eating the fresh peaches produced in Huogwa Mountain, Lu Yuan complained. After closing Journey to the West, Lu Yuan opened The Investiture of the Gods again. But just like before, this drama did not bring any good rewards to Lu Yuan. After that, Legend of Sword and Fairy, Liao Jai, Ji Gong, The Lotus Lantern. Lu Yuan watched almost all the well-known fantasy dramas, but the best reward he got was probably a Varger talisman from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio. The effect of this Varger talisman is quite good. After using it, it can make Lu Yuan invulnerable to swords and guns. But unfortunately it is disposable and will burn after use. Moreover, it only lasts for 1 hour. Apart from that, the other rewards he received in these dramas are not worth mentioning. Lu Yuan didn't order takeout for lunch. There shouldn't be too much food in his system space. Lu Yuan has basically collected all the classic dishes of the 8 major cuisines, whether it is from Shandong, Guangdong, Sichuan, Anhui, Hunan, or Fujian. After lunch, he continued watching videos. This time, he changed his strategy again. Instead of choosing a fantasy drama, he chose a foreign science fiction film. Star Wars, Captain America, Batman. I don't know if it's because of the movie, or Lu Yuan's luck got better this afternoon. Compared to the meager gains from the fairy tale drama, Lu Yuan's gains this time can be said to be huge. Congratulations, you have won a King Tiger tank. Congratulations, you have won a Batman sports car. Congratulations, you have obtained an ownerless asteroid. Congratulations, you have obtained a space star destroyer. Looking at the prompts that kept appearing and the reward items in the prompts, Lu Yuan was so excited that he almost jumped up. The price of each of these rewards is extremely huge. However, slowly, the excitement on his face began to freeze gradually because he found that he didn't have any of these rewards easy to use. Not to mention the huge star destroyer and asteroids, he wouldn't even dare to take out the Batman sports car and drive it. So, these things are just for show. I can only use them when I have the chance to enter the film and television world next time. After figuring it out, Lu Yuan felt like crying but had no tears. Is there anything more painful in this world than having a huge fortune but not being able to spend a penny? Just when Lu Yuan was feeling depressed, he heard the door open and his roommate Wei Mingchen pushed the door open. Lu Yuan, how was your meeting with your online friends this time? Chapter 6: The correct way to open the system. Don't mention it. You guessed it right. Lu Yuan waved his hand when he heard that. What's going on? Wei Mingchen asked quickly. Lu Yuan recounted what happened in the morning. Of course, for fear of arousing Wei Mingchen's suspicion, he did not mention that he could speak Japanese. He only said that he accidentally overheard Su Qianqian's call. After listening to Lu Yuan's description, Wei Mingchen thought for a moment and asked, "Are you sure you are not in Versailles? Brother Qian is already in jail, what else can I do?" Lu Yuan asked curiously. "What do you think?" Wei Mingchen glanced at Lu Yuan unhappily. "Good fellow, the beautiful lady is willing to betray her professional ethics just because you are handsome, what else are you not satisfied with? If you put it that way." Touching his chin, Lu Yuan chuckled, "It seems to be a little bit refreshing. Go. Go. Go." Wei Mingchen waved his hands and ignored the boastful Lu Yuan. After talking to Wei Mingchen for a few more words, Lu Yuan returned to the room and continued watching videos. "Congratulations, you have won an engine. Congratulations, you have won a bulletproof vest. Congratulations, you won a swimming ring. Congratulations, you won a bottle of whiskey." Half an hour later, looking at the reward given by the system, Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled, muttering to himself, "It seems that my luck has disappeared again." Although the rewards obtained in this half hour are quite good, they are far inferior to the previous Batman car and Star Destroyer. Ding-a-ling! Just when Lu Yuan was thinking about whether to change the style of video he was watching, he heard his cell phone ringing. He took out his cell phone and saw that the person calling was his younger sister, Lu Ji, who was in high school. "Hey, Xiaoji, how come you have time to call me?" Lu Yuan asked with a smile. "I'm going to have a month-long vacation tomorrow. Brother, are you free to pick me up?" Lu Ji's cheerful voice came from the phone. Lu Ji's high school is a boarding school with 4 weeks of study and 2 days off. "Okay, what time tomorrow?" Lu Yuan asked. Because both of his parents have their own jobs, and Lu Yuan usually stays in his rented house writing novels, so he is the one who usually picks up and drops off Lu Ji. "It's 9:30 in the morning, still on our playground." Lu Ji told Lu Yuan the time. "Okay, I'll pick you up on time." Lu Yuan remembered the time. "Anything else? If not, I'll hang up." Lu Ji hesitated slightly when she heard this. Lu Yuan immediately laughed and asked, "Why are you so hesitant? Are you looking for something to buy?" "Don't worry, I'll buy it for you." Lu Yuan is 24 years old this year, while Lu Ji is only 16. Because Lu Ji is several years older, he dotes on his younger sister very much. In addition, he also earns some money from writing novels, so Lu Yuan often sent supplies to his sister in private without telling his parents. In his opinion, his sister should be raised in wealth. "It's just, well, brother, can you try to dress nicer when you come tomorrow?" Lu Ji said hesitantly. "Dress better?" Lu Yuan asked curiously, "Is there something wrong with what I usually wear?" "No, I mean, what you wear, well, try to be more flamboyant." Lu Ji explained. "Be more flamboyant?" Lu Yuan was even more puzzled and asked, "Why?" "Oh, don't worry about it. Just try to dress nicer tomorrow. Okay, time is almost up. Bye." After saying that, Lu Ji hurriedly hung up the phone. What is this girl doing? Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lu Yuan scratched his head. If someone else had made this request, he would have thought that the other person wanted to show off their wealth, but Lu Yuan knew very well that Lu Ji was definitely not the kind of person who liked to show off. After thinking for a long time without any answer, Lu Yuan simply stopped paying attention to it. He would know the answer tomorrow anyway. Putting the phone aside, Lu Yuan turned on the computer. This time he did not select the folder in Drive E, but directly opened the open course on the video website. He wanted to try out what rewards he could get by watching instructional videos. Let us start with the English teaching videos. Lu Yuan chose the English open class at Huajing Foreign Languages College. As the video plays, system prompts begin to appear. The system is collecting information. Without letting Lu Yuan wait any longer, the first prompt soon appeared. "Congratulations, you won a box of chalk." Lu Yuan. "Congratulations, you have won a video recorder." "Congratulations, you won a blackboard eraser." Looking at the 3 prompts given by the system, Lu Yuan scratched his head. Could it be that my guess is wrong? He previously thought that by watching this type of instructional videos, he would have a greater chance of acquiring the corresponding skills. Now it seems that the rewards given by the system are the same as before. There was a hint of hesitation in Lu Yuan's eyes, and he wondered whether he should continue watching those special effects blockbusters. However, before he could finish his thought, the next system prompt made him jump up. "Congratulations, you have mastered English." Har har, it's true. Looking at the prompts given by the system, Lu Yuan stood up excitedly and clenched his fists. When he opened the system page, Lu Yuan saw an English proficiency skill card floating at the top. Use. As Lu Yuan's mind moved, the English proficiency skill card turned into a ball of diffuse starlight, which quickly penetrated into his brow. At the same time, Lu Yuan felt that a lot of English-related knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind. Grammar, tenses, words, idioms, including life and cultural habits related to English, all appear deep in my mind like a brand. All the English knowledge that I had almost forgotten after graduating from college resurfaced one by one. Lu Yuan is very confident that his English level is now comparable to that of English professors in Europe and the United States. Of course, in addition to Lu Yuan's joy at having acquired a skill again, what made him even more excited was that his guess was correct. In other words, when watching professional videos, he will have a greater chance of acquiring relevant skills. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan suppressed his inner excitement and began to watch other teaching videos. He was not disappointed. Soon, system prompts came one after another. Congratulations, you have mastered French. Congratulations, you have mastered Russian. Congratulations, you have achieved singing proficiency. Congratulations, you have obtained director mastery. Congratulations, you have achieved piano proficiency. Congratulations, you have achieved guitar proficiency. Congratulations, you have achieved programming proficiency. As system prompts came one after another, Lu Yuan's skills became more and more. It was not until 3 o'clock in the morning that he finally stopped watching the teaching video because he was too sleepy to continue. At this time, Lu Yuan had mastered more than 100 skills. From mountain climbing, to wrestling and grappling. From computer programming to composite material models. From postpartum care for sows to international political relations. Lu Yuan himself couldn't remember what skills he had mastered, but the only thing he knew was that watching teaching videos was the most profitable way to open the system. Chapter 7 Watch the video and win a mansion. The next day, after Lu Yuan got up, he found that Wei Mingchen had already gone to work. He took out 2 trays of Yadong shrimp dumplings from the system space and ate while watching videos. The system is collecting video information. This shrimp dumpling tastes pretty good. Congratulations, you have achieved basketball mastery. The skin is chewy and very chewy. Congratulations, you have achieved opera mastery. The shrimp inside is also very good, tender and fresh. Congratulations, you have mastered the art of ventriloquism. Well, these shrimp dumplings are indeed delicious. I'll try to make one myself next time. Anyway, I gained mastery of Cantonese cuisine last night. Not long after, Lu Yuan finished his breakfast. Seeing that there was still some time before he had to pick up Lu Ji for the holiday, Lu Yuan decided to continue watching videos for a while. Just when he was thinking about choosing a new teaching video, a recommendation about exploring a luxury house appeared in the push video on the side. What does a 300 million yuan mansion in Huajing look like? Looking at the title of this video, Lu Yuan's heart moved. I was able to acquire skills from the instructional videos because the content of these videos is entirely focused on skills, and these mansion exploration videos are almost exclusively focused on filming in mansions. Is that possible? With some expectations, Lu Yuan did not continue watching the teaching video, but clicked to enter the mansion to explore. The system is collecting video information. Congratulations, you have won a camera. Congratulations, you have won a pair of high-end sports shoes. Congratulations, you won a bottle of Romane Conti. Congratulations, you have won a Qionghai Huanghuali painting table. Congratulations, you have won a Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon pattern lotus leaf jar. Looking at the prompt messages that kept appearing in the system, Lu Yuan was stunned. He knew that the things the system prompted were of great value just by hearing their names. If I remember correctly, this pair of sneakers was very popular before, and was sold for 50,000 yuan a pair. And Romane Conti, the cheapest bottle, seems to cost tens of thousands. This Huanghuali wood is even more outrageous. It is said that 1 pound costs 100,000 yuan. This large piece must cost several million. And the last one is this Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned lotus leaf jar. How can you get it without tens of millions? Although Lu Yuan had thought that he might get some good things before watching the video, when these things really appeared in front of him, Lu Yuan still felt his blood pressure rise. In just a few minutes, my net worth has exceeded 10 million. Lu Yuan stared in amazement at the system's continuous pop-up notifications: vintage wines, famous paintings, luxury jewelry. At the beginning, Lu Yuan would calculate the prices of these things, but later on, he was too lazy to remember them because he was numb. He only knew that he seemed to have found the correct way to open the system again. Why watch Journey to the West, or any sci-fi blockbuster, or any Japanese movie? This is the most suitable video for me to watch, okay. Thinking that he hadn't watched any videos of this kind the whole day yesterday, Lu Yuan felt as if he had missed out on 100 million yuan. But it doesn't matter. It's not too late to find out now. Looking at the prompts that continue to pop up from the system, the smile on Lu Yuan's face never stopped. Just as he was thinking about how to convert these things into bank card numbers, the last system prompt drove him completely crazy. Congratulations, you have won a ZG Royal Mansion Villa. The video information has been collected and is now in the cooling down period. No more collection is possible during the cooling down period. Don't, a villa. Although he had guessed it before, when the villa reward really appeared, Lu Yuan still found it hard to believe. This is the ZG Royal Mansion Villa worth a full 300 million. Bang! 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 Lu Yuan felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and kept pressing on his chest. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. With a thought, the system interface appeared before my eyes. I saw a red house certificate floating at the top. When Lu Yuan took out the property deed, he saw his name clearly written in the owner column. So, I'm not worth tens of millions now, but 300 million. Lu Yuan felt excited as he stroked the slightly rough red cover of the house book. But soon, after thinking of something, the excitement on Lu Yuan's face suddenly paused, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. It's a pity that this ZG Imperial Palace is the same as the previous Star Destroyer. I dare not take it out at all. You have to know that Lu Yuan has parents and friends, and other people know exactly how much he earns from writing novels. If he suddenly has a villa worth 300 million, it will be a problem how he will face the inquiries from his parents and friends. It seems that I can only wait until the system refreshes other rewards for me, and then find a way to turn it into legitimate property. Putting the house certificate back into the system space, Lu Yuan thought to himself. 9 o'clock. Weizing number 9 Middle School. The school gate was bustling with people, already packed with parents who came to pick up their children for the holidays. Lu Yuan had come to pick up Lu Ji several times and was very familiar with this situation, so he did not squeeze in like other parents. Instead, he stood on the periphery and watched videos of luxury houses and luxury cars with peace of mind. Congratulations, you have won the Venus Red Sandalwood bracelet. Congratulations, you have won the Richard Miller Dragon Tiger Tourbillon watch. Congratulations, you have won a Rolls-Royce Extended Edition Phantom. Congratulations, you have won a Sunseeker custom yacht. Congratulations, you have won a private helicopter. With the ZG Imperial Mansion Villa worth 300 million as a guarantee, Lu Yuan was not as excited about the subsequent rewards. Besides, he basically didn't dare to use these things. Except for some things that aren't so obvious. For example, the short-sleeved shirt, casual pants, and sneakers he is wearing now. The total price of these 3 items exceeds 100,000. However, because there are a lot of counterfeit clothes, Lu Yuan is not afraid to wear them outside. The worst that can happen is that he can say they are high imitations. About 10 minutes later, the school gate opened and parents rushed in. Seeing this, Lu Yuan put away his phone and waited until the crowd thinned out before slowly walking inside. When he was almost at the playground, he suddenly stopped. Wait, I remember Xiaoji told me to dress more flamboyantly yesterday. Lu Yuan looked down at his outfit. Although he knew that his clothes were worth a lot of money, that was only true for people who knew their business. Ordinary people would at most think that the style of the clothes was nice, and would not think that this outfit was worth 100,000. Forget it. Since Xiaoji asked me to be more outspoken, I will just put up with it a bit. Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled, then began to take things out of the system space. 3 gold necklaces, 6 jade rings, a gold Rolex in each hand. After Lu Yuan put these things on his body, he could clearly feel that the parents around him seemed to be a little further away from him. Nowadays, even the nouveau riche pay attention to their inner beauty. It is rare to see someone dressed like Lu Yuan. Unable to bear the way people around him looked at him as if he were a monkey, Lu Yuan quickly took out a pair of sunglasses from the system space and put them on, then walked towards Lu Ji's class. Chapter 8, with a sharp weapon in hand, the desire to kill arises. Weizing number 9 Middle School. The playground was noisy because all the parents and children rushed over. Because the month-long holiday is coming soon, the students are very excited. Close classmates gather together, chattering about activities after the holiday, while waiting for their parents to pick them up. Lu Ji was also chatting with her good friend Feng Yulin. Suddenly, Lu Ji saw Feng Yulin winking at her. She turned her head and saw a boy in school uniform walking towards her. Damn it, why is he here again? When she saw the boy, a hint of helplessness appeared on Lu Ji's delicate face. The boy's name is Fu Heng. He transferred from another school this month. From the first time he saw Lu Ji, he started to pester her. Even though Lu Ji had clearly expressed that she didn't want to make friends, the other party still didn't back down at all, which made Lu Ji very helpless. Feng Yulin laughed and joked, "What can we do about it? Our Miss Lu is so beautiful that she naturally attracts countless admirers. Go, I'm annoyed." Lu Ji glared at her friend, then said, "Remember to cover for me later." "I can cover for you, but..." Feng Yulin rolled her eyes, hugged Lu Ji's arm and said, you have to tell me your brother's contact information today. From the first time Lu Yuan came to pick up Lu Ji, after seeing Lu Yuan's stunning appearance, Feng Yulin fell in love with him and became Lu Yuan's most loyal fan. Feng Yulin, you are such a jerk. I was wondering why you always ask about my brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji immediately shook off her friend's arm. So I treat you as my best friend, but you actually want to be my sister-in-law. Don't worry, even if I really become your sister-in-law, we are still good sisters and we can talk about our own things. Feng Yulin put her arm around Lu Ji's shoulders and spoke seriously. Lu Ji, get lost. While the two were joking, Fu Heng also came in front of them. Lu Ji, Summertime is going to be released this afternoon. I happen to have 2 tickets for the premiere. Do you want to go and see it? Fu Heng looked at Lu Ji and asked. Sorry, Fu Heng, I have to go shopping with Yulin this afternoon. Facing Fu Heng, Lu Ji no longer had the smile on her face that she had when chatting with Feng Yulin, and she rejected him indifferently. Feng Yulin did not forget her duties and quickly agreed, yes, we two are going shopping together this afternoon. Go shopping. Fu Heng's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said, it just so happens that I got my driver's license during the winter vacation. How about I drive you around in my BMW? This way it will be more convenient for you to travel. No need, I've already found someone else to accompany me. Lu Ji continued to refuse. Other people. Fu Heng's eyes flashed with gloom, and he asked unwillingly, is he also our classmate? Who? I don't have to tell you, do I? Hearing Fu Heng's slightly forceful question, Lu Ji frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something, her eyes glanced to the side and her expression suddenly froze. Outside the playground, a man with 3 shiny gold chains around his neck, 3 jade rings on each hand, a gold Rolex on his wrist, and a pair of sunglasses that were so exaggerated that they covered half of his face was walking towards him with a stony-faced gait. Wherever he went, he caused countless parents and students to gasp and whisper. Others didn't know who that was, but Lu Ji could tell at a glance that it was her brother Lu Yuan. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Looking at Lu Yuan's extremely ostentatious outfit, Lu Ji was stunned. It was true that she wanted Lu Yuan to dress more flamboyantly, but she didn't expect Lu Yuan to be dressed like this. At the same time, Feng Yulin and Fu Heng also saw Lu Yuan. They both looked speechless, and were obviously shocked by the exaggerated outfit. After a while, Feng Yulin murmured to herself, my goodness, what kind of family conditions are these? Did they find a gold mine in their own backyard? Lu Ji. Fu Heng took his attention away from Lu Yuan and continued to ask Lu Ji, why don't I go shopping with you? After all, you two are girls. If there is any danger on the road, I can protect you, right? Don't worry about protecting us. Lu Ji said with a cold expression. Seeing Lu Ji reject him again and again, Fu Heng's face suddenly turned bad, and his voice became a little gloomy. Lu Ji, are you so unwilling to give me face? Before Lu Ji could answer, Fu Heng heard a frivolous voice behind him. Yo, Xiaoji, is this boy your new friend? Fu Heng turned around and saw that the man wearing sunglasses and a gold necklace had come behind him at some point. Who are you? Fu Heng was already angry because of Lu Ji's repeated rejections. When he saw Lu Yuan's arrogant look and heard him call Lu Ji Xiaoji, he immediately asked in a bad tone. He is my brother, and he is the one who accompanies Yulin and I shopping. Without waiting for Lu Yuan to answer, Lu Ji ran to Lu Yuan's side and hugged his arm intimately, and then asked calmly, why is it not possible? It was not until then that Feng Yulin finally recognized that the man in front of her, dressed in formal attire, was Lu Ji's brother Lu Yuan. So she also ran over and hugged Lu Yuan's other arm. I'm sorry, classmate Fu Heng, brother Lu Yuan is the flower protector for the two of us, we don't need your protection today. Fu Heng was a little embarrassed when he heard Lu Ji say that Lu Yuan was her brother, but when he heard Feng Yulin teasing him about what he had just said about protecting them, he suddenly became angry and ashamed. Without saying hello to Lu Yuan, he glanced at Lu Ji coldly, turned around and left with a gloomy expression. What? You're so ungraceful after being rejected. Seeing Fu Heng's attitude, Feng Yulin immediately frowned and said unhappily. Lu Ji nodded in agreement. Originally, facing Fu Heng's persistent pursuit, she just felt a little helpless but not much disgusted. But now, she saw through Fu Heng's true nature. Lu Yuan didn't say anything, but a sense of crisis arose in his heart. As an online writer, he has seen and written too many similar plots. A supporting character fails in his pursuit of the heroine and eventually turns evil, causing great harm to the protagonist or the protagonist's friends. But unfortunately, I'm not the type to fight back when someone bullies me. I prefer to take the initiative. Looking at Fu Heng's back and thinking of his cold eyes just now, Lu Yuan felt alarmed. It seems that I have to find out more about this guy when I return, and think about how to teach him a lesson. Lu Yuan thought secretly. As the saying goes, when you have a sharp weapon, you will naturally want to kill. If there was no system, and if the system did not reward so many skills and items, perhaps Lu Yuan would only remind his sister to have less contact with Fu Heng in the future. But now, although he clearly has the power to protect his family, Lu Yuan will not wait until he is bullied before thinking of using it. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan pretended to ask casually, "Xiao Ji, who is this boy?" "Brother Lu Yuan, that person's name is Fu Heng. He is a transfer student who just transferred to our class this month. He has always been very enthusiastic about Lu Ji. I didn't expect that he turned out to be such a person." Without waiting for Lu Ji to answer, Feng Yulin told Lu Yuan all the information about Fu Heng. "Oh, I see." Lu Yuan secretly memorized all the information Feng Yulin said, then he remembered that he didn't know her name yet, and asked with a smile, "You haven't introduced yourself yet, what's your name?" "Oh, I forgot." Hearing Lu Yuan's question, Feng Yulin slapped her forehead, then took 2 steps back, stared at Lu Yuan and said seriously, "Hello, brother Lu Yuan, my name is Feng Yulin, I am Lu Ji's best and most loyal girlfriend in number 9 middle school, and also your most loyal Yan, ahem." As she spoke, she almost exposed her identity as a Lu Yuan face lover. Lu Ji covered her face, too embarrassed to admit that she knew this nymphomaniac. Lu Yuan naturally understood what Feng Yulin meant, but seeing that she was already very shy, he did not tease her. He pretended not to understand and changed the subject. "Feng Yulin, goodbye if everything is fine." "I." Before he could finish his words, Lu Ji interrupted him, "Brother, Yulin, come with us. We agreed to go shopping together this afternoon." "Oh, I see. That's great." Lu Yuan naturally agreed. Chapter 9 Betting. "Brother, where did you get this outfit?" On their way out of the school, Lu Ji couldn't stand the surprised looks others gave Lu Yuan, so she said, "Take it off quickly. Didn't you ask me to dress more flamboyantly when I came here today? Am I flamboyant enough now?" Lu Yuan replied with a smile. "But aren't you being a little too ostentatious?" Lu Ji lifted up Lu Yuan's arm and said disdainfully, "Look at this handful of jade rings, big gold bracelets, and this gold necklace. How much did this cost?" Before Lu Yuan could answer, Feng Yulin at the side said, "I think brother Lu Yuan is very good like this. He has a very cool and unrestrained aura, just like a modern knight. It makes me feel safe walking next to brother Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan. Lu Ji. Ignoring her friend's intelligence, who had already been won over by the brother's looks, Lu Ji continued, "Besides, brother, you didn't buy these things at the last minute, did you?" "Of course I bought them on the spur of the moment, but don't worry, they are all fake, and I didn't spend much in total." As he was speaking, there happened to be a trash can on the side of the road, so Lu Yuan took off the necklace on his neck, the jade ring on his hand and the Rolex, and pretended to throw them into the trash can, but actually put them back into the system space. After hearing what Lu Yuan said, Lu Ji naturally would not think that those things were real. Seeing that Lu Yuan threw them into the trash can, she did not care. Feng Yulin looked at Lu Yuan, who had regained his fresh look, with eyes full of intoxication. "Brother Lu Yuan, without those golden decorations, you seem to have become more handsome." "Well, thank you for the compliment. You are very beautiful too." Faced with Feng Yulin's straightforward praise, Lu Yuan felt a little overwhelmed. Seeing that Lu Yuan seemed a little shy, Feng Yulin smiled even more happily. Seeing this, Lu Ji secretly rolled her eyes, quietly came to the other side of Lu Yuan, and quietly inserted herself between Lu Yuan and Feng Yulin. At first Feng Yulin didn't notice it, but after a while, she felt that it seemed a little inconvenient for her to talk to Lu Yuan. Then, she realized that there was a Lu Ji between her and Lu Yuan for some reason. "Bar, you're a brother con." While Lu Yuan wasn't paying attention, Feng Yulin leaned close to Lu Ji's ear and whispered. Lu Ji blushed slightly. She glanced at Lu Yuan and found that he was hailing a taxi on the side of the road and didn't pay attention to her. She immediately hit back, "Bar, you nymphomaniac. Brother control. Anthomaniac." Brother control. Anthemaniac. It was not until Lu Yuan called a taxi that the two stopped attacking each other. Brother Lu Yuan, you and I should sit in the back. Isn't Lu Ji a bit car sick? Let her sit in the front, where the view is better. Feng Yulin opened the back door of the car and spoke to Lu Ji very considerately. Yes, then. Lu Yuan nodded and was about to agree when he heard Lu Ji immediately refuse. No, I want to sit in the back. Whoever pays can sit in the front. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Yuan's reaction, he sat in the back row. When passing by Feng Yulin, he even snorted provocatively. This damn brother complex. Seeing this, Feng Yulin had no choice but to grit her teeth and glare at her best friend hatefully, then smiled sweetly at Lu Yuan and reluctantly sat in the back row with Lu Ji. Lu Yuan naturally didn't care. He shrugged and sat in the passenger seat. What are you two planning to eat for lunch? After getting in the car, Lu Yuan asked while fastening his seat belt. I want to eat. Lu Ji was about to answer when she heard Feng Yulin quickly say, I can do anything. I'll follow brother Lu Yuan's arrangements. After saying that, he smiled sweetly at Lu Yuan. Lu Ji opened her mouth, secretly pinched her best friend's thigh, and had no choice but to follow suit. Okay, brother, you arrange it. Lu Yuan naturally didn't know about their open and secret struggle between his sister and his best friend. Hearing this, he said to the driver, then let's go to Huayu City. Huayucheng is the top shopping and dining center in Huajing. Whether you are looking for shopping, food or movies, you can get what you want there. Lu Ji and Feng Yulin naturally agreed. There was no conversation along the way, and soon the three of them arrived at Huayu City. After storing the luggage, Lu Ji looked at the crowds of people and said, Brother, I'm not hungry yet. How about we walk around and play for a while? Hearing the word play, Feng Yulin nodded and agreed, yes, brother Lu Yuan, please accompany us for a walk. Naturally, Lu Yuan had no objection. He bought a cup of milk tea for each of them and then followed them around casually. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived near an amusement park. Seeing a row of claw machines at the entrance of the amusement park, Lu Ji became interested and said excitedly, Brother, I want to play this. Okay. Lu Yuan naturally didn't care. After scanning the code beside the machine and exchanging 40 coins for 100 yuan, Lu Yuan handed them to them and said, I'm going to rest over there for a while, you guys play first. Okay, go ahead, bro. After Lu Ji took the coin, she no longer cared about Lu Yuan and excitedly pulled Feng Yulin to catch the dolls. Seeing Lu Yuan sitting on a chair to rest, Feng Yulin wanted to follow him, but Lu Ji insisted on pulling her to play claw machine, so she had to give up the opportunity to be alone with Lu Yuan. Xiao Liu, do you want to have a competition between the two of us? Seeing that she couldn't be alone with Lu Yuan, Feng Yulin could only vent her anger on Lu Ji. We each have 20 coins, and whoever catches less loses. Xiao Liu was Feng Yulin's nickname for Lu Ji, and Lu Ji usually called Feng Yulin Dalin. Although Feng Yulin was young, she had a big mind and always attracted the attention of countless boys during physical education class. Hearing Feng Yulin's suggestion, Lu Ji immediately laughed, Dalin, I'm not bragging. I may not be confident in other things, but when it comes to catching dolls, I am a real expert. Cut. Feng Yulin curled her lips and said, You talk as if I'm so bad. To tell you the truth, I've been called the king of catching dolls since I was a child. Since you're not convinced, let's compete once. Lu Ji asked, What's the bet? As for the bet, Feng Yulin thought for a moment and said, If I lose, I will call you sister from now on. Playing so big. Lu Ji was a little surprised when she heard this. The reason why Feng Yulin and Lu Ji became friends is that they were born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but in terms of specific time, Feng Yulin was born half an hour earlier than Lu Ji, so the two often joked about this. Therefore, Feng Yulin has always regarded herself as an elder sister. It was somewhat beyond Lu Ji's expectation that she was willing to make a bet on this at this time. But then Lu Ji thought of something and asked cautiously, What if I lose? Hey. Feng Yulin showed a triumphant smile on her face, If you lose, I don't want you to call me sister, just call me sister-in-law. Lu Ji. So you are waiting for me here? Seeing Lu Ji's awkward expression, Feng Yulin started to challenge her, Hey, Xiao Liu, you're not afraid of losing to me and you don't dare to compete with me, right? Lu Ji didn't buy her tricks and said, Don't provoke me. Unless my brother really likes you, I will never betray my brother. Seeing that Lu Ji didn't agree, Feng Yulin continued to deliberately provoke her. Humph, I think you are brother complex. What's wrong with me being a brother complex? I'm happy with it. If you have the ability, you can ask your uncle and aunt to give you another brother. Lu Ji smiled proudly. Feng Yulin. Knowing that this bet was doomed to fail, Feng Yulin could only say, then let's change the conditions. If you lose, after we graduate from high school, if I still want to pursue your brother, you have to be my wingman. No problem. Lu Ji agreed without any hesitation. She is of course not really a brother complex, and if her best friend could become her sister-in-law, she would be happy to see it happen. Besides, who can predict what will happen 2 years from now? On this side, Lu Yuan naturally didn't know that he had been sold out by his sister, and was still leisurely watching videos. Chapter 10 Doll Catcher. Congratulations, you have won a Yuan Da too. Congratulations, you have won a Qing Dynasty snuff bottle. Congratulations, you have won the first floor of the commercial office building in Zhonghai City. Congratulations, you have won a Gulfstream G550 private jet. Congratulations, you have won a private island in the Caribbean. Looking at the prompts that kept popping up from the system, Lu Yuan yawned lightly, without any excitement. For him, who has star destroyers and private planets hidden in the system space, these treasures are hardly attractive to him. Moreover, because he basically had no way to enjoy these properties and could only look at them, Lu Yuan even felt a little bored. Forget it, let's go check on Xiaoji and the others. Lu Yuan put away his phone and came behind Lu Ji and the others. Brother Lu Yuan, you're here. Feng Yulin had been keeping an eye on Lu Yuan, and when she saw him coming, she greeted him sweetly. Well, are you two having a doll catching competition? Lu Yuan asked curiously. Yes, we are competing to see who can catch more. Lu Ji answered casually, and suddenly, her expression changed, and she asked with a smile, Brother, why don't you help Daylin catch it? She will lose to me soon. Hearing Lu Ji say this, Feng Yulin was delighted, thinking that her good sister was finally going to sacrifice her own brother for the greater good, she was going to offer her brother to her. But soon, before the joy on her face faded, she saw Lu Yuan waving his hand and saying, Forget it, forget it. I've never played this before. If I get started, I might not be able to catch any. It's better not to cause trouble for Feng Yulin. Feng Yulin finally understood that Lu Ji was not thinking about herself at all, but was clearly trying to use Lu Yuan to make her lose the game. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glare at her best friend. Lu Zhui's did not feel the slightest bit of shame for having her plan exposed, and continued, It's okay, it's just a competition, it's no big deal if you lose, right, Daylin? Feng Yulin. If eyes could transform into sword energy, Feng Yulin believed that Lu Ji would have been killed by her thousands of times already. She knew that Lu Ji was plotting this openly, relying on the fact that she didn't dare to reveal the bet to others that she was acting so unscrupulously. Therefore, Feng Yulin had to grit her teeth and said, Yes, Brother Lu Yuan, it's just a competition, just play for me. Looking at the subtle and mysterious atmosphere between Lu Ji and Feng Yulin, Lu Yuan sensed something was wrong. But he didn't think much about it, and said thoughtfully, Well, wait for me for a while, I will watch the tutorial of the claw machine first. It's okay, bro, you can look at it as you like. Hearing this, Lu Ji waved her hand magnanimously. In her opinion, how could someone who had never played a claw machine before become a master just by watching a video once? What a joke! Although Feng Yulin thought so too, she couldn't help but say when she saw Lu Ji's arrogant look, Xiao Liu, you should know that pride will lead to failure. Don't be happy too soon. Yes, you are right. I must not make the mistake of being arrogant and underestimating the enemy. I will reflect on myself. Lu Ji had an expression that said, You're right, I admit my mistake. Seeing her like this, Feng Yulin wanted to put her in the claw machine, grab her, throw her down, grab her, throw her down. At this moment, Lu Yuan, who was watching the doll catching tutorial, finally received the long-awaited system prompt. Congratulations, you have mastered the art of catching dolls. With a thought, he took out their Mastery of Catching Dolls skill card. Silently say, Use. Soon, a lot of knowledge related to catching dolls automatically appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. After absorbing all the knowledge, Lu Yuan raised his head and smiled at the two of them. Okay, I've almost learned it. Can we start catching now? Sure. Lu Ji immediately said, Well, brother, don't accuse me of taking advantage of you. Since you have never played before, then our previous results will not count. Let's start from the beginning, how about that? Well, Xiao Liu, you are still speaking human language. Feng Yulin hugged Lu Ji's shoulders after hearing this. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan shook his head and said, since it's a competition, of course it has to be fair. Let's go by your previous results. How were your results before? Just now, each of us caught 10 times, and Xiao Liu caught 3, but I only caught 1. Feng Yulin gave the answer immediately. Only 2 missing? Easy. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, then can we start? Certainly. Lu Ji extended her hand to Lu Yuan, since you are so confident, why don't you go first? Okay. Lu Yuan came to a claw machine with a smile, put in a coin, and started to operate the claw hook. Seeing Lu Yuan's operation so fast, Feng Yulin couldn't help but show a trace of worry on her face. Brother Lu Yuan, don't move so fast, it will affect the feeling if it's too fast. Lu Yuan smiled and said, don't worry, even though I move fast, I can control it. Listening to the terrible conversation between the two, the somewhat precocious Lu Ji couldn't help but blush brightly. But at the same time, seeing Lu Yuan's reckless look, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that she was in a safe position. However, before she could finish her breath, she heard Feng Yulin scream, "Arr! Brother Lu Yuan, you really caught him." Lu Ji quickly looked towards the claw machine, and sure enough, she saw a yellow Pikachu falling directly from the hook to the exit. Feng Yulin couldn't wait to bend down and take the Pikachu out from underneath. After taking it out, Feng Yulin looked at Lu Ji with a triumphant smile on her face. Har har, Xiao Liu, see, I am only 1 step away from you now. It's just luck. There's nothing to be happy about. Lu Ji said this somewhat unnaturally. Brother Lu Yuan, Xiao Liu still refuses to accept the situation. Hurry up and put a stop to her arrogance. Feng Yulin immediately complained to Lu Yuan. No problem. Lu Yuan smiled and then operated the joystick again. Just like the first time, Lu Yuan's movements maintained a steady, accurate and ruthless rhythm. Because it was related to whether she could catch up with Lu Ji, Feng Yulin was very nervous and kept whispering, Brother Lu Yuan, slow down, don't be so fast, I'm too nervous, I can't stand this. Lu Ji. Before Lu Ji could complain about the ambiguity in her best friend's words, her eyes suddenly widened. She saw that the second Pikachu was caught by Lu Yuan again. How is this possible? Seeing the 2 Pikachus in Feng Yulin's hands, Lu Ji looked incredulous. Feng Yulin was secretly delighted by Lu Ji's stunned look. She hung 2 Pikachus on her chest and said proudly, Oh, Xiao Liu, I accidentally caught up with your score. What's so great about that? If you have the guts, ask my brother to catch another one for you. Lu Ji continued to maintain a stubborn attitude. Brother Lu Yuan, look. Feng Yulin naturally complained to Lu Yuan again, and even took the opportunity to hug Lu Yuan's arm. It made Lu Ji feel so angry just watching from the side. Lu Yuan was unaware of the open and secret struggles between the two. After smiling, he continued to attack. With the help of their mastery of catching dolls skill, Lu Yuan made 10 moves in total and took out 8 stuffed toys extremely efficiently. Looking at the pile of stuffed toys in Feng Yulin's arms, Lu Ji no longer had the desire to compete with her brother. No, brother, didn't you say this was your first time playing claw machines? How come you caught so many? Lu Ji asked in disbelief. Not only her, but even Feng Yulin looked at Lu Yuan curiously. I just lied to you. I've played this game countless times before. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not say that he had just learned the skill by watching the catching dolls teaching video, so he could only answer like this. Lu Ji suddenly realized, but then she said coquettishly, No, brother, I am your biological sister, you have to help me catch it, I want Pikachu too. Etc. Hearing this, Feng Yulin quickly said, Brother Lu Yuan can help you catch the dolls, but the dolls he catches cannot be counted towards your score. She still remembered the bet they made. Lu Ji no longer cared about that and said, Okay, I lose this game, isn't that enough? Brother, help me catch a Pikachu. Seeing Lu Ji admit defeat, Feng Yulin laughed and then complained, Xiao Liu, are you stupid? What other Pikachu do you want? I have several here. It would be better to let Brother Lu Yuan help us catch other ones. Yeah, catch something else. Lu Ji finally reacted at this time, we have to take all the best toys here. Yes, catch them all in one swoop. Feng Yulin also shouted excitedly. Then, in the following time, Lu Yuan turned into a doll catching tool, helping Lu Ji and Feng Yulin to constantly grab various toys. In the end, the three of them almost became the focus of the entire mall. There is no other reason, there are just too many toys hanging on Lu Ji and Feng Yulin. Two long-armed monkeys were tied to his hands, shoulders, chest, back, and even legs. Some passers-by who saw Lu Yuan's amazing skills in catching dolls came to him and wanted to pay him to help them catch the toys. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, Lu Yuan and the other two had no time to eat. They quickly picked up their luggage, took for full bags of stuffed toys, and left Huayu City in a taxi. What the three didn't know was that the video of them catching dolls in the mall had been filmed by a passerby and uploaded to the internet. Chapter 11 I won't eat a single bite of your cooking. A doll catching expert appeared in Huayu City. After a passerby uploaded a short video with this title to the internet, the video quickly became popular. In the video, a handsome boy skillfully manipulates the joystick, the grappling hook drops quickly, accurately grabs the plush toy, and then easily puts it into the exit. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Every time the man grabbed a toy, the two young and beautiful girls beside him would cheer, and these two girls were already covered with countless toys. Have you ever seen a grappling hook drop from the sky? Looking up to the sky, is this doll catching technique really something that humans can master? After seeing your skill in grabbing dolls, I've decided to make you my friend. Those two girls are so happy, their bodies are covered with toys. Drool. Yes, looking at all the furry toys on them, it seems like Rua. Ahem, let's not beat around the bush, who can tell me the contact information of the girl in the video, Shy? Judging from their school uniforms, they seem to be students from number 9 middle school. These two young ladies are really beautiful. Yes, and they don't wear any makeup, they are completely natural, completely different from those internet celebrities. Why are you only staring at girls? Am I the only one who thinks boys who grab dolls are handsome? Covering face. You're not the only one. I also think boys who grab dolls are so handsome. To be honest, I want to be this little brother's girlfriend. It doesn't matter if I catch the doll or not. I just want to start a relationship. Lu Yuan didn't know about the video yet. After sending Feng Yulin, who was almost jumping when walking because she had too many toys, home, he and Lu Ji rushed home. Xiaoji, you asked me to dress more flamboyantly yesterday, was it because of Fu Hang? On the way, Lu Yuan asked. Lu Ji nodded and said in a depressed tone, he has been courting me ever since he transferred here. I said I didn't want to date anymore, but he still kept pestering me. So you want me to dress more conspicuously so that he will back off after seeing me? Lu Yuan asked with a smile. Yes, he. Lu Ji smiled embarrassedly. Brother, am I being a little childish? What's childish? Lu Yuan reached out and rubbed Lu Ji's head, and said softly, I am your brother. Since you don't like him, of course I have to find a way to get him away from you. There was a doting expression on his face, but his eyes were cold. Fu Hang, huh? When he got home, Lu Yuan's parents were not at home. Lu Yuan and the other man were obviously accustomed to this situation. After returning to their room and changing into home clothes, they went to the kitchen together and prepared lunch tacitly. Xiaoji, let me tell you, you are in for a treat today. Lu Yuan said with a smile while preparing the meal. You have to know that he is now proficient in all the cooking skills of the 8 major cuisines, so even applying to be a royal chef is no problem. What good thing is there, just your cooking skills? Lu Ji naturally didn't know about this. While washing the vegetables, she complained bluntly, if I hadn't forgotten when I came back, I would have wanted to make 2 bowls of instant noodles to fill my stomach at noon. Hey! Lu Yuan pretended to be angry and said, how dare you say that about your brother's cooking skills? Let me tell you, Lu Ji, a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. Your brother has already had an epiphany in cooking skills. Do you understand? Yes, Master Lu Yuan, you are now a high monk who has attained enlightenment. Once you pass away, you will ascend to paradise and become a living bodhisattva in charge of cooking. Lu Ji agreed without sincerity. Who did you learn all these little words from? Lu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that Lu Ji had no intention of paying attention to him, Lu Yuan had an idea and said with a wicked smile, well, Xiaoji, you don't think highly of my cooking skills, so why don't you go downstairs and buy some instant noodles now? Just don't regret it when you see the food I cook later. Hearing this, Lu Ji immediately spread out her white palm in front of Lu Yuan. What? Lu Yuan was stunned. Give me money. How can I buy instant noodles without money? Lu Ji answered as a matter of course. No. Lu Yuan was surprised and asked, Lu Ji, Mom gives you a lot of living expenses every month, right? You don't even have money left to buy instant noodles. There are some left. Lu Ji answered confidently, but don't I have to save some private money for myself in case of emergency? Then I don't want private money. Lu Yuan said angrily. You're not married, what do you need private money for? Seeing that Lu Yuan wanted to continue talking, Lu Ji simply reached into Lu Yuan's pocket to take out his cell phone without waiting for him to take out the money. Hey, what are you doing, you crazy girl? Are you going to rob me if I don't give you money? Lu Yuan subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he was washing vegetables and his movements were inconvenient. Plus, he didn't really want to give Lu Ji money, so he symbolically dodged a few times and then let Lu Ji take his phone away. Okay, brother, I'm going to buy some instant noodles. You can just cook at home. Shaking Lu Yuan's phone, Lu Jijia ran out of the house with a smile. This girl. Looking at Lu Ji's back as she walked out, Lu Yuan smiled helplessly, but then a sinister look appeared on his face. Since you don't know how to seize the opportunity, don't blame me for being rude. I'll cook the dishes slowly and serve them out after you finish your instant noodles. Lu Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing when he thought about the scene where Lu Ji would be full and could only stare at the delicious food he made. Not long after, Lu Ji came back from the community supermarket with instant noodles and spicy strips. Brother, are you sure you don't want to eat instant noodles? Do you really want to cook for yourself? Lu Ji obviously didn't know what was going to happen next, and she was still bragging to Lu Yuan, I also bought some spicy noodles tilde. I don't want to eat. You eat first. Lu Yuan answered calmly. Alas, good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Since you don't want to eat it, I will reluctantly eat your share as well. Seeing that Lu Yuan was obstinate, Lu Ji stopped trying to persuade him, boiled some water, and soaked the 2 bags of instant noodles together. Oh, this old-style pickled cabbage tastes so good. After it was done, Lu Ji deliberately ate it while praising loudly, especially when paired with spicy strips. This taste is amazing. Looking at his little sister's exaggerated expression, and thinking about the scene when his meal would be ready later, Lu Yuan almost couldn't help laughing out loud. However, Lu Ji saw his expression of trying not to laugh as regret, so she reached out and grabbed the bowl of instant noodles in front of her, and said warily, What are you looking at? This is my noodles, you are not allowed to eat it. If you want to eat it, go buy it yourself. Okay, I won't eat it. I won't eat it. Seeing that Lu Ji still regarded instant noodles as a treasure, Lu Yuan was worried that he would laugh out loud, so he quickly turned around and continued to prepare the meal. Not long after, Lu Ji finished the instant noodles. She patted her slightly bulging belly and said to Lu Yuan, Little Lu, since you worked so hard to prepare the meal, I will give you this bowl of old-style pickled cabbage soup that I left over. Go, you have the nerve to let me drink the leftover instant noodle soup you ate. Lu Yuan scolded with a smile. Look, you just said you had an epiphany in cooking, but haven't you ever heard of 10% nutrition and 70% soup? Lu Ji said disdainfully, the essence of this instant noodle is all in the soup. Go and do your homework. I'll make the food later. Just don't ask for it. Lu Yuan waved his hand. I want to eat your cooking. Lu Ji's eyes widened, as if she had heard some big joke, and she shouted, Even if I, Lu Ji, never pass an exam, I will never take the initiative to eat a bite of the food you cook. Chapter 12 It smells so good. After finishing her heroic words, Lu Ji held her head high and left the kitchen. Arriving at her room, she took out her books from her bag and started doing her homework. She had just been writing for a while when she heard the sound of chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen. Why is the sound so fast? Lu Ji became curious and quietly went to the living room and peeked into the kitchen. Then, she saw Lu Yuan holding a kitchen knife and quickly cutting something on the chopping board. Is it really my brother who made the noise? Lu Ji was secretly surprised when she saw this, because Lu Yuan didn't have the demeanor of a chef when he cooked in the past 2 months. Before Lu Ji could finish her sigh, she saw Lu Yuan skillfully begin to heat up the pan, add oil, and add ingredients. His various movements were so smooth that she was dazzled. Especially when the scene of Lu Yuan flipping the spoon with one hand and adding seasoning to the pot with the other hand appeared, she forgot that she was still peeking and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother, your cooking movements are too handsome, aren't they?" Lu Yuan turned his head to look at her and said with a smile, "Don't think I will let you eat just because you praise me. TSK, I was just praising your cooking skills, I didn't say. Lu Ji originally wanted to say that she didn't mention the fragrance of the dishes cooked by Lu Yuan, but halfway through her words, as the heat was just right, a rich aroma came into her nose. Her nose twitched subconsciously a few times, and she couldn't say the next words. Gulp. Lu Ji swallowed her saliva, stared at the wok, and couldn't help asking, "Brother, what are you cooking?" "Lotus slices." As he spoke, Lu Yuan poured the fried lotus root slices into a plate beside him. As the shiny, white, plump lotus root slices slid into the plate, the fragrant aroma became more and more intense. Especially when Lu Yuan sprinkled a layer of emerald green onions on the white lotus root slices, Lu Ji couldn't help drooling at the sight of it. Ahem, that. Lu Ji carefully moved to the dining table and asked tentatively, "Brother, do you think I can still grow?" "Not any longer. I've already passed the growth period. This is how I'll be for the rest of my life." Lu Yuan knew what Lu Ji meant by this, and he gave the answer while holding back his laughter. Lu Ji. Seeing that the roundabout way of saving the country did not work, Lu Ji stopped hiding her thoughts and sat down at the dining table directly. She picked up the chopsticks and started to pick up the lotus root slices on the plate. However, although she moved quickly, Lu Yuan moved even faster. Before her chopsticks touched the food, Lu Yuan had already taken the plate away. Don't steal my food." Seeing Lu Yuan taking the plate away, Lu Ji suddenly became anxious and stretched out her chopsticks to pick up the food, but her 1.6-meter height was obviously not enough in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan held the plate above his head, and Lu Ji had no choice. "Student Lu Ji, someone just said that he would not eat a single bite of the food I cooked even if he failed the exam." Lu Yuan teased deliberately. "Impossible." Lu Ji shook her head seriously. "How could there be anyone in this world who would be indifferent to the food you cooked, and even make such a ridiculous oath?" "Absolutely not." Seeing his sister's serious look, Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and then asked, "What about the plates later?" I'll brush it, please leave it all to me. If you snatch it from me, I'll get angry with you." Lu Ji immediately rushed to answer. "That's more like it." Lu Yuan chuckled and put the plate in his hand back on the table. Before Lu Yuan put the plate down, Lu Ji couldn't wait to pick up a piece of lotus root and put it in her mouth. When the lotus root slices entered her mouth, Lu Ji immediately felt a rich fragrance exploding between her tongue and mouth. As the lotus root slices were bitten off by her teeth, the crisp taste mixed with the strange aromatic substances seemed to dance on her taste buds. Fragrant. Crisp. Sweet. Acid. All kinds of wonderful tastes mixed together formed a fatal attraction that made Lu Ji unable to stop. Just this piece of lotus root completely conquered Lu Ji. She closed her eyes slightly, chewed carefully, feeling every subtle change in the taste of the lotus root slices in her mouth, her face full of satisfaction. After a while, she slowly uttered 2 words. "It smells so good." Seeing Lu Ji's intoxicated look, Lu Yuan was a little dumbfounded. Could it be that my cooking proficiency also gives me the ability to cause hallucinations? "Xiaoji, do you have to be so exaggerated?" Lu Yuan complained. "Exaggerate." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Ji was unhappy. "I won't allow you to belittle this dish like this." Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan's dazed expression, Lu Ji finally came back to her senses and explained with a slightly red face, "Brother, I really don't mean to be exaggerated, but this dish is just so delicious." Yeah. Seeing Lu Ji's serious expression, Lu Yuan also picked up a piece of lotus root and put it into his mouth with doubt. After chewing it twice, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "The taste of this lotus root slice seems to be much better than I imagined." He was a little surprised. Because according to my memory of my cooking proficiency, this stir-fried lotus root slices should not be this delicious. With doubt, Lu Yuan picked up another piece and tasted it. This time, after carefully savoring the change in the taste of the lotus root slices, Lu Yuan finally realized. "I see. All the culinary proficiency I gained has merged on its own." Previously, he had always believed that the culinary proficiency he had acquired in various cuisines was independent of each other, but he forgot that skills of the same type can be applied to other similar cases. When all the cooking skills of these cuisines were gathered on Lu Yuan, his subconscious mind began to automatically integrate the cooking knowledge of these cuisines. In other words, although his current cooking skills come from the system, they are already superior to the system. Wait, if the cooking skills of various cuisines can be integrated, then, what about other skills? Thinking of this, Lu Yuan quickly recalled the other skills he had mastered in his mind. As he recalled this, Lu Yuan discovered that, just as he expected, many skills that could enhance each other had been automatically merged successfully, upgrading this skill to the plus version. For example, acting and ventriloquism made Lu Yuan's acting even more amazing. Gymnastics and grappling made Lu Yuan's grappling skills even more powerful. Programming and hacking made both of them more powerful. While Lu Yuan was recalling the skills in his mind, Lu Ji was not idle at all, constantly picking up and chopping chopsticks. When Lu came to his senses, he saw that she had eaten a full plate of fried lotus root slices. She was leaning back in the chair, stroking her bulging belly with a look of satisfaction. No. Seeing this, Lu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoji, you ate the whole plate. Aren't you full? I have to eat even if I am full. Lu Ji said weakly. Lu Yuan. Forget it, forget it. Go take a walk downstairs to help digest the food. Don't get an upset stomach. Lu Yuan waved his hand and said. Lu Ji also felt that her stomach was indeed a little uncomfortable, so she immediately stood up and prepared to go out. Before leaving, seeing Lu Yuan still in the kitchen, Lu Ji asked, Brother, what are you doing again? Of course it's cooking. Lu Yuan said unhappily, You ate all my food, so of course I have to cook another one. Another one? Lu Ji immediately recalled the aroma of the fried lotus root slices that made her want to eat more. Her mouth started to water again. She sat down at the table again and picked up her chopsticks. Then I want to eat too. Do you want to starve yourself to death? Lu Yuan picked up Lu Ji and pushed her out. Go downstairs to digest your food. You are not allowed to come back in half an hour. No, brother, please let me eat a little more, just a little, one bite, okay. Lu Ji kept begging. However, her strength was no match for Lu Yuan. Even though she used all her strength, she was still easily pushed out of the door by Lu Yuan. Bang! Looking at the door closed by Lu Yuan, Lu Ji felt like crying but had no tears. She knocked on the door twice and saw that Lu Yuan didn't respond. She knew that her brother had made up his mind, so she had to go downstairs for a walk unwillingly. Half an hour later, Lu Ji returned home almost on time. Lu Yuan had just opened the door, and before he had time to complain about his sister's punctuality, she pushed him open and ran towards the kitchen. Fish-flavored shredded pork, it's my favorite. Following a scream, Lu Yuan heard the sound of Lu Ji slurping her food. 10 minutes later. Looking at Lu Ji, who was leaning on the sofa and burping with her mouth full of red oil, Lu Yuan teased, Xiaoji, if you keep eating like this, I think you will weigh more than 200 kilograms by the time summer vacation comes. I don't want to listen. Lu Ji covered her ears, shook her head and shouted, Anyway, I just want to eat the food you cook. Lu Yuan. Chapter 13 Batman Chariot. Just as the two were talking, Lu Ji's cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Feng Yulin calling. Hey, Dalen, what's going on? Before Lu Ji finished her words, she heard an excited voice coming from the phone. Xiao Liu, we are famous, did you know that? What's hot? Lu Ji was confused. It's the video of your brother catching dolls. Feng Yulin said loudly, I don't know who uploaded the video of us catching dolls to the internet, and then your brother was called Doll Brother by netizens, and the two of us who entered the country also became famous. Baby brother. Hearing this shocking name, a crow flew over Lu Ji's head. However, Feng Yulin's attention was obviously not on this. She continued excitedly, not only online, but even in the class group, people are teasing that we are going to become big stars. Even the class group knows about it. Lu Ji was even more confused after hearing this. Yeah, haven't you been checking your phone? Everyone in the group is adding us. Feng Yulin asked curiously. No, I was just eating. Lu Ji shook her head. Then take a quick look. I'm going to hang up now. I need to think carefully about whether I should get a new hairstyle when school starts. Having said that, Feng Yulin hung up the phone. What's wrong? After Lu Ji hung up the phone, Lu Yuan asked casually, was that Feng Yulin's call just now? I heard her chattering. Yes, that's right. It was Dalen who called. Lu Ji still couldn't believe it and said, she said we are famous. What does it mean to be popular? Lu Yuan asked curiously. Brother, the video of you grabbing the doll was uploaded to the internet, and netizens called you doll brother. Lu Ji repeated Feng Yulin's words while searching the internet for news. Brother doll. Hearing his own nickname, Lu Yuan was speechless. Even calling him catching doll's brother would be fine, why must one word be omitted? Here, Lu Ji indeed found many hot news about the three of them on the internet. Brother, we are really going to be famous. Lu Ji couldn't help but feel excited when she saw that the information about the three of them catching dolls had ranked 28th on Weibo's hot search list. Oh. In response to this, Lu Yuan remained very calm, and even looked a little solemn. He still remembered the cold look in Fu Heng's eyes when he left in the morning. If Lu Ji became famous because of this video, it would definitely stimulate the other party to take dangerous actions. What's wrong, brother, are you unhappy? Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't look happy at all, Lu Ji asked curiously. Lu Yuan shook his head and asked, Feng Yulin just said that all the students in your class know about this. Yes, even the teacher is teasing us. Lu Ji switched her phone to the class group and waved it at Lu Yuan. Really? When Lu Yuan saw this, his heart sank. Since the class group knows, Fu Heng must know it too. Thinking of the other party's cold look when he left in the morning, Lu Yuan's mind turned. After a while, he stood up and said, Xiaoji, you can play at home by yourself. I'm going to go out for a while. Oh, then be careful on the road. Lu Ji answered casually while checking the news about the three of them on the internet. After leaving home, Lu Yuan took a taxi to a pawn shop. Hello, sir. What business do you want to handle? After entering the door, a waiter came over to ask questions immediately. I want to pawn my watch. Lu Yuan spoke. Then please follow me. The waiter led Lu Yuan to a reception room, where a middle-aged man was observing something with a magnifying glass. Many brand-name watches are displayed in display cabinets around the room. Manager Li, this gentleman wants to pawn his watch. The waiter reported to Manager Li. Hello sir, may I ask your name? Manager Li stood up and shook hands with Lu Yuan. Hello, Manager Li. My last name is Lu. Lu Yuan shook hands with Manager Li. Mr. Lu, what watch do you want to pawn? Manager Li asked with a smile. Patek Philippe. Lu Yuan pretended to take out a Patek Philippe watch and a matching QR code tag from his bag, but actually took them out from the system space and placed them on the desk. Hey, this is Patek Philippe R00513. When Manager Li saw the watch Lu Yuan took out, he was shocked. He quickly put on gloves and carefully took it from the desk. After observing for a long time, Manager Li asked in surprise, Mr. Lu, from what I can see, it seems that you have rarely worn this watch. Lu Yuan nodded without any intention of explaining. Nonsense, could he still say that this watch was a brand new model that the system had rewarded him with this morning and he had never worn it before? Manager Li observed Lu Yuan's expression and knew that he would not get any useful information from him. He also thought that the QR code tag was real, which meant that the watch was a genuine Patek Philippe and came from a legitimate source, so he simply stopped asking questions. He groaned for a moment and said, according to the current market situation of Patek Philippe, if this watch is pawned, I can give you 900,000. If it is pawned alive, according to. Without waiting for the other party to finish introducing himself, Lu Yuan said directly, no need to pawn him alive, just pawn him dead. Of course he would choose to die. With the existence of the system, can't he have as many Patek Philippes as he wants? Okay, then Mr. Lu, please come with me to complete the formalities. Seeing Lu Yuan's firm attitude, if it weren't for the fact that the watch had all the necessary documentation, Manager Li would have almost suspected that it was stolen property. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan left the pawn shop with an extra 900,000 yuan in his bank card. Afterwards, he took a taxi to the suburbs and rented a warehouse with complete water, electricity and internet access. After the intermediary and warehouse staff left, Lu Yuan closed the warehouse door, and then with a thought, a streamlined black sports car full of technology appeared in the warehouse. It was Batman's car. Looking at the futuristic super tank in front of him, even though Lu Yuan was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. After all, what man doesn't he like driving? According to the instructions for use that came with the system, Lu Yuan gently pressed his palm on the car door. Brush. A light blue circle of light suddenly lit up in the palm area, and then a scanning line quickly passed across Lu Yuan's palm. A mechanical English voice came from the car. The palm print scan has passed, please enter the voice print data. Lu Yuan entered his voice print data again. Voice print data entry completed, please issue instructions. The mechanical female voice came again. Open the door and switch to Chinese mode. Lu Yuan spoke. The San mode is switching, Chinese mode switched successfully. Just after Lu Yuan entered the cockpit, he saw that all the system information on the large screen in front of him had changed to Chinese. It's worthy of being called the Batmobile. Although Batman's technology is much inferior to Iron Man's, it is still higher than that of Earth. Seeing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but nodded secretly. With proficiency in programming, hardware, hacking and other skills in his mind, Lu Yuan can tell at a glance that the intelligence of the Batmobile's onboard supercomputer alone is enough to crush a number of major technology companies on the Earth. Call out all computing permissions. Lu Yuan spoke to the in-car smart computer. All system permissions have been released. Soon, all permissions of the in-car smart computer were released to Lu Yuan. Wow, this is truly the Batmobile. The computing power of the onboard computer has reached 100 trillion times per second, which is comparable to a supercomputer. After seeing the capabilities of the Batmobile's onboard computer, even Lu Yuan couldn't help but be amazed. And, most importantly, this onboard computer can actually be powered only by the car's own energy. It's simply outrageous. But soon Lu Yuan no longer had time to think about those things. After all, everyone knows that in the American comic world, technology is equivalent to Speed Force, Magic, and Yellow Sun. Anyway, they are all plug-ins for the protagonist. But with the support of the Batmobile supercomputer, my next move will be much easier. Chapter 14: A Great Opportunity. Crackling. Crackling. There were bursts of rapid typing sounds coming from the tank's computer keyboard. Lines of code appeared on the holographic screen in front of Lu Yuan like a waterfall. With the help of hacker skills and the chariot's intelligent computer, Lu Yuan quickly wrote several intrusion tools. Afterwards, Lu Yuan connected to the warehouse's Wi-Fi, hijacked dozens of zombie computers as a springboard, and then relied on the invincible computing power of the supercomputer to easily invade the telecommunications server. Relying on Fu Heng's mobile phone number obtained from Lu Ji, Lu Yuan quickly located Fu Heng's mobile phone, and successfully implanted a Trojan horse on his mobile phone with the backdoor scanned by the supercomputer. A moment later, except for Fu Heng's mobile phone which was still in his hand, all other information including documents, files, account passwords, etc. in the mobile phone had been backed up in the Batmobile. When Lu Yuan read through this information, he couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain on his face. From the information, Lu Yuan learned that Fu Heng's father was named Fu Yulong, who was the founder of a large company and was worth billions. When Fu Heng was 10 years old, Fu Yulong sent him to study in the United States, hoping that Fu Heng could become a talent through the advanced education abroad. Unfortunately, with ample funds in hand and without his parents' supervision, Fu Heng led a decadent life of debauchery abroad. Taking drugs, having bad relationships, and having uncensored parties are commonplace. Moreover, according to the US government criminal record database hacked by Lu Yuan, when Fu Heng was abroad, he had even participated in gang fights and was detained for 3 months. In the end, Fu Yulong spent tens of millions to get his son out. It was precisely because of these things that Fu Heng was transferred from abroad to China to study. However, after returning to China, Fu Heng was only slightly more restrained than when he was abroad. Because Fu Yulong was busy with work and his mother doted on him, Fu Heng's style did not change much in China. It was after Fu Yulong sent him to No. 9 middle school, a boarding high school, this month that Fu Heng was no longer able to lead a comfortable life. But during this month-long vacation, Fu Heng, who had been detained for a month, was finally ready to relax. From Fu Heng's latest chat records, Lu Yuan learned that Fu Heng was going to a bar to party with a group of friends tonight. And Lu Yuan knew even more that among these friends, there happened to be one who had received medicine from Fu Heng. God help me, it looks like tonight is a perfect opportunity. After reading Fu Heng's chat records, Lu Yuan was secretly surprised. Afterwards, using the Trojan horse implanted in Fu Heng's mobile phone, Lu Yuan monitored the other party's movements while waiting for the opportunity to come. Love Sea Night Bar. Fu Heng was drinking in a private room with a group of rich second-generation friends. The colorful neon lights arouse people's desires, and the harsh music vents the pleasure in their hearts. Mr. Heng, why haven't I seen you recently? On the leather sofa, a man wearing golden earrings hugged the hostess and asked loudly to Fu Heng. Fu Heng shook his head helplessly. Don't mention it, the old man sent me to school, and there is only one holiday a month. Oh. The man with the earrings teased, does this mean that young Master Heng, you want to turn over a new leaf and work hard to get into a good university? Go away, don't mention this, it's annoying. Hearing this, Fu Heng couldn't help feeling depressed as he thought about the difficult time he had spent in school in the past month. He grabbed the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Good. The man with the earrings immediately exclaimed, good, when he saw this, and then said with a sly smile, but speaking of which, young Master Heng, the female students in this middle school are also very good. Hearing this, Lu Ji's figure suddenly appeared in Fu Heng's mind. Thinking of the repeated setbacks he had suffered at her hands, and her sudden popularity today, he felt both unwilling and jealous, and said with a fierce look on his face, it's just that some bitches don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Oh. The man with the earrings rolled his eyes and asked, young Master Heng, do you want us to help you? What do you mean? Fu Heng asked curiously. Isn't that simple? The man with the earrings said with ease, young Master Heng, bring out the woman you like first, and then we will go and find the trouble. Of course, in the end, you will definitely be the hero who saves the beauty. Hearing what the man with the earrings said, Fu Heng shook his head in disdain and said, this is a routine from 800 years ago. What's the use of it? Hearing this, the man with the earrings was not angry. He leaned close to Fu Heng's ear and said in a sinister voice, if it doesn't work, don't you still have the obedient water in your hand, Master Heng? This. Fu Heng was somewhat tempted, but still had some concerns. Mr. Heng, what are you worried about? The man with the earrings sneered, I'm really worried. At worst, after taking the medicine, I can use that woman's phone to send a few messages to your phone, saying that she wants to trade with you and make a little money. Oh. Hearing the earring man say this, Fu Heng's expression changed, and then. The man with the earrings lay down on the sofa and said, afterwards, young Master Heng, you can transfer a few $100s to that little bitch. That way, even if she calls the police, you can say that she took the initiative to propose the deal. As for the obedient water, that's just a product to increase the fun. Is this possible? Fu Heng felt that the other party's routine seemed flawless, and he couldn't help but be moved. Of course. The man with the earrings smiled proudly, to be honest, Master Heng, I have successfully used this method to seduce more than a dozen bitches. More than a dozen. Fu Heng was surprised, and at the same time, he felt an urge to try it out. Yes, more than a dozen. The man with the earrings boasted, young Master Heng, I'm telling you, these women are actually very timid. You just need to tell them that you recorded a video of them, and add the information in their phones that is unfavorable to them, and tell them that even if the matter is reported to the police will believe you in the end. I can guarantee you that no woman in this world can escape from your palm. Hearing this, Fu Heng, who was still a little hesitant, suddenly became completely determined and said, okay, I'll listen to you on this matter. Thinking that Lu Ji would surrender to him by relying on this routine, Fu Heng's eyes were filled with bloodshot. That's right, as a 7-foot-tall man, we should do things with joy. The man with the earrings put his arm around Fu Heng's shoulders and asked with a smile, by the way, Master Heng, do you have any goods? I knew you couldn't help it. Fu Heng pointed at the man with the earrings and laughed. I can't help it. Your goods are too good. The man with the earrings sniffed and shuddered twice. After I used your stuff last time, I fell in love with it completely. I spent the whole night with you that night. Fuck, you're awesome, aren't you afraid that your waist will rot the next day? Fu Heng gave the man with earrings a thumbs up. Hey, who would have thought of that at the time? The man with the earrings asked impatiently, Master Heng, do you have any goods with you? Let's go to the bathroom. Fu Heng glanced cautiously at the princesses singing in the box. Well, let's go. The man with the earrings nodded in understanding and followed Fu Heng into the bathroom. A moment later, Fu Heng and the man with the earrings came out of the bathroom with excited expressions, and they seemed to be floating as they walked. Come on, let's sing. Fu Heng hugged a princess in his arms, kissed her hard, and then screamed. The man with the earrings ignored Fu Heng and just pressed the hostess next to him down. Just as Fu Heng and the man with earrings were reveling in the box, the door was suddenly pushed open and a team of fully armed police rushed in. Police! Don't move! Put your hands on your head and squat where you are. Squat down, squat down. Seeing the police come in, the princesses who were singing or drinking and the other rich second generations were all dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, they came to their senses and quickly squatted on the spot with their hands on their heads. However, they could understand what the police said, but Fu Heng and the man with earrings ignored them. One of them was still holding the microphone and singing loudly, while the other one ignored the panic and resistance of the woman under him and continued his intention to engage in group sex. Seeing that the two men were obviously under the influence of drugs, the armed police didn't care about anything else and just subdued them. What are you doing? Who are you? How dare you arrest me? Let me go, I want to sing. Get the fuck away from me. Even though they were handcuffed, Fu Heng and the other man still did not realize the situation and continued to shout as they were taken to the police station. It was not until a few hours later, when the effect of the drug wore off, that the two men finally understood what had happened, looking at the cold iron railings in front of them, and their faces turned pale. Tell me, what do you want to confess? Chapter 15, Traveling Through the Plot World Again. After watching Fu Heng being escorted into the police car, Lu Yuan sneered and turned away. Of course he was the one who called the police. In fact, he originally didn't want to let Fu Heng off so easily. When he heard through the cell phone surveillance that Fu Heng was about to drug Lu Ji, Lu Yuan actually had a strong murderous intention towards him. He would not hesitate at all just because Fu Heng had only made a plan and had not yet started. However, after comprehensively considering the skills and items he currently possessed, Lu Yuan realized that it would not be difficult to kill Fu Heng silently, but he needed time to prepare. However, he was not sure when Fu Heng would take action against Lu Ji. But Lu Ji will start school the day after tomorrow. Once Lu Ji entered the school, it would be impossible for Lu Yuan to protect her 24 hours a day. If Fu Heng chose to attack her in school, it would be too late for Lu Yuan to save her. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lu Yuan decided to send Fu Heng to prison first, and as for the future, Lu Yuan believed that with the help of the system, as long as some time passed, it would not be much more difficult for him to eliminate Fu Heng than to crush an ant. But after returning home, Lu Yuan fell into thought. This incident also shows that rewards like money and property are still quite weak when facing some cruel and ruthless people. If Lu Yuan was given some time, it would not be difficult for him to destroy Fu Heng, or even bankrupt his family. But, again, all of this takes time. On the contrary, if Lu Yuan had mastered some supernatural abilities at this time, such as invisibility, curse-killing skills, etc., Lu Yuan would not take Fu Heng seriously at all. It seems that when I watch videos in the future, even if the rate of return is not high, I must add some high-level martial arts or foreign science fiction videos. Lu Yuan made the final summary. So, in the next 2 days, when Lu Yuan watched videos, he was no longer limited to various skill-related videos. He also added Journey to the West, Investiture of the Gods, and various foreign science fiction blockbusters that he had previously given up. Although these videos still did not bring him the superpowers or magical weapons he most anticipated, the other rewards also made Lu Yuan feel that he did not waste his time. Congratulations, you have obtained a piece of vibranium. Congratulations, you have obtained a can of corpse powder. Congratulations, you have obtained a Gatling gun. Congratulations, you have won a full-time four-wheel drive electric off-road vehicle. Time flies, and it's time for Lu Ji to start school. Alas, when I think of Fu Heng in school, I don't want to go. Lu Ji said to Lu Yuan while carrying her school bag. It's okay. You can think positively. What if he transfers to another school? Lu Yuan smiled and said after hearing this. Although the charges against Fu Heng have not yet been determined, Lu Yuan knows that, based on his presence at the police station and the monitoring of Fu Yolong's cell phone, Fu Heng will still stay in prison for 2 to 3 years, even with his father's mediation. If Fu Heng was released from prison a few years later and still had ill intentions towards Lu Ji, Lu Yuan felt that it would not be too difficult for him to eliminate a scum from society at that time. Of course, Lu Yuan had no way of telling Lu Ji these things, so he could only comfort her in this way. It would be great if he transferred to another school. Lu Ji pouted and said, I don't know how happy I am. By the way, Xiaoji, Lu Yuan asked curiously, besides Fu Heng, has no other boy in school ever confessed his love to you? Based on Lu Ji's appearance, Lu Yuan felt that even without Fu Heng, he should have received many confessions of love. Of course. Lu Ji nodded and said, but those people are too childish. I didn't pay any attention to any of them. Oh. Lu Yuan nodded and said, if you have a boy you like in the future, you must tell me. If he can't even pass my test, don't try to take you away from me. Yes, yes, yes. If I find someone I like in the future, I will definitely tell you first and let you check it out for me. Hearing the concern in Lu Yuan's words, Lu Ji smiled happily and responded sweetly while hugging Lu Yuan's arm. Because her parents were busy with work, Lu Ji could almost be said to have been raised by Lu Yuan alone. The relationship between the two was much deeper than that of ordinary siblings. Therefore, Lu Ji had never thought of telling her parents about her relationship, but she did not hide it from Lu Yuan at all. Instead of going to school first, the two went to the community where Feng Yulin lived. When she came out of the community with her suitcase, Lu Ji couldn't help but shout, Da Lin, why did you cut your hair? Before, Feng Yulin had a ponytail like Lu Ji. But now, she has cut her hair to ear level, and her whole temperament looks completely different. Since we became famous on the internet, I felt that my original hairstyle was no longer worthy of my fame, so I got this new haircut yesterday. As she spoke, Feng Yulin turned around in front of Lu Ji and asked expectantly, how is my current look? Is it better than before? Compared to before? Before Lu Ji finished speaking, Feng Yulin's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she quickly ran behind her. Brother Lu Yuan, you are here too. I just saw you. It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been these days? Lu Ji, you and my brother have been separated for less than 48 hours. Har har, I've been doing okay these past few days, pretty happy. Lu Yuan didn't think much about Feng Yulin's behavior. In his mind, Feng Yulin was just Lu Ji's good friend. Brother Lu Yuan. Feng Yulin asked Lu Yuan nervously, do you think my current look is good? After asking, she stared at Lu Yuan closely, fearing that he would say the words, not good looking. Lu Yuan looked Feng Yulin up and down and said with a smile, very good, you have a round face, this kind of short hair suits you very well, it makes you look even cuter. Really? Hearing Lu Yuan's answer, Feng Yulin immediately laughed happily. At this moment, Lu Ji came over from the side and said, it's fake, he's lying to you. Feng Yulin was startled at first, then she chased after Lu Ji, shouting, R. Lu Ji, stop right there. I'm going to kill you. Seeing this, Lu Ji quickly ran away with a smile. Looking at the two figures chasing each other, Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled, and helped Feng Yulin carry the box as they walked out. Noon. Lu Yuan was watching videos at home when he received a call from Lu Ji. Brother, Fu Heng really didn't come to school today. I heard from other classmates that he seemed to have committed some crime and was arrested by the police. Feeling the excitement in Lu Ji's tone, Lu Yuan laughed in his heart, this is what your brother did. But he still pretended to be surprised and said, really? This is a good thing. Well, I won't tell you. Lu Ji nodded vigorously. Okay, I'm just telling you. I have to go to class quickly. Bye. Hey, Dalen, what are you doing? Lu Yuan was wondering, when he heard Feng Yulin speaking on the phone, Brother Lu Yuan, can you cook? That's amazing. It turned out that when the two of them were eating in the school cafeteria just now, they were eating a big pot of food with bland soup. Lu Ji suddenly remembered Lu Yuan's cooking skills in the past 2 days and couldn't help but sigh. Feng Yulin asked curiously, and Lu Ji told her best friend how delicious the dishes Lu Yuan had cooked in the past 2 days were, so she said this. I just stir-fried it a bit, it's no big deal. Lu Yuan said casually. Then when I have a holiday next month, can I come to your house to taste your cooking skills, Brother Lu Yuan? Feng Yulin asked again. Sure. Lu Yuan naturally would not refuse. Great, Brother Lu Yuan, see you in a few weeks. After receiving Lu Yuan's affirmative answer, Feng Yulin said with satisfaction. Then, Lu Yuan heard someone say something like, I said you seem to have gained weight in the past 2 days, from the other end of the phone, and Lu Ji fought back unyieldingly. Listening to the noise on the phone, Lu Yuan could tell that Lu Ji was much more cheerful now than when she was worried when she entered the school just now. It was obvious that Fu Heng's departure made her feel relieved. Feeling his sister's cheerfulness, Lu Yuan smiled and swore in his heart, I didn't have such great ability before, but from now on, Xiaoji, I will definitely let you, your parents, all live a happy and worry-free life. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan continued watching the video. Today, he watched Once Upon a Time in China. Collecting video information. Congratulations, you have won 100 taels of silver. Congratulations, you have won an old-style suit. Congratulations, you have won a vintage camera. Congratulations, you have a chance to travel through the story world. Seeing the latest prompt, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel happy. Can I travel to a parallel world again? Chapter 16 Encounter with Aunt 13. The world that can be traveled through this time is the Huang Feihong world. The time limit is 1 year, during which the host can choose to return to the real world at any time. Looking at the instructions given by the system, Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Although compared with the worlds such as Journey to the West and Marvel that may bring him greater gains, Huang Feihong's low-level martial arts world seems insignificant, but those worlds are still too vague and distant for Lu Yuan, and he doesn't know when he can enter them. However, the world of Huang Feihong can be grasped with his own hands. Let alone anything else, just based on Aunt 13, ahem, just based on the Foshan shadowless kick, I have to go there. No, I have to learn from her. Thinking of 13, shadowless kick, Lu Yuan gradually became excited. After all, beauties, well, martial arts, are the romance in the hearts of every Chinese man. Lu Yuan is also a man, so he is no exception. By the way, the reward given by the system this time is just right. Looking at the old-fashioned suit awarded by the system, Lu Yuan thought to himself, with this suit, I can definitely appear as an international student. After all, the world of Huang Feihong is still set in the Qing dynasty. Without shaving his head to dress up as a monk, the only way to explain his long hair is by using the identity of an overseas student. Afterwards, he watched the movie several times again. After he had a clear idea in mind, Lu Yuan had an idea and started this journey of time travel. Brush. As the scenery in front of him changed, when Lu Yuan came to his senses, he heard a sudden bustling sound in his ears. Lu Yuan looked around and found himself in a narrow path. At the exit of the path was a lush forest. The woods were crowded with many vendors setting up stalls. There are people selling abalone, pork, pickles. Various shouting and hawking sounds can be heard one after another, giving off an atmosphere of urban life. From their accents, Lu Yuan could tell that this place should be in the eastern Guangdong area. At the same time, a piece of information also entered Lu Yuan's mind. This time the system actually assigned me an indigenous identity. According to the information, Lu Yuan is the son of a well-known wealthy businessman in Foshan. Due to an accident, his family was attacked by gangsters, and now he is the only one alive who is studying abroad. Well, as expected, even if I traveled through time, I couldn't escape the curse of the Chijin orphanage. Lu Yuan complained silently. Go out and find out where this place is. After absorbing the information, Lu Yuan prepared to go over and ask the vendor about his location. After thinking about it, he walked towards the exit of the path. Just as he was about to reach the alley entrance, he suddenly heard a harsh sound of tires rubbing against the ground outside, and then a white figure riding a bicycle rushed towards Lu Yuan quickly. What the hell? Lu Yuan screamed and subconsciously dodged to the right. However, as he dodged to the right, the bicycle also turned the handlebars to the left at the same time and continued to rush towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was startled and quickly dodged to the left. As luck would have it, the other party had the same idea as him and also turned right suddenly. At this time, it was too late for Lu Yuan to dodge. Bang! Crash! Lu Yuan had a close and intimate contact with the bicycle. Because he was prepared, Lu Yuan was fine. He was just staggered by the bicycle and had a slight pain in his waist. However, the cyclist was not so lucky. He lost his balance and fell off the bike. Ouch! With a scream, the white figure on the bicycle fell to the ground, uttering a cry of pain. Only then did Lu Yuan see clearly that the other person was a woman wearing a white palace dress petticoat, but because the lady's hat she wore was too big, he could not see her face clearly. Although it was the other person who bumped into him, when he saw her fall, Lu Yuan still asked, "How is it, are you okay?" "I'm fine, I'm sorry I bumped into you by accident." The woman struggled to get up and apologized. "I'm fine, but you fell down just now, didn't you?" Lu Yuan was just about to ask the other party if she was okay when the woman raised her head and revealed her face. After seeing her face clearly, Lu Yuan was stunned. I saw that the other person had snow-white skin and clear eyes, as delicate as a porcelain doll. It's not someone else but the absolute heroine of Wang Feihong's world, Aunt 13. Although he had seen it in movies before, Lu Yuan still couldn't help but be amazed when he met it in person. 13th Aunt had a similar impression of Lu Yuan. At this time, Lu Yuan was wearing a well-fitting suit, a gentleman's hat in Western society, and carrying a large leather suitcase in his hand. Coupled with his handsome face, he looked gentle and outstanding. "Hey, girl, you didn't get hurt when you fell just now, did you?" Lu Yuan quickly came to his senses and saw Aunt 13 staring at him. He coughed lightly and asked, I'm fine. After hearing Lu Yuan's question, 13th Aunt realized that she had been staring at a stranger for a long time. Her fair cheeks suddenly turned red, her eyes trembled slightly, and she looked as beautiful as a peach. At the same time, she kept cursing herself in her heart. Dai Xiaojun, have you never seen a man before? How could you stare at a stranger like this? Although she thought so, she couldn't help but look at Lu Yuan again, thinking, but this guy is really handsome, even Fei Hong is not as good as him. Lu Yuan naturally didn't know what 13th Aunt was thinking. Although he had thought about what would happen between him and 13th Aunt before traveling through time, his main purpose of traveling through time was to learn martial arts from Huang Feihong. He didn't want to create any unnecessary trouble before his main purpose was achieved. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan imitated the etiquette in the movie, clasped his fists to Aunt 13, and said, "Since the girl is fine, then." Just as he was about to say goodbye, he heard the sound of brakes again at the entrance of the alley, and then another woman rode in on a bicycle. After seeing someone standing in the alley, the other person panicked and screamed subconsciously. The opponent came at her very quickly, and 13th Aunt was so frightened that she forgot to dodge and just stood there in a daze. Seeing that the car was about to hit 13th Aunt, Lu Yuan quickly reached out and grabbed 13th Aunt's arm and pulled her into his arms. At the same time, with a scream of pain, the second bicycle was tripped by Aunt 13's fallen bicycle and fell to the ground, and the woman on the bicycle also fell headfirst to the ground. Seeing their car accident happening in front of her, Aunt 13 screamed in fear and subconsciously grabbed Lu Yuan's arm. Sensing Aunt 13's panic, Lu Yuan comforted her, "Miss, don't worry, it's okay." "Thanks." Hearing this, 13th Aunt realized that she was still holding Lu Yuan's arm, and immediately let go. The face, which had turned pale due to fright, was once again flushed with red. However, after seeing the person who fell, Aunt 13 immediately forgot all about it and hurried over to ask, "Joanna, are you okay?" Looking at 13th Aunt who was helping the other person up, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that 13th Aunt did have such a good friend from abroad in the early part of the movie. After all, there is a difference between men and women. Lu Yuan did not help Joanna, but helped to fix the bicycle that she had fallen down, and asked with concern, "Is she your friend? How is she? Is it okay?" Aunt 13 naturally asked again. Joanna stood up with a frown on her face. After moving her body, she said to Aunt 13 in English with a helpless look on her face, "I'm sorry, Diana, I think my foot may be sprained. I'm afraid I can't accompany you to the theater to take pictures." "Oh, that's too bad." Aunt 13 couldn't help but blame herself, "It's all my fault. I caused you to fall and get hurt. It's okay, I just sprained my ankle. By the way, Diana, why did you stop here? Is something wrong?" Joanna glanced at Lu Yuan and whispered to Aunt 13, "Also, who is this handsome man? Is he your lover in China?" No, Joanna, don't talk nonsense." Upon hearing this, Aunt 13's face turned red. She quickly glanced at Lu Yuan, and was relieved to see that his attention was not on her. She hurriedly recounted the incident of how she had accidentally bumped into Lu Yuan just now. "I see." Joanna finally understood what had happened. She smiled at Lu Yuan in a friendly manner, and then apologized, "But, Diana, today's photo shoot. It's okay, I can go by myself." Aunt 13 comforted her, "Don't worry about me. Go and heal your feet first." "Oh, do you want me to go with you?" "That's not necessary. I can go back slowly by myself." Joanna took their bicycle from Lu Yuan and smiled at him friendly. Lu Yuan nodded slightly and smiled back. His smile made Joanna's eyes light up instantly. After she was some distance away from Lu Yuan, she whispered to Aunt 13, "Diana, this gentleman is so handsome, are you really not going to develop a romantic relationship with him?" "Joanna, although I studied in the UK, I am not British after all. Here, women's feelings cannot be so casual," Aunt 13 said helplessly. "Oh, well, I just feel a little sorry for you." Joanna said no more after hearing this, and said regretfully, "After all, your encounter with this handsome gentleman was so romantic." Aunt 13 shook her head helplessly and sent Joanna away. After she came back, she apologized to Lu Yuan. "I'm sorry, sir, for taking up your time." "It's okay. I have nothing to do anyway." Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, I just overheard your conversation. It seems you encountered some difficulties in taking pictures. Can you understand our conversation?" Aunt 13 was startled at first, then suddenly realized, "Yes, you are wearing a suit, and you are also an international student, right?" "Yes, I just came back from studying in the United States." Lu Yuan smiled and replied, "It just so happens that I am quite proficient in photography. If you don't mind, I might be able to help a little." "Really, that's great." Aunt 13 was overjoyed when she heard this. "Just now I was worried that I might not be able to complete the task of taking photos of the theater today. It's great that you are willing to help." Chapter 17. Please call me a photographer. By the way, my name is Lu Yuan. I haven't asked for your name yet, young lady. Lu Yuan asked with a fist clasped. "My name is Dai Xiaojun, nice to meet you, Mr. Lu." 13th aunt smiled and bowed to Lu Yuan. After the two introduced themselves to each other, Lu Yuan asked, "Miss Dai, where are you going to take pictures?" "I'm going to the theater." "Oh, by the way, it's still a long way to go." Aunt 13 thought of something and asked Lu Yuan, "Mr. Lu, can you ride a bicycle?" Although bicycles are not new in foreign countries, it is not clear whether Lu Yuan will ride 13th aunt. "Of course I will." "What does Miss Dai mean?" Lu Yuan asked. "Of course you will carry me." 13th aunt took the suitcase from Lu Yuan, went to the back seat, and urged, "Let's go quickly. I'll show you the way, otherwise it will be too late." She had just returned from studying abroad and was very open-minded. She didn't think it was a big deal for Lu Yuan to carry her. Aunt 13 has no objection, so Lu Yuan will not object either. Besides, the reason why he proposed to help 13th aunt take photos was to improve the relationship between the two of them. Of course, Lu Yuan didn't want something to happen with 13th aunt. Well, okay, if something could happen he wouldn't refuse. In short, Lu Yuan's main purpose was to improve his relationship with 13th aunt, and thus get in touch with Wang Feihong. On their way to the theater, Lu Yuan and Aunt 13, who were riding in the same car, attracted a lot of attention and discussion. This was the Qing dynasty after all, and in the Chinese people's mindsets, physical contact between men and women was still the dominant principle. Seeing that Lu Yuan was riding a bike with Aunt 13, it naturally caused heated discussions among countless neighbors and villagers. Fortunately, looking at the suits and dresses worn by Lu Yuan and his wife, one could tell that they were not ordinary people. Therefore, these passers-by only discussed quietly on the sidelines, and no one stood up to accuse them. Even so, Lu Yuan still asked to avoid suspicion, "Miss Dai, how about you ride your bike to the theater first, and I will follow behind and slowly go on the way?" "No need. We haven't done anything wrong. We don't need to care about what those people say," Aunt 13 said indifferently. It is these idle words that are so destructive. Lu Yuan thought to himself. As the saying goes, gossip can melt metal, and constant criticism can destroy a person. Throughout history, how many people have met with a bad end because of gossip? However, he had already been interested in 13th aunt, and seeing that she didn't care, Lu Yuan would not give up this opportunity for close contact. Just like that, Lu Yuan let 13th aunt hold the corner of his clothes, and from time to time, because of the bumpy road, 13th aunt half hugged his waist as they walked to the theater. "Mr. Lu, you are a very good driver." Getting off the bicycle, Aunt 13 said with a smile. "Well, it's okay, it's okay." Looking at Aunt 13's clear eyes, Lu Yuan's face turned slightly red. He quickly laughed it off and changed the subject. "Are we just going to take pictures of this theater?" At the same time, he was secretly worried that if he deliberately walked on those bumpy roads, Aunt 13 would notice it, right? Fortunately, 13th aunt didn't seem to have any other intentions. After hearing what she said, she looked around and said, "Yes, we are taking pictures of this theater. Let's go in." After entering the backstage of the theater, Lu Yuan and his companion met the theater owner. After explaining their purpose, the two prepared to take pictures of the theater. Seeing that 13th auntie was so casually placing the camera at the main entrance of the theater, Lu Yuan quickly stopped her and asked, "Miss Dai, are you going to take pictures here?" "Yeah, what's the problem?" Aunt 13 asked curiously. "Of course there is no problem, but if you shoot from a different angle, the effect may be better," Lu Yuan suggested with a smile. "Change the angle." Aunt 13 was stunned. "Yes, look at it this way." Lu Yuan spread his index fingers and thumbs to form an 8, then put them together to form a square and said, "Suppose this is the lens of a camera, then the picture we are shooting now is like this." As he spoke, Lu Yuan stood at the camera's position and used his fingers to frame the theater pillars in front of him. 13th aunt subconsciously moved closer to Lu Yuan and looked through the frame he was gesturing with his hands, and saw that the theater appeared right in the frame. She nodded and said, "Yes, this is what the photo should look like after it is developed." At this time, Aunt 13 was very close to Lu Yuan. A faint fragrance from her body passed through the air into Lu Yuan's nose, making Lu Yuan feel a little stiff. Tilting her head slightly, 13th aunt's delicate cheek, which was as soft as a baby's, was only 10 centimeters away from Lu Yuan. Watching from such a close distance, Lu Yuan could even see the fuzz on her small and delicate earlobes, which were as delicate as jade. Lu Yuan's heart was shaken and he almost couldn't control himself. Fortunately, he was still determined. He coughed lightly, quietly distanced himself from Aunt 13, and said, "Come, let's change the angle. You look from here." As he spoke, Lu Yuan came to the side of the theater and gestured a square again, saying, "If we shoot from this angle, with the terrace outside as the dividing line, do you think the theater will give people a more majestic impression?" 13th aunt approached Lu Yuan again, looked through the frames of his hands, and then cried out in surprise. She stared at Lu Yuan with shining eyes and asked, "Really, Master Lu, what's going on?" "This is the different effects caused by taking photos at different angles." Lu Yuan then briefly explained the techniques of how to use angles in photos. He had already acquired proficient photography skills when watching videos before, so he naturally mastered the knowledge. It turns out that taking photos also involves so many considerations. Listening to Lu Yuan's casual explanation, a hint of admiration and curiosity flashed across 13th aunt's beautiful eyes. "What I just said is just the simplest photography technique." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "There are many other things, such as light and composition." Hearing this, 13th aunt admired Lu Yuan even more. So, in the following filming, Lu Yuan took the dominant role and Aunt 13 became the one assisting. While the two were taking pictures of the theater, Lu Yuan inadvertently saw a man working backstage. It was the second male lead in the movie, Lian Quan. However, because of Lu Yuan's appearance, 13th aunt's time to come to the theater to take pictures was delayed, so the two did not meet as in the movie, and 13th aunt would not be poured a bucket of mud and water by him, giving him the opportunity to peek at her beauty. With Lu Yuan, who is an expert in photography, the two of them quickly completed the task of taking photos in the theater. When returning to the city, Lu Yuan was still riding the bike, carrying Aunt 13. "Mr. Lu, I live in Bauch Highland now. What about you? Where do you live?" On their way, perhaps because she was already familiar with Lu Yuan, or perhaps because she had forgotten, 13th aunt kept her hands on Lu Yuan's waist without letting go. "I've been waiting for you to say this." Hearing this, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. The reason why he accompanied Aunt 13 to take pictures was so that he could take the opportunity to enter Bao Jilin and meet Wang Feihong. He immediately sighed and said, "To be honest, the reason I came back from abroad was not because I completed my studies, but because of a sudden change in my family. Now, alas, I am homeless." Then he recounted the identity that the system had arranged for him. "Oh, that's so unfortunate." After listening to Lu Yuan's story, Aunt 13 couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Lu Yuan. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, "Since you don't have a place to live now, why don't you come back to Bauch Highland with me first?" Chapter 18, Medicine for Martial Arts. This was Lu Yuan's purpose, so of course he wouldn't object. After pretending to refuse, he rode his bike and took Aunt 13 to Bauch Highland. Not long after, under the command of Aunt 13, Lu Yuan arrived at a house and stopped. Above the gate of the courtyard hangs a plaque with the words, Bauj Highland. The gate of the courtyard was wide open, and people in all kinds of clothes kept coming in and out. No matter who they were, when they saw Lu Yuan in a suit and 13th aunt riding behind him, they all showed surprise. Especially those who knew 13th aunt's identity, looked at Lu Yuan with unfriendly eyes. In their opinion, a beautiful woman like 13th aunt should be with Wang Feihong. Seeing all of this, Lu Yuan didn't take it too seriously. If he had traveled back in time to a later time, when the relationship between Wang Feihong and 13th aunt had been confirmed, Lu Yuan would naturally not have any improper thoughts about 13th aunt. But now their relationship has not been made clear, so why is Lu Yuan still being shy? As for whether what he did now would make Wang Feihong unacceptable and unwilling to teach him the shadowless kick, Lu Yuan didn't take it too seriously. At worst, he doesn't learn the shadowless kick from Wang Feihong, but goes to find Yang Zhendong and learn the iron shirt from him, which is the same. Even if he took a step back and could not learn the iron shirt from Yang Zhendong, Lu Yuan would not be too entangled. He could just go back to reality and continue watching videos. After all, the world of Wang Feihong is just a realistic journey for Lu Yuan. Like Lu Yuan, 13th aunt also ignored the looks from these people. She didn't think too much about it, simply because after returning from studying abroad, she had become accustomed to such strange looks. Mr. Lu, this is Bauj Highland, let's go in. After saying that, 13th aunt walked into Bauj Highland first. Good. Lu Yuan nodded and followed. After entering Bauj Highland, Lu Yuan discovered that there were more people inside than outside. Even the corridors on both sides of the courtyard were crowded with all kinds of people. Thinking of the crowded hospitals in the future, Lu Yuan understood, Bauj Highland is probably equivalent to the armed police hospital in the future. Following Aunt 13, the two turned and entered the back house. Compared to their hustle and bustle in front, it is much quieter here. Mr. Lu, please take a rest here for a while. I will go and tell Feihong about your matter. 13th aunt arranged Lu Yuan to the guest room. Miss Dai, please go ahead. Lu Yuan nodded. After Aunt 13 left, Lu Yuan stood up curiously and looked at the room. After all, this was the real world of the late Qing dynasty. Well, this landscape painting is quite interesting. Coming to a splash ink landscape painting hanging on the wall, Lu Yuan nodded secretly. For Lu Yuan, who is proficient in Chinese painting, there are not many paintings that can catch his eye. Take a photo as a souvenir. With a thought, Lu Yuan took out his mobile phone from the system space and took a photo with the landscape painting behind him. If I tell others that I took these photos from Wang Feihong's world, I'm afraid no one will believe it, har har. Looking at the ancient room background in the photo, Lu Yuan smiled to himself. But unfortunately, there are no rewards for watching videos in the world of travel. Looking at the video he had downloaded in advance on his phone, Lu Yuan shook his head regretfully. After putting away his phone, Lu Yuan patiently drank his tea and waited. After a while, Lu Yuan heard footsteps. However, the person who pushed the door open was not Wang Feihong, but 13th aunt. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, because a critically ill patient suddenly came in front, Feihong can't get away for the time being. Aunt 13 explained. It's okay. Saving people is more important. I won't be in the way. Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't mind. Since Wang Feihong was not around, Aunt 13 stayed to chat with Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, I feel like you know a lot. What did you learn when you were studying in the United States? I studied Western medicine. Lu Yuan said deliberately. Western medicine? So you are doctor too? Aunt 13 asked curiously. That's about right. Lu Yuan nodded. Possessing proficient medical skills, although Lu Yuan has not yet treated any patients, the knowledge in his mind is not false. Mr. Lu, what do you think is the difference between Chinese medicine and Western medicine? Do we also need to learn from the West in medicine? Thinking of Wang Feihong's resistance to the West, 13th aunt asked. At present, Chinese medicine and Western medicine have their own strengths. Lu Yuan said thoughtfully. As far as the real world is concerned, from the late Qing dynasty to the 21st century, the development of Western medicine has been significantly faster than that of traditional Chinese medicine. Many diseases in the world can be cured or even disappear thanks to the development of Western medicine. In comparison, the development of traditional Chinese medicine is much duller. It has been trapped in the theories of its predecessors and has not made any further progress. However, if it were in the world of Huang Feihong, Lu Yuan would not dare to say so. After all, this is a world where even Newtonian mechanics can be ignored. Moreover, judging from the fact that Huang Feihong was able to block the knee-jerk reflex by using silver needles in the second film, it is clear that traditional Chinese medicine in this world also has special bonuses. 13th aunt naturally had no idea what Lu Yuan was thinking. After hearing Lu Yuan's answer, each has his own strengths, she nodded and wondered whether she should let Lu Yuan and Huang Feihong have more contact so that Huang Feihong could be more accepting of Western things. Seeing that 13th aunt was lost in thought, Lu Yuan casually took out a piece of chocolate from the system space and said, "Here, Miss Dai, this is the candy I brought back from the United States." "Thanks." After taking the chocolate and putting it in her mouth, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she said in surprise, "What kind of candy is this? It's so sweet." Lu Yuan was stunned and said, "This is chocolate. Haven't you eaten it in the UK?" As far as he could remember, chocolate should have been invented very early. "No, I've never heard of it. Is it a specialty of the United States?" Aunt 13 said casually while savoring the chocolate carefully. Lu Yuan scratched his head, not quite understanding what was going on. However, thinking that this was not the real historical world after all, it was normal for it to be somewhat different from the real world, he ignored it. Next, the two of them ate chocolate together while waiting for Huang Feihong to arrive. About half an hour later, Lu Yuan heard footsteps again. Then, Brother Jie, Huang Feihong walked in from outside the door. "Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry, because a patient came in at the last minute and delayed us for some time." After entering the house, Huang Feihong immediately apologized to Lu Yuan. "Master Huang, you are too polite. I am also a doctor and I know that curing illnesses and saving lives is a doctor's greatest mission." Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't be surprised. In fact, if he hadn't wanted to learn the shadowless kick from Huang Feihong, he would rather spend the whole afternoon chatting with Aunt 13. Only Huang Feihong didn't know what Lu Yuan was thinking, otherwise he would have kicked Lu Yuan out of Baojilin with a Foshan shadowless kick. "Mr. Lu, are you also a doctor?" Huang Feihong looked at Lu Yuan in surprise when he heard this. "Yes, when I was studying in the United States, I studied Western medicine." Lu Yuan nodded and said, "Feihong, you two are both doctors, you could communicate with each other more." Seeing this, Aunt 13 took the opportunity to speak. "Well, I will definitely ask Master Lu for advice when I have the chance in the future." Although Huang Feihong felt that Western medicine was far less profound than Chinese medicine, he would naturally not say so in front of Lu Yuan. Hearing the perfunctory tone in Huang Feihong's words, Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously. He knew that Huang Feihong was not a pedantic person, and once he demonstrated the advantages of Western medicine, Huang Feihong would certainly learn with an open mind. And by then, I can use my medical knowledge to exchange with Huang Feihong for the opportunity to learn the shadowless kick. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Chapter 19, Staying in Baojilin. Because of Aunt 13's intercession, Huang Feihong also agreed to Lu Yuan's request to live in Baojilin temporarily. During dinner in the evening, Lu Yuan naturally joined Huang Feihong and his disciples. However, facing the sudden appearance of Lu Yuan, Huang Feihong's disciples all acted somewhat indifferent. They already knew that Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 were riding in the same bike. In their eyes, Lu Yuan was their master's rival for Aunt 13's love. How could they possibly be nice to Lu Yuan? Faced with this situation, Lu Yuan did not show any abnormality and just acted as if he did not understand at all. Huang Feihong had guessed his disciples' thoughts to some extent, but Lu Yuan was still present after all. He couldn't just scold everyone because of his disciples' indifference, so he could only be more enthusiastic towards Lu Yuan so as not to make Lu Yuan feel disappointed. 13th aunt was not as tolerant as Lu Yuan and Huang Feihong. When she realized that Zhu Rorong and others seemed to be excluding Lu Yuan, her expression suddenly turned grim. She didn't know that everyone was ostracizing Lu Yuan because she and Lu Yuan rode on the same bike. She just thought that everyone was so xenophobic because of Lu Yuan's status as an international student. Therefore, after taking a few bites of the meal, Aunt 13 put down her bowl and chopsticks with a bang and walked back to the backyard with a cold face. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's heart moved, so he also pretended to be a little embarrassed and put down his bowl and chopsticks. "Master Huang, I'm done eating too. Mr. Lu, please eat more." Huang Feihong naturally saw Lu Yuan's embarrassment. While he was secretly annoyed with his disciples, he also felt a little guilty towards Lu Yuan, so he urged enthusiastically, "Arong, why don't you serve the meal to Master Lu?" "Oh, no, thanks." Deliberately glancing at Zhu Rorong, who looked reluctant, Lu Yuan stood up and said, "I'm really done eating, Master Huang, you guys eat first, I'll go back and rest for a while." Well, Mr. Lu just came back from abroad after all, he must be tired. Huang Feihong stood up and said, "I'll take Mr. Lu back to his room." "No, Master Huang, just eat by yourself. It's only a few steps away. I can go back by myself." Lu Yuan quickly stopped Huang Feihong and then walked quickly to the backyard. Watching Lu Yuan leaving, Zhu Rorong snorted coldly, "A few steps. A few steps away, why do you want to live in Baochailan? Arong?" Hearing Zhu Rorong's sarcastic words, Huang Feihong's face darkened and he shouted, "What on earth are you and the rest of you doing today? Master Lu is a guest of Bao Jilin, and this is your attitude? Is this what I usually teach you?" "But master, that man rode a bicycle with Aunt 13 during the day." Zhu Rorong stiffened his neck and said, "He is so shameless, is there?" "Shut up." Before Zhu Rorong could finish his words, Huang Feihong slammed the table, stood up and shouted, "What do you mean by shameless? Mr. Lu is a returned student from overseas. Don't you think he knows less about morality than Zhu Rorong? Then he shouldn't ride in the same bike with Aunt 13. Seeing that Huang Feihong was angry, Zhu Rorong did not dare to confront him in person and could only lower his head and mutter to himself. However, his muttering was heard by everyone. "How dare you talk back?" Huang Feihong pointed outside and shouted angrily, "Go stand outside and do horse stance for an hour." 1 hour. Zhu Rorong heard this and shouted, "Master, this has been too long, hasn't it?" 2 hours. Huang Feihong said with a cold face. "I?" Zhu Rorong wanted to say more, but seeing Huang Feihong was about to open his mouth again, he quickly said, yes, master, don't be angry. I'll be out right away." After saying that, he quickly shoveled 2 mouthfuls of rice into his mouth and went outside under the eaves to squat in horse stance. Seeing Zhu Rorong being punished by the master, everyone naturally dared not say anything more and all started to eat their meals obediently. Snort. Huang Feihong snorted coldly when he saw this, and walked towards the backyard with his hands behind his back. "Let us talk about this." After Lu Yuan left the dining room, he quickly walked towards the backyard. When I arrived at the backyard, I saw Aunt 13 sulking on the stone bench in the middle of the yard. Seeing this, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and slowly walked over. Seeing Lu Yuan coming out, 13th aunt asked curiously, "Mr. Lu, why are you coming out too?" Lu Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head without answering. Yes, you can't stand Arong and the others, right?" Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, 13th aunt immediately thought she had guessed the truth. Although she was also angry with Zhu Rorong and the others, she was from Bao Jilin after all, so she tried to ease the situation for them and said, "Mr. Lu, please don't mind. Arong and the others don't have any bad intentions. They just have a straightforward mind sometimes and get stuck in a rut when thinking about problems." Seeing that 13th aunt hadn't realized why Zhu Rorong and the others rejected her, Lu Yuan didn't know whether to say that 13th aunt was stupid or that she was naive. But of course he would not tell 13th aunt about these things, and only said, "Miss Dai, I don't blame Master Huang's disciples, I just suddenly thought of my overseas study life over the years." Aunt 13 asked curiously, "What happened when you were studying abroad?" Lu Yuan sighed, looked up at the sky of the late Qing dynasty, and said, "I am alone in a foreign land, and all I see are blonde and blue-eyed people. Wherever I go, I am ordered around at best, or bullied at worst. Alas." Seeing Lu Yuan's sad expression, Aunt 13's eyes were slightly red. She knew that Lu Yuan was using his overseas study life as a metaphor for the present. She stood up and said, "Mr. Lu, I will let Feihong teach Arong and the others a lesson and let you vent your anger." "Miss Dai, you can't do that." Seeing this, Lu Yuan hurriedly stopped her and said, "I just felt something for the moment. Anyway, I will move out of Baochailan tomorrow. There is no need. Aren't you homeless? Why did you leave Baochailan?" 13th aunt was stunned at first, but then she understood and quickly advised, "Mr. Lu, you really don't have to care about Arong and the others, Just as she was about to say something, she heard Huang Feihong's voice behind her, "Master Lu, I have just taught Arong and the others a lesson. You can just stay in Baojilin without any worries. If any of them dare to show disdain to you again, Master Lu, I will break their legs." Hearing Wang Feihong's words, 13th aunt also hurriedly advised, "Yes, Mr. Lu, you should live in Baojilin." "Master Wang, Miss Dai, I thank you for your kindness, but I really don't have the face to eat and drink for free in Baojilin." Seeing that Wang Feihong and Aunt 13 were sincere in trying to keep him, Lu Yuan finally spoke out his true intentions. "How can it be free food and drink?" Wang Feihong said, "It is natural for friends to help each other. Why does Mr. Lu have to pay attention to those empty formalities?" Seeing that Wang Feihong did not understand his meaning, Lu Yuan refused. Fortunately, 13th aunt's IQ suddenly came online at this time, clapping her hands and saying, "Mr. Lu, since you don't want to live in Baojilin for nothing, why not practice medicine in Baojilin as well?" Lu Yuan secretly gave 13th aunt 108 likes in his heart, but he pretended to be stunned on his face. Wang Feihong pondered for a moment and agreed, "That's right, Mr. Lu, you also studied medicine in the United States, why don't you help treat patients in Baojilin?" Hearing Wang Feihong finally speak, Lu Yuan felt completely relaxed, but he still looked hesitant. "But is this okay? After all, I don't have any reputation. Will practicing medicine here affect the reputation of Baojilin?" "What did Mr. Lu say?" Wang Feihong said quickly, "Which doctor didn't start out as an unknown doctor? Besides, I also want to see how Mr. Lu's Western medicine treats diseases." After that, he made the final decision, "Okay, Mr. Lu, it's settled, unless you look down on me, Wang. Well, okay, I will practice medicine in Baojilin for the time being to repay Master Huang for taking me in. But Master Huang, if I do anything wrong, please tell me." Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lu Yuan naturally agreed. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I can finally stay in Baojilin with a legitimate reason, and my green tea-like behavior just now did not go to waste." Chapter 20 Intestinal Abscess. The next day, Lu Yuan had breakfast with Master Wang Feihong and his apprentice again. After what happened yesterday, Zhu Rorong and others did not behave abnormally this time, at least on the surface. After breakfast, Wang Feihong said, "I have something to inform you. From today on, Mr. Lu will live in Baojilin and work with me as the chief physician of Baojilin." "Good." 13th aunt was the first to applaud. However, after she clapped her hands a few times, she found that no one else agreed except herself. Zhu Rorong pointed at Lu Yuan and blurted out, "Master, can he treat illnesses?" When Wang Feihong heard Zhu Rorong's words, his face suddenly darkened. Seeing that Wang Feihong was about to get angry again, Lu Yuan quickly advised, "Master Huang, don't be angry. I haven't shown any ability yet, so it's normal for your disciple to have doubts." After that, he said to Zhu Rorong, "Brother Lin, how about this? I remember that Yacasu seems to be a Western doctor who came back from the United States. You believe him, why don't we discuss medical knowledge with each other and let Master Huang be a witness? What do you think?" What Lu Yuan said was reasonable and Zhu Rorong agreed in his heart, but he didn't dare to make a decision on his own, so he looked at Wang Feihong. In fact, Wang Feihong was also inclined to do so, because this would allow him to get a feel for Lu Yuan and have a better understanding of his medical skills. But Lu Yuan is a guest after all. If Wang Feihong agrees directly, wouldn't it be equivalent to not trusting Lu Yuan? Just as he was about to refuse, Lu Yuan saw what he meant and said first, "Master Huang, please agree to this matter, because this will not only make your disciple feel at ease, but also make the patients who come to see me in the future feel at ease." Seeing that Lu Yuan had even brought out the patient, Wang Feihong agreed and said, "Well, let Yacasu ask Master Lu for advice." "I don't dare to ask for advice, let's communicate with each other." Lu Yuan smiled modestly. At this time, Zhu Rorong came to Yacasu and whispered, "Fake foreigner, you must help me uncover this guy's fake face." I will do my best." Yacasu wanted to say that he would try his best, but because of his stuttering, he couldn't finish a sentence even after a long time. Fortunately, Zhu Rorong guessed this sentence, and immediately rubbed Su's shoulder and pushed him out. "I know you will try your best, come on stage quickly." Yacasu staggered to Lu Yuan and stammered, Lu, master, come." Listening to Yakasu's stuttering words, Lu Yuan smiled slightly and said directly in English, "Actually, we two can communicate in English, and then I can translate it for Master Huang." Yarkasu then realized that Lu Yuan was an international student and could speak English. So he immediately began to discuss Western medicine-related knowledge with Lu Yuan in fluent English. As soon as the two of them switched to communicating in English, everyone present was stunned. Huang Feihong and the others did not understand English and could not understand what the two were saying at all. Although 13th aunt could understand, because Lu Yuan and the others mixed in a lot of medical terms when they were communicating, those were her blind spots in knowledge. Therefore, she was only slightly better than Huang Feihong and the others. Fortunately, Lu Yuan knew that Huang Feihong and others did not understand English, so every once in a while, he would translate the communication between him and Yarkasu truthfully to avoid embarrassment for everyone. But despite this, after more than 10 minutes, Huang Feihong and others still felt a little helpless. Because they found that the medical principles of Western medicine are completely different from those of traditional Chinese medicine. Even with Lu Yuan's explanation, they still didn't quite understand some of the knowledge. Brother Lin, who do you think is more powerful, Yarkasu or Master Lu? On the side, Ling Yunkai, who was a little drowsy, pushed Zhu Rorong and asked. Nonsense, of course the fake foreigners are better. Zhu Rorong blurted out. Brother Lin, can you understand their conversation? Ling Yunkai asked in surprise. Of course. Although he felt a little timid, facing Ling Yunkai's admiring eyes, Zhu Rorong patted his chest and said confidently, I told you a long time ago that you should learn more medical knowledge from Master, but you only know how to wield swords and sticks. Now you can't even understand what I'm saying. As he spoke, seeing that Lu Yuan and Yarkasu suddenly stopped talking, Zhu Rorong said with a smug look on his face, See, I said that Yarkasu is even more powerful. Look, that Lu even forgot to translate this time. As he was speaking, Yarkasu suddenly stood up, bowed deeply to Lu Yuan, and said, Mr. Lu, your medical knowledge is extensive and profound. I am ashamed to be compared with you. Forehead. Seeing this scene, Ling Yunkai asked in a daze, Senior Brother Lin, Yarkasu, did he win? Zhu Rorong scratched his head and tried to explain, even if I won, you forgot that when we were sparring, the winner had to show his acceptance first, didn't he? However, before he finished speaking, 13th aunt laughed and said, Feihong, this time in the exchange between the two of them, Master Lu won. Yarkasu said that his knowledge is far inferior to Lu Yuan's. Ling Yunkai. Zhu Rorong. Hearing what 13th aunt said, Yarkasu nodded and said to Huang Feihong, Master, I can't compare to Master Lu, Master Lu. Huang Feihong nodded calmly, then smiled and bowed to Lu Yuan, saying, Mr. Lu, although I don't understand a lot of things in your conversation with Yarkasu just now, I still feel deeply shocked. Western medicine seems to have a different artistic conception from our traditional medicine. Master Huang is right. Lu Yuan smiled and said, the theories of Western medicine are not yet perfect, but with the development of Western science and technology, its medical level is constantly rising. Take intestinal carbuncle for example. At present, a surgical operation has been invented abroad that can remove the bad intestine with carbuncle, thus achieving the purpose of cure. What? Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Huang Feihong stood up suddenly and asked in disbelief, Mr. Lu, is what you said true? Intestinal abscess can actually be cured. You should know that in traditional medicine, intestinal abscess is almost a terminal illness. Especially acute intestinal abscess, there is no cure. Yes, it can be cured. Lu Yuan nodded calmly. In fact, the so-called intestinal abscess is appendicitis. Appendectomy is considered a minor operation even in some county-level hospitals in the real world. However, Lu Yuan immediately added, of course, Master Huang doesn't need to get too excited, because this kind of surgery requires cutting open the patient's abdomen to perform the operation. Not to mention how many Chinese people can accept it, the complications that may arise during the operation are also very risky. During the Qing dynasty, people believed that one's body and hair are given by one's parents, and few people were willing to let doctors cut open their stomachs, let alone remove a section of intestines. Huang Feihong was also stunned when he heard this, but then he gradually calmed down and said with a wry smile, Mr. Lu is right. But soon he added, even so, if it comes to a critical moment, there is no need to be taboo about it. Anyway, you will die if you get acute intestinal abscess, so you might as well give it a chance. By the way, Mr. Lu. Huang Feihong suddenly thought of something and asked, can you learn this kind of surgery to remove the bad intestine? Yes, I have. Lu Yuan responded. You have to know that he is proficient in all kinds of medicine, and it is a general practitioner in later generations. For Lu Yuan, a simple appendectomy operation is a piece of cake. Even in the Qing dynasty where sanitary conditions were extremely poor, Lu Yuan was able to achieve zero mistakes thanks to the various medical instruments in his system space. Huang Feihong and 13th aunt both chose to believe Lu Yuan's words. Ya Keisu admired Lu Yuan's erudition and felt that Lu Yuan was not bragging, but Zhu Rorong firmly believed that Lu Yuan was bragging. Intestinal abscess is a serious disease that has been diagnosed as terminal by many great doctors throughout history. This kid named Lu actually said it can be cured without much effort. It's like sticking a green onion in a pig's nose. In front of his own meat stall, Zhu Rorong was chatting with regular customers. Give me £2. Zhu Rorong, is the boy surnamed Lu that you mentioned the one who rode a bicycle with Aunt 13 a few days ago? Asked a regular customer. If not him, then who else? Zhu Rorong accurately cut off 2 kilograms of meat from the chopping board, and threw it directly to the regular customer without weighing it, saying, I don't know what kind of evil magic this kid used to trick my master and Aunt 13 into trusting him so much. My master even asked us to learn medical skills from him. Tell me, isn't this infuriating? Oh. The regular customer rolled his eyes when he heard this, paid the money and quickly went home. Chapter 21, Disembowelment. Master Lu, what do you think of this patient's condition? Huang Feihong led a patient to Lu Yuan and asked. Because of the medical skills that Lu Yuan has demonstrated these days, Huang Feihong's way of addressing Lu Yuan has changed from Mr. Lu to Master Lu, which also means that Lu Yuan's status in Baojilin has been improved. Lu Yuan placed his hand on the patient's wrist and felt his pulse for a moment, then asked him to stick out his tongue. Finally, he took out a stethoscope from his bosom and listened to his heart for a while. He said, the tongue is red with little coating, the pulse is weak and rapid, and there are blood in the sputum. Wet rales can be heard in both lungs. This should be a symptom of lung yin deficiency. It can be treated by nourishing yin and moistening the lungs. As he spoke, Lu Yuan handed the stethoscope to Huang Feihong and taught him how to use it. After a moment, Huang Feihong took back the stethoscope and said, yes, my diagnosis of him is also lung yin deficiency. Huang Feihong handed the prescription to the patient and asked him to go get the medicine. He praised Lu Yuan, Master Lu, your stethoscope is indeed a good item. Although it can't help me diagnose the disease, it can give me a better understanding of the condition of the lesion and help me get the medicine. As Lu Yuan was seeing patients at Baojilin over the past 2 days, Huang Feihong was surprised to find that in addition to being very proficient in Western medicine, Lu Yuan was also very good at Chinese medicine and even treating injuries and other diseases. If Lu Yuan knew little about acupuncture techniques such as sealing acupoints, Huang Feihong would even think that his own medical skills were inferior to Lu Yuan's. I also want to thank Master Huang for not being averse to the stethoscope. Lu Yuan smiled and said, you know, many doctors regard everything in Western medicine as a scourge. Master Huang is willing to use the stethoscope to assist in treating patients, which is very open-minded. He said this sincerely, because even in modern society 100 years later, there are still many people on the internet who mock Chinese medicine for using a stethoscope to diagnose diseases. Master Lu, what are you talking about? When it comes to curing illnesses and saving lives, there is no distinction between Chinese and Western medicine. As long as the patient's illness can be cured, what does it matter if it is a witchcraft? Huang Feihong waved his hand and said. As the two were talking, they heard a commotion outside. Akai, go see what's going on. Huang Feihong instructed Ling Yunkai. Yes. Ling Yunkai responded and quickly walked to the front hall. After a while, Ling Yunkai hurried back, glanced at Lu Yuan, and said to Huang Feihong, Master, there is a patient with acute intestinal abscess outside, and he asked for Master Lu to treat him. Oh. Huang Feihong glanced at Lu Yuan after hearing this. Lu Yuan stood up and said, let's go and take a look. Seeing that Lu Yuan was not panicked at all, Huang Feihong nodded secretly and immediately went to the front hall with Lu Yuan. Outside, 2 young men were carrying a wooden board, on which lay a middle-aged man with a pale face and crying out in pain. Seeing Huang Feihong and Lu Yuan appear, the 2 young men quickly put the middle-aged man down, then knelt down and said to Huang Feihong, Master Huang, please save my father. Please get up quickly. Huang Feihong hurriedly helped the young man up, and as he walked over to the middle-aged man to check on his condition, he asked, what happened to your father? At the same time, Lu Yuan also came to the middle-aged man and consulted with Wang Feihong. It's like this. My father attended a wedding banquet in the village the day before. After the banquet, he ran all the way back home because of something at home. When it was evening, he had a severe stomachache. But my father saw that it was late and the roads were inconvenient, so he didn't go to the doctor for treatment. When the pain was unbearable today, he went to see a doctor again, but the doctor said. The young man wiped his tears and choked up, it's an acute intestinal abscess, there's no cure. While the young man was speaking, Lu Yuan and Wang Feihong had also completed their preliminary diagnosis. The two men looked at each other with serious expressions. They knew that the middle-aged man was suffering from acute intestinal abscess, which is acute appendicitis. Wang Feihong did not waste any time and asked, since you sent your father to Bao Jilin, you obviously knew that Master Lu could treat intestinal abscesses, right? To treat intestinal carbuncle. Can intestinal abscess be cured? When the patients who were unaware of the situation heard Wang Feihong's words, they were shocked. Quiet! Ling Yunkai immediately shouted loudly upon seeing this. After everyone got quieter, Wang Feihong continued, do you know that to treat intestinal abscess, you need to perform surgery on your father's abdomen and remove the damaged intestines? Wow! Hearing Wang Feihong say this, everyone couldn't help but become agitated again. In this era, surgery is as legendary as Guan Yu's bone scraping to heal his wounds in the novel. The young man nodded vigorously, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said forcefully, I heard about it before I came here, but we don't care. After all, even if I don't have surgery, my father will have a hard time surviving. Another young man at the side also echoed, please Master Wang, please have mercy and save my father's life. As they spoke, the two were about to kneel down again. Wang Feihong reached out his hand to stop the two men and said, to be honest, the doctor who can perform surgery on your father is Master Lu. As he spoke, he pointed at Lu Yuan. Seeing this, the two men hurriedly knelt down to Lu Yuan again. Lu Yuan also quickly helped the two of them up and said, I know you two are very filial to your father, but please forgive me for being harsh. This intestinal abscess surgery is extremely risky. I am not 100% sure that your father will recover. Even, your father may not be able to hold on when I perform the surgery. After that, Lu Yuan asked seriously, excuse me, do you two still insist on me having surgery? After hearing what Lu Yuan said, the two young men were stunned. Although they were mentally prepared before coming, they still hesitated after hearing what Lu Yuan said. After all, if they didn't have the operation, their father could live longer. At this time, there was silence in Bao Jilin, and everyone looked at the two young men, waiting for their answer. At this moment, the middle-aged man lying on the wooden board screamed, do it. I would rather die like this, be tortured to death. Father. The young man quickly knelt in front of the other person and cried, but the risk of this operation is too great. Are you going to disobey me? The middle-aged man stared at his two sons and said, would you rather I die in pain? I don't dare. The two young men kowtowed 3 times and said to Lu Yuan, Master Lu, we beg you to save my father. No matter what the final result is, we will accept it. Lu Yuan nodded, and then said to Wang Feihong, Master Wang, this operation needs help. I'm sorry to bother you. It is my duty. Wang Feihong clasped his fists generously, and then ordered Ling Yunkai, carry the patient to the back hall. Yes. Ling Yunkai immediately arranged for someone to carry the middle-aged man to the back hall. Seeing Lu Yuan and the others disappear, the other patients in Bao Jilin immediately started talking. Is it true? Can this intestinal abscess be cured? Yeah, isn't this a terminal illness? But judging from Master Huang's attitude, it seems that Master Lu has 2 knives. That's right. Although what Master Lu said just now was scary, if he didn't have some confidence, would he say that he could cure intestinal abscesses? That's the truth. I heard that Master Lu is a doctor who returned from studying abroad. The foreigners' guns and cannons are so powerful, so I guess their medical skills are also very powerful, right? I'm not sure about that, because Master Lu basically prescribes Chinese medicine for us at Bao Jilin. Doesn't that mean that Master Lu has combined Chinese medicine with Western medicine? This is a combination of civil and military skills. If Master Lu can cure intestinal abscess, that would be amazing. This is a terminal illness. My uncle died of intestinal abscess. He cried in bed for 3 days and 3 nights. It was so tragic. But this intestinal abscess requires cutting open the stomach to treat it. Confucius said, "The body and hair are given by parents and should not be damaged. This treatment method is not acceptable according to etiquette." What a bullshit gift. Compared with your life, gift means nothing. That's right, only the living should be polite. You are almost dead, and now there is a chance to survive in front of you, why don't you grab it? Besides, if you really want to believe in the saying, your body and hair are given by your parents, why do you shave your head? Sure, be careful with your words. What are you talking about? Isn't that the truth? While the patients outside were making a lot of noise, the back hall was much quieter. After putting the middle-aged man down, Lu Yuan asked Ling Yunkai and others to leave, leaving only him and Huang Feihong in the room. Afterwards, Lu Yuan pretended to take out a scalpel, sterile gloves, a mask and other items from the suitcase, but actually took them out from the system space, and told Huang Feihong how to put them on. Then he said to him, "Master Huang, please knock this uncle unconscious." Chapter 22, Dr. Lu. Knocked him unconscious, why? Huang Feihong asked curiously. As he spoke, he touched the mask with his hand. Although the cloth did not affect his breathing, he still felt a little uncomfortable because it was his first time wearing it. Because the intestinal abscess surgery requires cutting open the abdomen, it will be very painful. If he is not knocked unconscious, it may affect the progress of the operation. Lu Yuan explained. So that's how it is. Huang Feihong suddenly realized. In fact, this principle can be understood with just a thought, but it was Huang Feihong's first time to have surgery, so he didn't think of it. But this doesn't require knocking him out. Huang Feihong thought for a moment and asked, "If I use acupuncture to anesthetize it and put it into a coma, is that okay?" Acupuncture anesthesia. Lu Yuan was stunned. Right. Huang Feihong nodded. If I use acupuncture anesthesia, firstly, the patient will not receive my blow in vain, and secondly, after the operation is over, I can just remove the silver needle to remove the anesthesia, which is more convenient. Upon hearing this, even though Lu Yuan already knew how powerful Huang Feihong's acupuncture skills were, he was still secretly shocked. As expected of a martial arts world, this method of acupuncture anesthesia would be considered top technology even in later generations. Recovering his mind, Lu Yuan said, "If acupuncture anesthesia can be performed, it would be even better." Next, Lu Yuan saw Huang Feihong take out several silver needles from the acupuncture bag he carried with him and insert them into different acupuncture points of the patient. As Huang Feihong continued to give the acupuncture, Lu Yuan noticed that the patient's eyelids became heavier, and finally, he fell into a coma. "Okay, Master Lu, as long as I don't remove the silver needle, it will be difficult for the other party to wake up." Huang Feihong stepped aside and asked, "Is there anything else you need me to do next?" "Then please, Master Huang, pass me the utensils later." Without taking the time to marvel at the magic of Huang Feihong's acupuncture, Lu Yuan replied. Afterwards, Lu Yuan handed the plate containing scalpels, forceps, suture needles and other items to Huang Feihong. Huang Feihong took the plate and stood beside Lu Yuan, ready at any time. Seeing Huang Feihong's professionalism, Lu Yuan secretly gave him a thumbs up. Then he took a deep breath and walked to the patient. Find the right position, disinfect with alcohol, and start the operation. Although this was Lu Yuan's first appendectomy surgery, with the help of his proficient surgical skills, Lu Yuan did not make any mistakes. His hands were as steady as a machine, without the slightest tremor. Even when the various organs in the patient's abdominal cavity appeared in front of him for the first time, Lu Yuan paused for a second, and then continued to look for the inflamed lesion according to the surgical procedure. Lu Yuan's emotions were very stable, but Huang Feihong next to him was not. Even though he was the chief instructor of the militia and had treated many seriously injured patients before, Huang Feihong still felt a little dizzy when he saw Lu Yuan skillfully using his hands to surgically cut open the patient's abdominal cavity, revealing the bright red organs inside. It wasn't a matter of courage, it was just the natural reaction to seeing the internal structure of a living human body for the first time. Fortunately, he had a strong mind. After realizing his abnormality, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. After all, they were performing a life-threatening operation. It was for this reason that when he looked at Lu Yuan, whose eyes were determined and not affected by the scene in front of him at all, he couldn't help but feel admiration in his heart. "Master Huang, look, this is where the patient is sick." At this moment, Huang Feihong heard Lu Yuan pointing at the patient's body and talking to him. Huang Feihong hurried over and saw that Lu Yuan had already found a small piece of swollen and festering appendix, as thick as a little finger, at the end of the patient's appendix. Huang Feihong nodded, suppressing his inner discomfort. At the same time, many questions popped up in his mind that he wanted to ask, but he knew that now was not the best time to ask, so he did not ask. Lu Yuan naturally knew this, and he asked Huang Feihong to come over just to be a witness. "Master Huang, please give me the silk thread." Afterwards, Lu Yuan tied the appendix, cut it off, took it out, and finally sutured the abdomen. The entire operation took only about half an hour. Watching Lu Yuan sew up the patient's wound, Huang Feihong couldn't help but ask, "Master Lu, is this operation considered successful?" "Yes, it was a success." Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, "Fortunately, the patient's appendix is not on the back of the intestine, otherwise it would be difficult to find it." Huang Feihong didn't care about what Lu Yuan said next. He couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard him say that the operation was successful. He smiled and asked, "Can I remove the silver needle now?" "Wait a moment, I'll observe the situation." Lu Yuan said, "But now, Master Huang, you can take out this appendix and let the family take a look, and inform them that the operation was successful." "Okay, I'll go tell them now." Huang Feihong nodded immediately after hearing this and walked out with the appendix. After Huang Feihong left, Lu Yuan took out some anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics from the system space and gave them to the patient. Although he had taken note of many issues during the operation, it was always better to be prepared. This way, the patient's two sons and a group of curious people were all waiting in the lobby of Baojilin. Even those who had already received the medicine stayed behind out of curiosity after learning that an intestinal abscess surgery was being performed in the back hall. If Lu Yuan really cures the patient's intestinal abscess, it will be big news. Just as everyone was talking, they saw Huang Feihong coming out from the back hall. "Master Huang, why do you cover your face?" Seeing the mask on Huang Feihong's face, someone asked curiously. But more people still ask about surgery. "Master Huang, is the operation completed?" "Master Huang, can intestinal abscesses really be cured?" "Master Huang, did you really cut open the patient's stomach?" Listening to the chaotic inquiries from the crowd, Huang Feihong frowned and said, "Please listen to me, fellow villagers. Brush." As Huang Feihong spoke, everyone gradually quieted down. "Please look at this, both of you." Huang Feihong ignored everyone's questions and went to the patient's two sons first, showing the appendix in his hand. "This is the swollen appendix that was taken out of your father's abdomen." Is this old man Li's intestines?" "This was taken out from old man Li's stomach." "Sure enough, look, this section of intestine has become festered. It's a good thing that Master Lu took out the appendix. Otherwise, if the disease breaks out, how can it be cured? Mr. Li is so lucky to have met Master Lu. Master Lu is truly a miracle doctor. He actually took out the rotten intestines from a person's stomach. This is comparable to Guan Yu scraping his bones to cure poison." Looking at the appendix in Huang Feihong's hand, everyone started talking excitedly. The patient's two sons were even more excited and asked repeatedly, "How is my father now?" "The operation was successful. Your father is still under anesthesia. You can go and meet him later after I remove the silver needles." Huang Feihong replied. "Very good. Very good. Master Huang, thank you. And Master Lu, thank you for your kindness and saving my father." When they heard Huang Feihong say that the operation was successful, both sons burst into tears. But no one laughed at them at this time, everyone spoke up to comfort them. At this moment, Lu Yuan, who had just given old man Li an injection of medicine, also came out from the back hall. Before he could say anything, the patient's two sons looked at each other, then fell to their knees in front of Lu Yuan and kowtowed vigorously, "Thank you, Dr. Lu, for curing my father. We kowtow to you." Chapter 23 I want to learn Foshan Shadowless Kick. Have you heard that Dr. Lu from Bauj Highland cured a patient with acute intestinal abscess? Isn't acute intestinal abscess a terminal illness? How can it be cured? Exactly. Are you bragging? I can tell from the first glance that you are ignorant. The medical skills of Dr. Lu from Bauj Highland are like the reincarnation of Huertuor. That's right, Dr. Lu came back from studying abroad in the United States. You don't know, I was there when the operation was performed. My goodness, Dr. Lu took out a foot-long intestine from the patient's body. The intestine was black and smelled bad. Is this true? If so much of the intestines are damaged, can the person still be saved? You don't understand this, right? Otherwise, why do we call Master Lu a miracle doctor? It's because he can cure even this kind of terminal illness. Yes, I am from Old Man Li's village. Just yesterday, Old Man Li was able to walk. Dr. Lu is so amazing. Of course. Speaking of which, Old Man Li is really lucky. He actually met Divine Dr. Lu after he suffered from intestinal abscess. Not only is Old Man Li blessed, but with Divine Dr. Lu in charge, all of us in Foshan City are blessed. That's right. Even if the old Buddha in the capital got an intestinal abscess, he could only watch helplessly. But we are not afraid anymore from now on. Also, you may not know this, but besides treating intestinal abscesses, Dr. Lu can also easily treat other diseases. The most important thing is that Dr. Lu is so handsome and suave, just like Pan and Reborn. I really don't know which girl will get the chance in the end. On a street, Lu Yuan, who had changed into Qing dynasty clothing, was shopping with his aunt. Hearing the discussion of Lu Yuan by the crowd on the street, Aunt 13 smiled and teased him, "You are very famous now, Dr. Lu. Everyone is talking about you. Miss Dai, please stop teasing me." Lu Yuan waved his hand and said, "It is my duty to cure illnesses and save lives, but who would have thought that the rumors would become more and more outrageous?" Is it outrageous? I think it's quite normal. 13th aunt analyzed, "You know, intestinal abscess was previously considered a terminal illness, a disease that would kill you, but now you have cured it. No matter how much people praise you, it won't be too much." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan just shook his head. Seeing Lu Yuan's humble appearance, Aunt 13 liked him more and more. There are many talented people in the world, but there are not many people who are not arrogant despite their special skills, but are humble instead. By the way, Mr. Lu, please accompany me to take photos tomorrow. I want to try out more of those photography techniques you told me about. Aunt 13's beautiful eyes, with distinct black and white, revealed a strong sense of anticipation. These days, Lu Yuan is dragged outside by Aunt 13 to take pictures almost every day. Sometimes he takes pictures of people, sometimes of buildings, and sometimes of scenery. The more time she spent with Lu Yuan, the more she felt that he was talented. Recalling the first time she met Lu Yuan, she thought he was just an ordinary overseas student, but then she discovered that he was very proficient in photography. Later, she discovered that he was also a medical expert who was so skilled in medicine that even intestinal abscesses, which were considered incurable, were cured by him. In Aunt 13's eyes, Lu Yuan was like an unknown object in the fog. Every time she peeled away a layer, she thought she had seen all of Lu Yuan, but she found another layer inside. Okay. In response to Aunt 13's request, Lu Yuan nodded. Seeing that Lu Yuan agreed, 13th aunt became even happier and her steps became lighter. Not long after, the two returned to Bauj Highland. Master Lu. Hello, Master Lu. Master Lu, you're back. Seeing Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 appear together, many people stopped and greeted Lu Yuan with a smile. After the last incident of treating intestinal abscess, Lu Yuan's status in Bao Jilin jumped to a level almost parallel to Huang Feihong. Everyone regarded Lu Yuan as a miracle doctor who was as skilled as Huang Feihong, or even more skilled. Except for Zhu Rorong, who was still lukewarm towards Lu Yuan due to face-saving reasons, everyone in Bauj Highland had gradually accepted Lu Yuan's existence. After greeting everyone, Lu Yuan returned to the room. Before he could sit down, he heard a knock on the door. After opening the door, Lu Yuan saw Huang Feihong standing outside. Master Lu, you're back. Looking at Lu Yuan, Huang Feihong said with a slightly complicated look. He had discovered that since Lu Yuan came to Bao Jilin, the number of times Aunt 13 visited him began to gradually decrease, and at the same time, the time she and Lu Yuan spent alone together increased. Huang Feihong naturally felt a little uncomfortable with this situation. After all, he grew up with 13th aunt as a childhood sweetheart. Although he never expressed his feelings, he still had a kind of ignorant feelings for 13th aunt. However, he had never been abroad and was still traditional in his thinking. He always felt that he and Aunt 13 were restricted by their generation and should not be together. Therefore, when Lu Yuan appeared and gradually became closer to Aunt 13, he felt complicated. The most important thing is that if it was anyone else, Huang Feihong could still find an excuse to stop it, but facing Lu Yuan, who is an artistic genius, has superb photography skills, and they are both international students and have more in common, Huang Feihong really can't bring himself to stop him. Especially after Lu Yuan cured old man Li's intestinal abscess, facing Lu Yuan who possessed unparalleled medical skills, Huang Feihong even felt that he should not feel jealous in his heart. Instead, he should wish 13th An to find such a good match. Lu Yuan naturally didn't know that Huang Feihong had so many thoughts in his mind. He invited Huang Feihong to the room, poured him a cup of tea and asked, "Master Huang, are you looking for me for the Western medicine's microbiology knowledge?" After he performed surgery on old man Li that day, Huang Feihong asked Lu Yuan why he had to wear a mask and gloves before the operation and wipe the scalpel with alcohol. At that time, Lu Yuan's answer was that these all belonged to the field of Western medical microbiology, and it was difficult to explain them in a few words. He would talk about them when he had time in 2 days. In fact, he deliberately left a hook, waiting for Huang Feihong to ask, and then he could use it to exchange for the Foshan shadowless kick. Right. When Huang Feihong heard Lu Yuan talking about microbiology, he immediately put aside his personal feelings, stood up and clasped his fists towards Lu Yuan and said, "I know that this knowledge of microbiology must be the top-level true teaching of the sect for Brother Lu. I dare not ask for anything more, but I just hope that Brother Lu can explain a little bit." Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "In fact, it is not true to say that there is any such thing as a true teaching. After all, medical knowledge is different from other knowledge. What you learn is to cure diseases and save lives. The more people know this knowledge, the fewer people will suffer from illness." At this point, Lu Yuan looked at Huang Feihong and said, "If Master Huang is willing to learn microbiology, including the methods of surgery, I can teach you everything without reservation, but I have an unwelcome request. Brother Lu, please feel free to speak." Huang Feihong was overjoyed to see that Lu Yuan was willing to teach him microbiology and surgery to treat intestinal abscesses. "I want to learn your Foshan shadowless kick from Brother Huang." Lu Yuan finally stated his purpose. "That's it." Hearing this, Huang Feihong was surprised. Chapter 24, Chi equals Chakra equals Microcosm equals Mana. Yes, that's it. Seeing Huang Feihong so surprised, Lu Yuan himself was stunned. Was the condition he proposed so easy? The Foshan shadowless kick is Huang Feihong's signature skill, it shouldn't be easily passed on to others, right? Just as Lu Yuan was secretly guessing, Huang Feihong hesitated and said, "Brother Lu, how about you change the conditions? I see that you don't know much about acupuncture anesthesia, why not use this instead?" Lu Yuan was somewhat moved when he heard this. These days, he had already witnessed Huang Feihong perform acupuncture anesthesia techniques many times in Baojilin. In addition to general anesthesia like last time, Huang Feihong could also perform targeted anesthesia on local parts of the patient's body, such as the head, arms, chest, etc. It could be said to be magical. But after hesitating for a moment, his curiosity about martial arts prevailed, so he found an excuse and said, "To be honest with you, Brother Huang, my family was killed by villains, which made me thirsty for power. So I have always wanted to learn martial arts to strengthen my body." This. After hearing Lu Yuan's reason, Huang Feihong had no way to refuse and nodded, "Well, since Brother Lu insists, I will teach you this shadowless kick." He then groaned for a moment and said, "Well, if it's just the shadowless kick, I'm afraid Huang has taken advantage of Brother Lu. So, I might as well teach Brother Lu the art of acupuncture and anesthesia." Lu Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this and stood up and saluted, "Thank you, Brother Huang." "Brother Lu, please wait to thank me." Huang Feihong held Lu Yuan's arm and said, "I know that Brother Lu may have formed a strong impression of my shadowless kick because of rumors from outsiders, but..." At this point, Huang Feihong's eyes showed a bit of loneliness. "Excuse me, for today's era, martial arts has become less and less meaningful." "I see." Seeing Huang Feihong's gloomy expression, Lu Yuan finally realized why Huang Feihong was surprised when he proposed to learn the shadowless kick. Because this is a world with guns. Isn't Huang Feihong's shadowless kick amazing? However, when facing the foreign musketeers, they could only choose to dodge and dared not resist. The most important thing is that practicing martial arts takes up a lot of a person's time, and one has to train in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer, which is very hard. But what about the musketeers? With just a little training, an ordinary person can shoot a martial arts master to death from dozens of meters away with a firearm in his hand. Brother Huang, there is no need to be so pessimistic. I believe that no matter how powerful the firearms become, the martial arts that can strengthen my body and mind will not decline. Lu Yuan said seriously. Just like the armies of various countries will train special forces in the future, if any country can train a special forces unit with the skills of Huang Feihong, it will be a great deterrent to other countries. However, Lu Yuan, who came from the future, knew these things, but Huang Feihong didn't understand and just thought that Lu Yuan was comforting him. Huang Feihong smiled bitterly and did not continue the topic. He said, although Brother Lu is willing to learn Kung Fu from me, there is one thing I need to explain in advance. What? Lu Yuan asked hurriedly. Practicing martial arts has always been about developing the skills of a child. Huang Feihong glanced at Lu Yuan and said tactfully, Brother Lu, if you start practicing now, the effect may not be very good. In fact, it is more than just bad. In Huang Feihong's opinion, Lu Yuan has just started to practice martial arts, which is basically useless except for strengthening his physique. This is also one of the reasons why Huang Feihong was surprised when Lu Yuan proposed to learn the shadowless kick just now. Yes, I understand that. I learn martial arts just to have a skill to rely on so that I won't be unable to save myself when I encounter danger. Lu Yuan said this, but in his heart he was thinking that when he returned to the real world, he would find more videos containing items that could change one's physical qualities. Seeing that Lu Yuan still insisted, Huang Feihong stopped talking and asked, Brother Lu, do you want to learn the shadowless kick first, or acupuncture anesthesia? It's shadowless kick, of course. Lu Yuan suppressed his inner excitement and answered immediately. Although he had acquired fighting skills from the videos and was generally not afraid of facing 4 or 5 people, Lu Yuan was still envious of the Kung Fu in Huang Feihong's movies, where he could fly high up in the air and even reach the top of a building with a light leap. Huang Feihong was not surprised by Lu Yuan's answer. He nodded and asked, in that case, I will first explain to Brother Lu the basic training method of our shadowless kick. Hearing this, Lu Yuan sat up straight and listened attentively to Huang Feihong's explanation. Brother Lu, before I explain the shadowless kick, may I ask how much you know about Kai? Huang Feihong asked. Gas. Lu Yuan was stunned. What are you angry about? It's the chi from martial arts training. Huang Feihong said, Brother Lu, you have heard of the saying, train your muscles, bones and skin externally and your breath internally, right? Lu Yuan nodded, and then asked hesitantly, Brother Huang, the chi you are talking about, is it internal chi? He thought of the concept of internal energy in martial arts novels. Internal energy. Huang Feihong shook his head, chi is chi, why is there a distinction between inside and outside? Lu Yuan knew that he was wrong, so he stopped talking and motioned Huang Feihong to continue explaining. In fact, the so-called qi can also be understood as a kind of energy. Seeing that Lu Yuan had never heard of the concept of qi, Huang Feihong began to explain in detail, when people eat grains and cereals, these foods will turn into qi after entering the body. However, if you are not a martial artist, it is difficult to control this qi, and you can only let the body consume it on its own. As for us martial artists, we have to collect this energy for our own use. As Huang Feihong explained, Lu Yuan gradually understood. The qi here can actually be understood as the chakra in Naruto, the microcosm in Saint Seiya, and the magic power in cultivation novels. In essence, it is a kind of energy that can strengthen oneself, but because Huang Feihong's world is a low-level martial arts world, the qi in this world can only make them react quickly and have a light body. Then Brother Huang, how can I find and use Kai? Lu Yuan asked. Come, I will teach you a set of basic boxing techniques and the corresponding breathing techniques. Huang Feihong signaled Lu Yuan to stand up and taught him a set of boxing techniques. When teaching this style of boxing, he also told Lu Yuan how to coordinate his breathing with the movements. In this way, after practicing 5 or 6 times, Lu Yuan memorized all the boxing and breathing techniques. After familiarizing himself with it a few more times, Lu Yuan was finally able to complete this set of boxing techniques on his own without relying on Huang Feihong's guidance. When Lu Yuan finished his boxing move again, Huang Feihong asked with a smile, How is it, Brother Lu? Can you feel the warm air in your body? Forehead. Lu Yuan felt it carefully and said helplessly, I can't feel anything. That's normal. Huang Feihong consoled him, to be able to feel the existence of qi, even a gifted person would need at least 10 days to do so. Besides, Brother Lu is already past the best age for martial arts training, so it will naturally be more difficult. Lu Yuan nodded, feeling a little better, and then asked curiously, "Brother Huang, how long did it take you back then?" "Me? I think I fought 3 times." Huang Feihong thought for a moment and replied. Lu Yuan. Critical hit from the top student +1. Chapter 25 Letting Go. "Well, if everything is alright, Brother Lu, I'll go to the front and take a look. You can practice on your own first." Seeing that his answer seemed to irritate Lu Yuan a little, Huang Feihong clasped his fists, said something, then hurriedly stood up and left. Looking at Huang Feihong's leaving figure, Lu Yuan muttered, "I hate academic bullies." But then he didn't bother to think about those things and continued to enthusiastically practice the boxing skills that Huang Feihong had just taught him. Call. Suck. Call. Suck. While punching, Lu Yuan breathed according to Huang Feihong's instructions. After a few minutes, the set of boxing was completed. Close your eyes and feel it. No feeling. Continue. Call. Suck. Call. Suck. Feel it again. Still no feeling. Continue. In this way, Lu Yuan fought almost non-stop from noon to night, until he was too tired to move, and then he stopped. No wonder Huang Feihong said that it takes great perseverance to be successful in martial arts. It's so difficult to just develop a sense of energy, let alone achieve his level of skills. Lying on the bed, Lu Yuan thought while breathing heavily. However, although he did not feel any energy after practicing for a whole day, Lu Yuan did not get discouraged. The next day, before dawn, he dragged his tired body out of bed and continued to practice boxing. After breakfast, as there were not many patients today, Lu Yuan and Huang Feihong returned to the back hall. "Brother Huang, as for surgical operations, since they require advanced preparation, I will teach you later. Today, I will first teach you about microbiology." As he spoke, Lu Yuan took out a microscope from the suitcase that he had taken out from the system space in advance. "Brother Lu, what is this?" Huang Feihong asked curiously. "Microscope," Lu Yuan said with a smile. "Microscope." Huang Feihong curiously walked around the microscope and looked at it. As the name suggests, a microscope is an instrument that can magnify extremely small things to a size large enough for people to observe. Lu Yuan smiled and asked, "I remember Brother Huang asked me a few days ago why I only drink cold water, right?" "Yes, I remember that Brother Lu advised me not to drink water directly from the well in the future." Huang Feihong nodded, and then he asked thoughtfully, "Could it be that this is related to the microorganisms that Brother Lu is talking about?" "That's right." Lu Yuan placed 2 kettles in front of Huang Feihong and said, "Brother Huang, please look at these 2 kettles of water. The one on the left is the boiled water that has just been boiled, and the one on the right is the raw water that I took from the water tank." As he spoke, Lu Yuan used a dropper to draw a drop of raw water onto a glass slide, then placed it under a microscope and adjusted the magnification. "Brother Huang, you can come and take a look." "Oh." With curiosity, Huang Feihong put his gaze on the eyepiece. "What's this?" When Huang Feihong saw the microorganisms of different sizes swimming and rotating under the microscope, he took a step back and his face turned pale. "That's the microbe." Lu Yuan smiled and explained the terms such as bacteria, fungi, and algae in words that Huang Feihong could understand. Huang Feihong's complexion gradually improved as he listened to Lu Yuan's explanation. However, when he saw the tiny creatures in the camera again, he was still shocked. "Brother Lu, could it be that there are always so many microorganisms in the water we drink?" "That's right." Lu Yuan nodded, then he took out another slide, dropped a drop of boiling water on it, put it under the microscope and gestured, "Brother Huang, you might as well take another look at this." "Good." Understanding Lu Yuan's intention, Huang Feihong moved closer to the eyepiece again to look. Sure enough, there aren't that many microorganisms moving in this drop of water. Huang Feihong raised his head and said with excitement in his eyes. To be honest, Huang Feihong was a little scared when he saw so many microorganisms in the well water just now. Because water is the source of life, people can live without many things, but not water. But there are so many hidden dangers in the water, which makes Huang Feihong feel helpless. No matter how high his martial arts skills are, he is still helpless in the face of these microorganisms. Fortunately, Lu Yuan found a solution in time. Boil the water before drinking. Although there are still some microorganisms remaining in this drop of water, it is much better than the previous drop. "Brother Lu, if it weren't for you, Wang might not have known until now that we were so close to danger. Wang Feihong bowed deeply to Lu Yuan with excitement. I want to thank Brother Lu for his contribution on behalf of the entire Foshan, no, the entire Chinese nation. In his opinion, whether it was the microbiology taught to him by Lu Yuan or the microscope in front of him, they should be the absolute authentic teachings of the sect. He even felt that if Lu Yuan was willing, he could even establish his own school and leave his name in history. However, faced with such a huge temptation, Lu Yuan was so generous and selfless in imparting this precious knowledge to him. How could Wang Feihong not be impressed and excited? Hearing this, Lu Yuan quickly dodged the gift. Even though he thought he was incredibly thick-skinned, his face turned red at Wang Feihong's praise. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Wang, I didn't invent microbiology. Scientists abroad have already discovered these things. I am just a narrator. Brother Lu, there's no need to be so modest." Wang Feihong still insisted, "Even if someone abroad has discovered these, I don't believe that the foreigners are willing to impart such precious knowledge to us selflessly. Brother Lu, your contribution is no less than those discoverers." Lu Yuan was naturally humble when he heard this. At this moment, Lu Yuan heard Aunt 13's voice coming from outside the door. "Mr. Lu, Feihong, what are you talking about? Why is it so noisy?" "Nothing, we are discussing some medical knowledge," Lu Yuan explained with a smile. Wang Feihong also nodded in agreement. "What kind of medical knowledge is this? Can I listen to it too?" Aunt 13 asked curiously. "Sure." Next, Lu Yuan guided Aunt 13 to observe the similarities and differences between the water droplets on the two glass slides. Naturally, like Wang Feihong, 13th aunt also screamed in surprise after seeing the difference between the two drops of water. At the same time, he became more and more impressed by Lu Yuan's willingness to pass on this precious knowledge to Wang Feihong without reservation. In fact, she admired him more than Wang Feihong. Because she had studied abroad for many years, she knew better than Wang Feihong how advanced and valuable this microbial knowledge was. Looking at the admiring look in Aunt 13's eyes when she looked at Lu Yuan, Wang Feihong sighed inwardly. He heard it clearly just now. After seeing the two people, the first name Aunt 13 called out was Mr. Lu, and the second one was him. Of course, this may not mean anything. After all, Aunt 13 might have called Lu Yuan first because she saw him first. But seeing 13th aunt repeatedly asking Lu Yuan various questions about foreign microbial scientists, Lu Yuan answered fluently, but Wang Feihong could not get a word in. He knew that it was time for him to quit. Lu Yuan naturally didn't know what Wang Feihong was thinking. Seeing Wang Feihong not saying anything, he quickly said to Aunt 13, "Miss Dai, are you waiting for me to take pictures with you? Then please wait a moment. I will finish teaching Brother Wang first." "No, no, no." Wang Feihong smiled and waved his hands when he heard this. "If you want to take pictures, go quickly. I think the weather today is not very good. If you go too late, I'm afraid you will get caught in the rain." "But..." Lu Yuan hesitated and said, "I just told you a little bit. That's enough for me to realize for a long time." Wang Feihong smiled and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. "Don't worry about me, just go take the photo quickly." "Yes, Mr. Lu, let's go take pictures first." After hearing Wang Feihong say that the weather was bad today, Aunt 13, who was anxious to take pictures, quickly pushed Lu Yuan's back and walked out. "Well, okay, I'll continue explaining this to Brother Wang when I get back." Although he felt that Wang Feihong's mood seemed a little off, Lu Yuan couldn't tell what was wrong. In addition, 13th aunt kept pushing him out, so he immediately took 2 umbrellas and said goodbye and left. Wang Feihong had a complicated look on his face as he watched Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 chatting and laughing as they left. After a while, he let out a faint sigh. "Well. Chapter 26. I have a gun, are you afraid? Miss Dai, where are we going to take photos today?" Lu Yuan was riding a bicycle and asked Aunt 13, who was sitting on the back seat. "Today we are going to take photos at a place far away, about 10 miles away, to the next county." Gently placing her hand on Lu Yuan's waist, Aunt 13 pointed the way and answered. "Next county? Why did you want to go somewhere so far away to take pictures?" Lu Yuan asked curiously. "Because I heard from others that the scenery there is beautiful." 13th aunt answered as a matter of course. Lu Yuan. Her reason reminded Lu Yuan of those photography enthusiasts in later generations who carried cameras and took photos all over the world. The two chatted all the way, and after an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the destination that Aunt 13 mentioned. Ouch, it hurts so much. Getting off the back seat of the bicycle, Aunt 13 couldn't help but rub her butt and complained, "Mr. Lu, your riding skills are too bad. You almost broke me apart." She wanted to say that she would shake her butt into several pieces, but she was still a little reserved and swallowed the words back. Despite this, Lu Yuan still understood what Aunt 13 meant, and subconsciously turned his gaze to her perky breasts hidden under her loose clothes. "What are you looking at?" Noticing Lu Yuan's gaze, Aunt 13's delicate cheeks immediately flushed bright red, and she pushed Lu Yuan hard. "Go get the camera out." Oh. Being caught by Aunt 13, Lu Yuan smiled awkwardly and quickly went to the back seat of the bicycle to organize the camera. Looking at Lu Yuan's busy back, Aunt 13 stroked her chest and let out a sigh. She put the back of her hand on her cheek and felt it was burning hot. With this little episode, the atmosphere between Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 became a little tense. Whether taking photos or preparing, both of them were a little hesitant to speak to each other. Our eyes occasionally met, but we quickly looked away. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the two of them slowly returned to normal. "Lu Yuan, what do you think of photographing this small pavilion from this angle?" Aunt 13 asked, moving the camera to a lower angle. "Of course you can, but if you shoot like this, it will inevitably appear top-heavy. It's better to arrange some foreground in front of the camera." Although he was somewhat puzzled as to why 13th Aunt suddenly stopped calling him Mr. Lu and instead called him by his name, he felt that calling him by his name seemed to be more intimate than calling him Mr. Lu, so Lu Yuan did not ask any questions. "Miss Dai, it's getting dark. Let's go back after taking this photo." After the two took a few more photos together, as it was getting dark, Lu Yuan spoke. 13th Aunt looked at the sky. Although she still felt a little reluctant, she knew there was no place to hide from the rain nearby, so she nodded and agreed, "Okay, then let's go back first and come again in a few days when the weather is better." Lu Yuan naturally agreed. Afterwards, Lu Yuan rode his bike back again with Aunt 13. Not long after he started walking, he saw a group of thugs with fierce looks coming towards him. There were about 20 of them, talking and laughing loudly as they walked. When they saw Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 behind him, the leading few people looked at each other, laughed sinisterly at the same time, and blocked the entire road with their hands. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's heart sank slightly and he suddenly stepped on the brakes. Oops! Because Lu Yuan braked too suddenly, Aunt 13's soft body suddenly pressed against Lu Yuan's back. She couldn't help but hit Lu Yuan and said angrily, "Lu Yuan, what are you doing?" Lu Yuan didn't care about feeling the charming touch coming from behind him. He looked at the gangsters in front of him warily and asked, "What's the matter with you guys stopping us?" Only then did Aunt 13 realize that something was wrong and couldn't help but peek out from behind Lu Yuan. When she saw the dozen or so thugs blocking her way, Aunt 13's face turned pale and she subconsciously hugged Lu Yuan's waist tightly. 13th Aunt was very frightened when she saw the thugs blocking the road, but when these thugs saw her beauty, their eyes lit up. "Second Master, what a pretty girl. Damn, this woman is so beautiful. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a good thing when I came out to collect protection money." The gangsters in the lead became very lustful and their eyes wandered wantonly over Aunt 13's body, and they laughed strangely from time to time. Seeing this, Lu Yuan knew that today's incident would not be easy to resolve. He gently patted Aunt 13's arm, and then the two of them got off the bicycle together. Seeing Lu Yuan's actions, several thugs didn't care at all. The leader waved his hand and half surrounded Lu Yuan and the other two. "Boy, if you know what's good for you, leave your money and women behind and get out of here. Otherwise, Master Shah will make you bleed today." Lu Yuan's expression did not change at all, and he seemed not to notice the gangsters surrounding him. "Hey guys, we are from Baojilin. We don't want to conflict with you. Please give us some favors." Baojilin. Hearing this name, several gangsters couldn't help but hesitate. In Fashion, the name of Huang Feihong is still very intimidating. However, when they saw the slender and graceful body of Aunt 13, their lustful courage gradually swelled, their eyes became fierce, and they said in a fierce voice, "Baojilin, you said you are Baojilin's people. Besides, as long as we deal with you two, who will know it was us who did it?" As they spoke, several thugs slowly approached Lu Yuan and the other man with a sneer. "Lu Yuan!" Aunt 13 was so frightened when she saw this that she screamed, hugged Lu Yuan, and hid her head in his arms. "Hey, baby, don't be afraid. We will take good care of you later." Seeing Aunt 13's panic-stricken look, the thugs laughed even more wildly. Seeing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was indeed the society of the late Qing dynasty where human life was worth less than grass. How dare they rob people in broad daylight? For Lu Yuan, who holds the powerful weapon of time stop, the few small thugs in front of him will naturally not scare him. However, after taking a look at 13th Aunt who was huddled in his arms and shivering, Lu Yuan felt that if he froze them all now, it would be difficult to explain after he escaped. But if I rely on Kung Fu, I can't help but miss 13th Aunt when facing these 20 people. With a change of mind, he did not take out the time stop device, but instead took out a Colt automatic pistol. "Stop. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for shooting," Lu Yuan said coldly. "Shot?" Hearing Lu Yuan's words, several thugs stopped immediately. But when they saw their small lump of iron in Lu Yuan's hand, they all burst into laughter. "Har har har, this kid, is he fucking crazy? You dare to call for a gun just by holding out an iron pipe? Oh my god, the gun in his hand looks so big, I'm so scared, har 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 har." Seeing several people laughing with their heads raised, Lu Yuan was stunned at first, and then he realized that these thugs had only seen foreigners' rifles and had never seen the automatic pistols of later generations, and they thought he was pretending. "Well." Lu Yuan sighed softly, pointed the gun toward the sky, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Following a gunshot, the entire place fell into dead silence. Chapter 27, Temple Sheltering from the Rain. Avi. Seeing the faint blue smoke coming out of the muzzle of the gun, all the thugs were stunned. Their eyes were filled with fear and they subconsciously took a few steps back. "This is a real gun?" Lu Yuan asked calmly, "Can we leave now?" "This." Hearing this, the gangsters hesitated and turned their eyes to the leader who called himself Shah Eri. "It seems that you have the final say here." Lu Yuan raised his hand and pointed the gun at Mr. Shah. Good man grandpa." Being pointed at by Lu Yuan, Master Shah's face turned extremely pale in an instant, his legs trembled slightly, and he forced out an ugly smile, saying flatteringly, Master, of course you can leave, please feel free to do so." "Why, you don't need me to leave any money?" Lu Yuan asked sarcastically. No, I'm just joking with you." Mr. Shah was so frightened that he trembled and quickly waved his hands and said, "Snort." Lu Yuan snorted coldly when he heard this. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Which gang are you from?" "To answer your question, we are from the Shay gang." Mr. Shah didn't dare to hide it and spoke quickly. "Shay gang." Thinking of the Shay gang helping foreigners to sell Chinese slaves in the play, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with coldness, and then he shouted coldly, "All of you take off your pants." Okay, Mr. Shah agreed subconsciously, then realized what Lu Yuan said. He looked at Lu Yuan in surprise, not understanding why he had such a strange request. "Why, don't you understand what people are saying?" Lu Yuan's face suddenly darkened. No, sir, our pants are not worth much, you." Mr. Shah was about to explain with a flattering smile when he saw Lu Yuan suddenly fire a shot at his feet. Bang! The bullet hit the stone on the ground, refracted, and happened to hit his earlobe and fly out. "Ar!" Feeling the pain in his ear, Mr. Shah subconsciously reached out to touch it, only to see blood on his palm. He naturally didn't know it was a coincidence. He just thought that Lu Yuan's spear skills were amazing and he was deliberately warning him. He was immediately scared to death and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Grandpa, please spare me, Grandpa, please spare me, I'll take off my pants right now, I'll take off my pants right now." As he spoke, Mr. Shah took off his pants at a speed that was never seen in any brothel. Not only him, but the other thugs also took off their pants upon seeing this. Even the panties. Seeing that the other party was still wearing panties to cover his body, Lu Yuan frowned immediately. Yes. Shah Eri and others did not dare to resist at all. Without thinking too much, they took off their shorts one by one, revealing their big white buttocks. After a moment, all the thugs covered their crotches and looked at Lu Yuan tremblingly, fearing that he was going to play some shameful play. Fortunately, Lu Yuan obviously didn't like their looks. Seeing that they were all naked, he waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can go now." Seeing this, the thugs didn't dare to say anything. they immediately covered their crotches and ran towards the end of the road. Lu Yuan, are they all gone? Feeling that the surroundings had become quiet, 13th aunt asked with her eyes covered. She had shyly closed her eyes since those hooligans took off their pants just now. Well, they are all gone. You can open your eyes now, Lu Yuan said with a smile. She tentatively used her fingers to create a small crack and found that there was no one else in front of her except Lu Yuan. Only then did Aunt 13 breathe a sigh of relief. Well, let's go, it looks like it's going to rain heavily soon. Seeing that dark clouds were approaching from the sky and the sky was extremely gloomy, Lu Yuan hurriedly said to Aunt 13. Seeing this, Aunt 13 didn't bother to ask any more questions and quickly sat on the back seat of the bicycle. Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. After Aunt 13 got into the car, Lu Yuan gave instructions. Good. Upon hearing this, Aunt 13 immediately hugged Lu Yuan's waist tightly and pressed her soft body against Lu Yuan. Feeling the two soft lumps on his back, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. But before he could feel it carefully, he felt a strong wind blowing suddenly, followed by a crackling sound coming from far away. He looked up and saw a heavy rain curtain coming rapidly from the south to the north in front of him. How come you're here so fast? Aunt 13 also saw this spectacular scene. But at this moment, she was no longer in the mood to appreciate this scene. Instead, she was full of worries. There was no village in front and no shop behind. How would they hide from the rain? Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said, I remember there seemed to be an abandoned small temple where we took the photo just now. Yes, let's go there to hide from the rain. After Lu Yuan reminded her, 13th aunt also remembered and hurriedly urged him. Lu Yuan didn't dare to delay and quickly rode his bike to the temple. However, no matter how fast he rode, the rainstorm could not come faster. In just a moment, Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 were caught up by the rainstorm. Even the umbrella they had prepared in advance was blown to pieces by the strong wind and became useless. So, when Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 arrived at the temple, their clothes were all soaked by the heavy rain. Miss Dai, are you okay? Pushing the cart into the temple, Lu Yuan asked with concern. It's okay. Before she finished speaking, she felt a chill in her body and sneezed, achoo. Well, Miss Dai, you wait here for a while. I'll go around and see if there's any dry firewood. We need to start a fire. Seeing that Aunt 13 was pale and shivering due to the cold, Lu Yuan spoke quickly. Of course, when he said he was going to take a look around, he actually meant taking things out from the system space. He had obtained countless dead branches and leaves from the previous videos, and relying on the infinite size of the system space, he did not throw anything away, and now they came in handy. Then be careful. Looking at the dark sky and heavy rain outside, Aunt 13 said with some concern. Don't worry, I won't go far. Lu Yuan nodded, then dived into the rain. Watching Lu Yuan disappear in the rain, Aunt 13 felt a sweetness in her heart, and the coldness in her body seemed to dissipate a lot. She didn't have to wait any longer. Soon, she saw Lu Yuan running in excitedly from outside with a pile of firewood in his arms. That's great. There are a lot of firewood piled up outside the temple. It's convenient for us. Really? That's so lucky. Naturally, 13th aunt did not suspect anything was wrong. She quickly clasped her hands together, knelt down and kowtowed to the Buddha statue enshrined in the temple to express her gratitude. Her clothes were all soaked by the rain and stuck tightly to her body. Her kneeling now revealed every detail of her curvaceous figure. A small part of the snow-white neck was exposed, and below it were small and thin shoulders. Further down, it quickly narrowed to a slender waist that was not even as thin as a hand. Further down, the round buttocks bulged abruptly, which was breathtaking and gave people a fatal attraction. Looking at this scene, Lu Yuan's mind suddenly emerged with the scene of clothes getting wet after the rain in many Japanese love movies. Fuck, Lu Yuan, what are you thinking about? Fortunately, Lu Yuan was determined and quickly regained his composure after a moment of distraction. After taking one last look at Aunt 13, he quickly gathered the firewood he had brought in and prepared to make a fire. 13th aunt naturally had no idea how much Lu Yuan was struggling in his heart. After worshipping the Buddha statue, she turned around and wanted to help Lu Yuan stack firewood. No, Miss Dai, you can just rest over there. Lu Yuan was afraid that if he looked at 13th aunt for a second longer, he would feel the urge to commit a crime, so he quickly lowered his head and waved his hand to refuse. To him who possesses the time stopper, Aunt 13 is now no different from a piece of fat meat that is delivered to his mouth. Aunt 13 immediately noticed something unusual about Lu Yuan. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't even dare to look at her, she looked down at herself in confusion, then let out a soft cry, subconsciously clasped her hands in front of her chest, and a blush rose on her fair face. Chapter 28 Eating Chicken in Front of Buddha. Outside the temple, there were bursts of thunder and heavy rain, as if it was the end of the world. In the temple, a bonfire was burning, and the dry firewood crackled under the flames. Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 were standing at opposite ends of the campfire, roasting themselves by the fire in silence. After what happened just now, both of them felt a little embarrassed. I don't know how long it took. Lu Yuan. Actually. Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 spoke at the same time. After looking up and seeing each other's stunned expressions, they paused again, and then said at the same time. You speak first. You speak first. After saying that, Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 looked at each other, and then laughed together. The atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Miss Dai, I really didn't mean to take advantage of you just now, it was really. Just as Lu Yuan was about to apologize, he heard Aunt 13 whisper, Okay, you, stop talking. I don't blame you. Hearing this, Lu Yuan looked at 13th aunt in astonishment, and saw that she was fiddling with the bonfire in front of her casually, with a bright blush on her delicate cheeks, and he didn't know whether it was because of the firelight or because of shyness. Looking at Aunt 13 who was becoming more and more charming and pretty in the firelight, Lu Yuan couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't say anything, 13th aunt subconsciously looked up and happened to see Lu Yuan's fiery eyes. 13th aunt panicked and avoided Lu Yuan's gaze, saying angrily, You're looking at me like that again. Although she said this, there was no intention of blaming him in her heart. She even felt a hint of joy, as if she hoped Lu Yuan would look at her like this one more time. Lu Yuan also came back to his senses, his old face flushed, and he said repeatedly, Sorry. At the same time, he was secretly wondering in his heart. Logically speaking, he had seen countless beauties on the internet, cute, playful, cool, and naked. Well, no matter what kind of beauty, he had never been in a daze staring at a girl like this. Why was he always distracted today? After hearing Lu Yuan's apology, Aunt 13 smiled and glanced at Lu Yuan secretly. Then, fearing that he would find out, she deliberately looked at the rain outside the window and said, I really don't know when this rain will stop. Lu Yuan also looked at the dark sky outside and said, It looks like it won't stop for a while. Can we go back today? Aunt 13 asked with some concern. It should be possible. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked outside with some uncertainty, and said, It's only noon now, can the rain continue for another half day? Looking at Lu Yuan's handsome profile, 13th aunt's eyes were filled with emotion. Suddenly, she thought of how Lu Yuan had protected her just now. She asked softly, Lu Yuan, when you faced those people from the Shegang just now, weren't you afraid at all? But she knew that Lu Yuan had only started learning martial arts from Huang Feihong yesterday. In other words, Lu Yuan is just an ordinary person like himself. Although he had a gun in his hand, facing those ferocious thugs, 13th aunt asked herself that even if she had a gun in her hand, she would still be scared and tremble all over. But Lu Yuan seemed to have no idea what fear was. They are just a bunch of hooligans. Why should we be afraid of them? Lu Yuan smiled slightly and answered casually. Of course he wouldn't say that he had a time-stopping device. Not to mention the gangsters, he wouldn't be afraid even of 10 Huang Feihongs. Seeing Lu Yuan so confident, Aunt 13 looked at him with a softer look and said softly, Lu Yuan, thank you for protecting me just now. What are you talking about, Miss Dai? As a man of 7 feet tall, I will naturally protect you. Lu Yuan patted his chest and said. Only. Because the water on the clothes had not dried yet, Lu Yuan's pat on the chest only made a pia sound, which was not only unimpressive, but also a bit funny. Looking at Lu Yuan's embarrassed expression, 13th aunt couldn't help but chuckle, full of charm. By the way, Lu Yuan. Thinking of the funny thing, 13th aunt thought about what happened just now and asked curiously, why did you ask those people in Shegang to take off their pants just now? Was it to humiliate them? That's one reason. Lu Yuan explained, in addition, I am considering that if they follow us after we leave, wouldn't that be bad? It would be better to let them take off all their pants, so that they can only go home to put on clothes and won't care about us. I see. Seeing that Lu Yuan was so thoughtful, Aunt 13 couldn't help but look in admiration. Just as she was about to say something else, she suddenly felt a chill in her body. She couldn't help shivering and her face turned pale. Miss Dai, please wait for a moment. I will go outside to find some firewood and make the fire bigger. Seeing this, Lu Yuan stood up and said. No need. 13th aunt said quickly, you just sat by the fire for a while, if you go out again your clothes will get wet again, I can bear it. At this moment, the rain outside seemed to be even heavier than before. 13th aunt couldn't bear to see Lu Yuan get wet in the rain again. It's okay. This little rain is nothing. Lu Yuan smiled at Aunt 13, and without waiting for her to object, he turned around and rushed into the rain again. Lu Yuan. Aunt 13 called out a few times, but Lu Yuan quickly disappeared in the rain. After leaving the temple, where Aunt 13 couldn't see him, Lu Yuan quickly took out a raincoat from the system space and put it on. He wouldn't just stand there in the rain like an idiot. But this time I can't go back as quickly as I did before, otherwise it would seem too fake. Seeing the rainstorm showing no sign of weakening, Lu Yuan was secretly worried. Although it was a pleasure to be alone with the beautiful Aunt 13, that was under normal circumstances. A situation like this, hiding from the rain in the wild, was not so wonderful. Besides, if it were me, it would be easy. I could take out so many things in the system space and use them at will. But with Aunt 13 here, I can only wear wet clothes and endure hunger and cold. Thinking of enduring hunger and cold, Lu Yuan felt a wave of hunger coming over him. No, I have to find something to eat. While thinking about it, Lu Yuan opened the system page to find out what he could take out without arousing Aunt 13's suspicion. After watching for a while, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Hey, this pheasant seems to be okay. Just now when they were taking pictures, they encountered a pheasant. If they took it out now, they could make the excuse that they had caught it outside and there was nothing wrong with it. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan had an idea and took the pheasant out of the system space and deliberately let it dry in the rain. After about 10 minutes, Lu Yuan felt that the time was about right, so he took off his raincoat and put it back into the system space. He then took out a lot of dry firewood and held it in his arms, and quickly ran into the temple. Miss Dai, I'm back. Look, I brought you. Just after running into the temple, Lu Yuan hadn't finished speaking when he felt a warm and soft jade suddenly fall into his arms, and a crying voice sounded in his ears. Why did you take so long to come back? Do you know how worried I was about you? Feeling the panic of the woman in his arms, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Indeed, if he came back later, he could avoid Aunt 13's suspicion of him, but it would also make her more worried about him. Especially after she had just been surrounded by thugs from the She gang, her psychology would naturally be more fragile. I'm sorry, Miss Dai, for making you worry. Lu Yuan said apologetically. At this time, 13th aunt also came to her senses and realized that she had actually taken the initiative to hug Lu Yuan. She immediately blushed with shame, let out a soft cry, turned her back, and dared not look at him again. Looking at the beautiful back of Aunt 13, Lu Yuan was both amused and touched. He couldn't bear to embarrass her, so he changed the subject and said, Miss Dai, I didn't come back late on purpose. What do you think this is? 13th aunt blushed and turned her head slightly, and saw Lu Yuan holding a pheasant and smiling at her. Pheasant, where did this come from? Aunt 13 asked curiously. I caught it from outside. Lu Yuan smiled and said, it was because of catching it that I wasted time, but it was worth it, at least we have lunch now. It would have been better if Lu Yuan didn't say anything. When Aunt 13 heard the word lunch, she suddenly felt hungry. Miss Dai, put these woods next to the fire and dry them out. This way they will be easier to burn later. Lu Yuan said to Aunt 13, I'll take care of this pheasant. Afterwards, Lu Yuan took a 1-foot-long Buddhist bowl in front of the Buddha statue to the eaves, filled it with half a bowl of water, and placed it next to the campfire to heat it. While waiting for it to be heated, Lu Yuan used the dagger he carried with him to cut a horizontal cut on the pheasant's neck and drained the blood. After that, put the pheasant in hot water, remove the hair and internal organs. After everything was done, Lu Yuan found a suitable thin wooden stick, propped up the pheasant, and slowly roasted it over the campfire. Of course, when Aunt 13 wasn't paying attention, Lu Yuan secretly put some salt on the chicken, otherwise the taste would be too bland. Next, the two chatted while waiting for the roast chicken to be cooked. After about 10 minutes, the aroma of chicken began to waft out. Gurgle. When she smelled the fragrance, Aunt 13's stomach couldn't help but rumble. Lu Yuan looked at her teasingly and deliberately asked, "Miss Dai, did you hear any sound just now?" 13th auntie blinked without changing her expression. "Maybe your stomach is rumbling." Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan's speechless look, 13th aunt suddenly laughed happily, her body shaking. Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled. "Oh." Suddenly, Aunt 13 thought of something, glanced at the Buddha statue behind her, and asked Lu Yuan, "We are eating chicken in the temple. Buddha won't blame us, right?" "Well, we didn't intentionally blaspheme the Buddha. We just had to kill to fill our stomachs because we had no other choice. I think the Buddha should understand our difficulties." Lu Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "As long as it's not the kind of chicken eating, the Buddha shouldn't mind, right?" He thought secretly in his heart, "I'd better talk to the Buddha first." 13th aunt stood up and knelt in front of the Buddha again. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly turned back and blushed and said shyly, You close your eyes and don't look at me." The front of her clothes was much drier at this time, but the back was still sticking to her body because it could not be dried. If she knelt down, Lu Yuan would inevitably feast his eyes again. "Ahem, okay, I'll close my eyes and I won't look." Having said that, Lu Yuan closed his eyes obediently. Seeing this, 13th aunt turned around and knelt down in front of the Buddha statue again. What she didn't see was that after she turned around, Lu Yuan smiled evilly and quietly opened his eyes. After a while, Aunt 13 finished explaining to the Buddha. Turning back, she saw Lu Yuan still obediently closing his eyes. She smiled slightly and said, "Okay, Lu Yuan, you can open your eyes now." Hearing this, Lu Yuan opened his eyes and asked with a smile, "How is it going? Have you explained our situation clearly to the Buddha?" "It's clear." 13th aunt pinched her throat and put on a solemn expression, saying, "The Buddha told me, this time I will forgive you because you had no choice. This will not happen again." It was rare to see Aunt 13 being so playful, and Lu Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. 13th aunt also smiled with her eyes curved and covered her mouth with her hands. Then, she moved her eyes, took light steps, and slowly sat down beside the fire. However, this time she did not sit opposite Lu Yuan, but sat not far to Lu Yuan's side. Noticing the change in Aunt 13's position, Lu Yuan's body couldn't help but stiffen slightly. Although she was not next to him, Lu Yuan seemed to be able to feel the heat coming from Aunt 13. Even though the heat was far from that of a blazing bonfire, Lu Yuan still felt his body slowly heating up. Lu Yuan was nervous, and so was 13th aunt. Her delicate cheeks looked even brighter and more beautiful under the dancing firelight. For a moment, because 13th aunt sat in different places, the two of them fell into silence, and a charming atmosphere gradually spread. The heavy rain outside seemed to disappear, and all that remained in the world were the bonfire, Lu Yuan, and Aunt 13. In this unusual atmosphere, Lu Yuan only felt that his heartbeat was getting faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Bang! 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 As his heart beat faster, he felt a strong urge to hug Aunt 13 in his arms. Not only him, 13th aunt also gradually felt that her body seemed to be getting hotter and hotter. Although there was no mirror, she believed that her cheeks must have turned red by now. Especially when she occasionally looked back and saw Lu Yuan's burning eyes that seemed to melt her, her body became soft and weak without a trace of strength, and she felt both expectant and afraid. Ms. Dai, I. Staring at Aunt 13 with his eyes, Lu Yuan's breathing was hot and he moved closer to her. As if she had guessed what Lu Yuan was going to say, 13th aunt lowered her eyes, her thick eyelashes trembling, not daring to meet Lu Yuan's aggressive gaze. She clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white from squeezing too hard, and uttered a faint moan, Actually, I. Looking at the shy and charming appearance of 13th aunt, Lu Yuan felt his mouth dry. Just as he was about to express his admiration for her, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. Crack! It was because of Lu Yuan's movement that the fat oozing from the roasted chicken dripped into the campfire, making a crisp sound. Chapter 29, Token of Love Roast Chicken. Hearing the explosion sound caused by the grease dripping onto the flame, Lu Yuan was startled and became much more sober. Like Lu Yuan, 13th aunt also instantly came back to her senses from the charming atmosphere just now. She curled up her legs, buried her head between her knees, and was too shy to utter a word. Seeing Aunt 13's reaction, Lu Yuan was silent for a moment. At this point, there is no way to retreat. He paused, collected his emotions, and asked softly, "Miss Dai, I think you should have guessed what I'm going to say, right?" Upon hearing this, 13th Aunt's body trembled slightly. Although the expression on her face could not be seen clearly, her crystal earlobes had turned red. After discovering this, Lu Yuan immediately understood that 13th Aunt had no intention of rejecting his confession, otherwise she would have spoken up to stop him from continuing. After realizing this, Lu Yuan's originally nervous mood suddenly relaxed a lot. He gently moved his body, slowly approached Aunt 13, and finally sat down next to her. Brush. When Aunt 13 felt Lu Yuan's body against hers, her delicate body suddenly stiffened, and she stood motionless, as if Lu Yuan had suspended time for her. Feeling the tension from the 13th Aunt, Lu Yuan did not take any further action, and asked softly, "Miss Dai, can I call you by your name?" Aunt 13 still didn't respond, but her slightly rapid breathing still showed her inner unrest. Although 13th Aunt studied abroad for many years, she lived in the Qing dynasty, a society where feudal ethics prevailed. In that era, could a woman be called by her maiden name casually? Even in the original plot, it was not until the second part that Wang Fei Hung called her by her maiden name for the first time. She wanted to refuse, but when the words came to her lips she couldn't open her mouth, as if there was some force inside her that prevented her from speaking. "Since you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent." Lu Yuan knew very well that when pursuing a girl, he had to seize the opportunity when he needed to be thick-skinned, so he immediately called out softly, "Xiao Jun." When Aunt 13 heard her maiden name being called by a man other than her father for the first time, she felt a buzzing in her ears and her whole body felt dizzy. "Oh my god, he actually called me Xiao Jun directly. How could he be so shameless? I haven't agreed yet. But, he just asked for my opinion, and I didn't refuse, so I can't blame him." 13th Aunt was ashamed and annoyed at Lu Yuan's presumptuous attitude, but at the same time she felt that Lu Yuan was not wrong and her mind was in a mess. When she finally came to her senses, she heard Lu Yuan say, "Actually, I was attracted to you when I first saw you a few days ago." Boom! After hearing Lu Yuan's words, Aunt 13's brain, which had just become clearer, fell into a state of shutdown again, and even her breathing seemed to have stopped. Lu Yuan is confessing his feelings to me. All thoughts disappeared from Aunt 13's mind, only this sentence kept echoing in her ears. Because of her beautiful appearance, she met many boys who confessed their love to her when she was studying abroad. However, it was a foreign country after all, and she knew that the atmosphere there was open. In addition, she didn't have a good impression of those people, so she didn't take those confessions to heart. But Lu Yuan is different. Firstly, Lu Yuan and she were of the same origin and race, both were Chinese. Secondly, and most importantly, she herself had a good impression of Lu Yuan, and she was very satisfied with his knowledge, character, and appearance. In fact, before, 13th Aunt had a better impression of Wang Fei Hong, but people are always compared. If Lu Yuan had not appeared, Wang Fei Hong would naturally be the best person among the people 13th Aunt knew, but with the appearance of Lu Yuan, Wang Fei Hong was superior to Lu Yuan only in terms of kung fu and social status. In terms of other aspects, whether appearance or talent, Wang Fei Hong is far inferior to Lu Yuan. As for the level of kung fu, 13th Aunt does not care much about it. After all, now we have entered the age of guns and cannons, and the effectiveness of martial arts has been greatly reduced. As for social status, relying on Lu Yuan's superb medical skills, 13th Aunt believes that Lu Yuan's future achievements will definitely not be low. In addition, Lu Yuan was an international student like her, and they had many common topics to talk about, so slowly, the shadow of Wang Fei Hong gradually faded in 13th Aunt's heart. So, when she heard Lu Yuan confessing to her, 13th Aunt did not think of Wang Fei Hong at all, but was just surrounded by surprise and shyness. It was unknown how long it took 13th Aunt to slowly come back to her senses. Then, she heard Lu Yuan ask, "So, Xiao Jun, are you willing to accept my love and date me?" 13th Aunt subconsciously wanted to agree, but then she changed her mind and felt that if she agreed so directly, it would seem a bit frivolous, so she did not respond for a while. When Lu Yuan saw this, he immediately understood that 13th Aunt had agreed, but was just too shy to admit it. He chuckled and deliberately teased, "Xiao Jun, don't forget that I have this roasted chicken in my hand. If you don't agree to me, I will eat the whole chicken in one bite and not leave a single piece of meat for you. Puff. Hearing Lu Yuan's deliberately childish threat, Aunt 13 couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then she blushed and gave Lu Yuan a coquettish look, saying angrily, "Okay, then you eat. If you can't finish it in one breath, I'll see if I agree to your request." He, just kidding, wasn't I just teasing you? Seeing that 13th aunt finally raised her head, Lu Yuan handed the roasted chicken to her and said, "Now this whole chicken is yours, Xiao Jun. Consider it our token of love." Bar. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Hearing the word token of love, Aunt 13's pretty cheeks became even more rosy, and she glanced at Lu Yuan with a charming look. Roasted chicken can be used as a token of love. Xiao Jun, are you promising me? Catching onto Aunt 13's words, Lu Yuan asked in surprise. Who promised you? Not daring to meet Lu Yuan's eyes, 13th aunt lowered her eyes and denied it weakly. Hey. Lu Yuan naturally knew that he shouldn't take Aunt 13's words seriously at this time, so he thought about it, pointed at the Buddha statue and said, "Since roast chicken can't be used as a token of love, why don't we let the Buddha be the witness?" After that, he put the roasted chicken in his hand next to the campfire, knelt in front of the Buddha statue, and said seriously, "Buddha above, disciple Lu Yuan is willing to swear in front of the Buddha that my love for Dai Xiaojun is not a lie. I will use all my abilities to take care of her, care about her, and not let her suffer any grievances. If I break this oath, I will be struck by lightning." After hearing Lu Yuan's oath, Aunt 13 was so moved that tears fell down. She couldn't help but throw herself into Lu Yuan's arms. "I believe you, why do you swear such a poisonous oath?" Lu Yuan took advantage of the situation and hugged Aunt 13's soft body in his arms, smiling shyly. Wouldn't it seem more sincere this way? Being hugged by Lu Yuan, 13th aunt still felt a little shy and subconsciously wanted to break free, but how could Lu Yuan do as she wished? He held her tightly and refused to let go. 13th aunt could not break free, and in the end she could only glare at Lu Yuan angrily and lean on him obediently. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They just hugged each other quietly, wishing that time would stop like this forever. Until. "Lu Yuan, do you smell anything? Oops, the roast chicken is burnt." Chapter 30 Burning Down the Shay Gang. The two chatted and laughed while eating the slightly burnt roast chicken. Just when Lu Yuan was thinking that if the rain continued like this, he might have a chance to hug 13th aunt's charming body and sleep in the evening. The sky cleared up. Great. Lu Yuan, now we can go back and don't have to sleep outdoors. Seeing the dark clouds above her head dissipate, and even dazzling rays of sunlight shining through the clouds to form beautiful beams of light, Aunt 13 shouted happily. As for Lu Yuan, he barely managed to swallow back the curse he was hurling at God. Damn it, God. The rain didn't fall when it should, and it stopped when it shouldn't. Lu Yuan sighed secretly, knowing that the possibility of taking advantage of the opportunity to sleep in each other's arms was completely gone. Lu Yuan didn't dare to show it on his face, and smiled. This shows that even God is happy about our relationship. You're the only one who can say that. Although the relationship was confirmed, 13th aunt was still a little shy. She glared at Lu Yuan and, without waiting for the rain to stop, she urged him, "Okay, let's go back quickly. It will be bad if it starts raining again later. It would be nice if it started to rain again." Lu Yuan thought to himself, but agreed, "Okay, I'll clean it up." Afterwards, he took his time to tend to the fire and pack up his belongings, hoping for another heavy rainstorm. But it was obvious that his prayers had no effect on God. Not only did the rainstorm not come, but it disappeared even faster. In just over 10 minutes, the dark clouds in the sky had dissipated. If it weren't for the puddles of water on the ground, everyone would have thought it was a good day today. Seeing that the opportunity to be alone with Aunt 13 tonight was completely gone, Lu Yuan no longer had any hope and rode his bike back to Bauch Highland with Aunt 13. When they came here, 13th aunt would only hug Lu Yuan's waist when the road was bumpy. Now that their relationship is confirmed, 13th aunt has been pressing her soft body against Lu Yuan's back the entire time. Then, Lu Yuan chose to ride on the bumpy roads. What's going on today? Why is this road so difficult to walk on? After getting off the car, Aunt 13 asked while rubbing her butt in confusion. It's raining, so of course it's harder to walk than before. Okay, Xiao Jun, let's go back and change clothes quickly, and don't catch a cold. Lu Yuan answered calmly and pushed the cart into Bauch Highland. The two men chatted and laughed as they came to their backyard, where they saw Huang Feihong practicing boxing in the yard. "Brother Huang, we are back." Lu Yuan clasped his fists in greeting. 13th aunt also smiled and said, "Feihong, we are back." After that, she nodded to Lu Yuan, "Then I will go change my clothes, you should change quickly too." "Well, go ahead. I want to talk to Brother Huang." Lu Yuan responded and watched 13th aunt's slender figure disappear around the corner. On the side, although Huang Feihong had expected this intimate scene between the two, he still sighed inwardly with mixed feelings. But he immediately forgot about all that and asked Lu Yuan with concern, "Brother Lu, I see that your and Aunt 13's clothes are a little damp. Did you get caught in the rain?" "Yes, we were just coming back when we happened to encounter the heavy rain just now. If there was no temple where we could take shelter temporarily, I'm afraid we would have no choice but to come back in the rain," Lu Yuan explained. Thinking of confirming his relationship with Aunt 13 in the temple, he couldn't help but smile. Huang Feihong was moved when he saw this, and blurted out, "Brother Lu, you and Aunt 13 are, yes." Lu Yuan bowed awkwardly and said, "Brother Huang, Aunt 13 and I have already confirmed our relationship. From now on, you may have to change the way you address me." "Har har." Huang Feihong's eyes dimmed, he laughed dryly and said, "Then congratulations to Brother Lu first." "Brother Huang, what are you talking about?" Seeing Huang Feihong's discomfort, Lu Yuan knew that he was probably not in the mood to chat with him, so he immediately clasped his fists and said, "Then I'll go back and change my clothes first." "Excuse me." "Well, please go ahead, Brother Lu." Huang Feihong nodded. Looking at Lu Yuan's departing back, and then looking in the direction of Aunt 13's room, Huang Feihong shook his head. He wanted to practice boxing again, but suddenly he felt a little uninterested, so he simply went back to his room. Nightfall. It was a dark and windy night. Lu Yuan quietly opened the door of his room and left Baochailan. Coming to the street and seeing that there was no one around, Lu Yuan took out a mountain bike from the system space, identified the direction, and then sped towards the location of the Shay Gang. In the movie, the Shay Gang helped foreigners traffic their people to the United States as slaves. It would have been fine if they hadn't provoked him, but now that they have provoked him, Lu Yuan will not let them go so easily. About half an hour later, Lu Yuan found the Shay Gang's base. This is a spacious courtyard located in the suburbs. The lights are on and there are bursts of laughter, shouting and cursing. "Hee hee, after tonight, let's see if you can still laugh." Lu Yuan sneered, and seeing that there was no one around, he put the mountain bike back and took out the time stopper. Click. As Lu Yuan pressed the red time pause button, all the sounds in the compound stopped abruptly. If people were not afraid of the Shay Gang, resulting in no one living around their base, this strange scene would probably have frightened many people. But this makes my movements easier. Lu Yuan arrived at the main entrance, ignored the guards who had already frozen on both sides of the gate, and pushed the door open directly. In the yard, there were many shirtless thugs standing still in various postures, which looked quite scary at first glance. Of course, as the source of all this, Lu Yuan doesn't care. He stood at the door, looking at everyone one by one, looking for the leader of the Shay Gang. However, he looked at everyone in the yard and did not find any trace of the leader of the Shay Gang. "Is it in the room?" Lu Yuan crossed the courtyard and entered the main house in the north. After looking through all the rooms, Lu Yuan still couldn't find the leader of the Shay Gang. That's strange. Could it be that he is so lucky today that he is not in the gang? Lu Yuan frowned secretly. With doubts, Lu Yuan took a stationary gangster to a distance, then covered his face, changed his voice, and interrogated him after releasing the time pause. The result turned out to be just as he expected. The leader of the Shay Gang went to a brothel in Foshan City tonight and happened to be away. Grass. Lu Yuan cursed inwardly. The main purpose of his trip was to kill the leader of the Shay Gang, but unexpectedly, he was lucky enough to escape. Forget it, I'll just let you live one more night. Lu Yuan snorted coldly and returned to Baochailan in disappointment. There are many brothels in Foshan City, and he doesn't have the time and energy to search each one. The next evening, Lu Yuan once again arrived at the Shay Gang's base under the cover of night. However, what he didn't expect was that the leader of the Shay Gang was still not there. After interrogating a gang member, he learned that because of his interrogation of the gangster last night, the leader of the Shay Gang became wary, so he simply lived outside. No one knew where exactly. Fuck, you're so cautious. After hearing the gang member's answer, Lu Yuan was speechless. But, glancing at the courtyard in front of him, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Since I can't find your people, I will rob you of your wealth first, and then destroy your nest. After thinking about it, he began to rummage through the drawers in the room. Finally, after finding 2 boxes of silver dollars and thousands of taels of silver notes, Lu Yuan sprinkled a bucket of gasoline and then set fire to the compound of the Shay Gang's headquarters. Fire! Help! Come and put out the fire! My butt is on fire! Quick, put out the fire! Hiding in the dark, Lu Yuan sighed as he watched the members of the Shay Gang running out of the yard. In fact, he originally wanted to burn all the gang members to death in one fire, but he was just an ordinary man after all. After setting the fire, seeing the fire getting bigger and bigger, he couldn't bear to do it after all. He released the time pores and gave the gang members a chance to escape. However, if you still dare to sell our people to the United States as slaves like in the movies, don't blame me for being ruthless then. When leaving, Lu Yuan said to himself. As for the foreigners. Back on Bauch Highland Road, looking at the foreign ships anchored on the coast, Lu Yuan hesitated several times, but ultimately suppressed his desire to take action. It's not time to move you yet. Chapter 31, A Mess. The next day, Lu Yuan was seeing patients at Bauch Highland as usual. Dr. Lu, have you heard that the Shay Gang's lair was burned down last night? The patient who came for treatment chatted with Lu Yuan. Oh, really? Lu Yuan pretended to be surprised and asked, who burned it? I don't know. The patient chuckled and said in a low voice, but no matter who it is, it can be regarded as getting rid of harm for the people. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. The Shay Gang has a very bad reputation in Foshan simply because of its ruthless style, which makes ordinary people helpless and can only let it go. Now that they heard that the Shay Gang's lair had been burned down, they all celebrated in secret. It's more than just burning. At this time, someone nearby whispered, I heard that even the wealth of the Shay Gang was swept away. Real? How could this be false? I heard with my own ears the leader of the Shay Gang jumping up and down and cursing. Hey, the Shay Gang has been seriously damaged this time. I really don't know who did such a great thing. Yes, you know, there are dozens of people in the Shay Gang's lair. I heard that the people in their old nest didn't know anything. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, they found that the fire in the house had already started. They themselves didn't know what was going on. Who would believe that? I guess he said that to avoid taking responsibility. Yes, and there was a fire as soon as I opened my eyes. Did the fire fall from the sky? If there is anyone who really has such a great ability, it must be Huang, ahem. Liu Keizi, don't talk nonsense if you don't have any evidence. I'm sorry, I just drank a little and my mind is a little unclear. While Lu Yuan was diagnosing patients, he was also listening to people chatting. When he heard that someone actually suspected that Huang Feihong was the one who did this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but secretly apologize to Huang Feihong in his heart. First, he snatched away 13th aunt, and now he inexplicably made him take such a big blame for him. He really felt sorry for him. During lunch, Zhu Rorong talked about this matter. Master, I heard people are guessing that you burned down the Shay Gang's lair. Is that true? Zhu Rorong asked excitedly. Nonsense. Huang Feihong slammed the table when he heard this and said, Am I the kind of person who burns down people's houses and steals their money? Seeing Huang Feihong angry, Zhu Rorong smiled awkwardly. I just think this is a good thing. What is a good thing? Huang Feihong said with a sullen face, if the Shay Gang really did a lot of evil, the government would naturally deal with it. Why would I need to meddle in their affairs? Hearing the resentment in Huang Feihong's words, Lu Yuan's heart moved and asked, Brother Huang, has the Admiral targeted you again recently? Well. Huang Feihong sighed when he heard this. The Admiral has always felt that the existence of the militia is an unstable factor for society, and always wants me to disband the militia. Before he could finish his words, Zhu Rorong slammed the table and stood up. Bullshit. Why should a mere admiral like him disband our militia? I'm going to fight him to the death right now. Presumptuous. Hearing Zhu Rorong's words, Huang Feihong immediately became angry. You are very capable, right? Do you want to fight with me, your master? Master, I? Seeing that Huang Feihong was really angry, Zhu Rorong immediately became timid and lowered his head, not daring to speak. Seeing that the atmosphere at the table had become tense, Aunt 13 spoke up to persuade him. Fei Hong, don't be angry. Our Rong is doing this for the good of the militia, not to upset you. Lu Yuan also advised, that's right, Brother Huang, don't blame him. Seeing that Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 both spoke up to plead for Zhu Rorong, Huang Fei Hong's expression improved, but he was still a little worried. I don't blame him, I'm just angry that he is so reckless even at this age. What should I do in the future? Master, I'm sorry. Hearing what Huang Fei Hong said, Zhu Rorong hurriedly admitted his mistake. Actually, Brother Huang, I have a plan that may be able to temporarily solve your urgent problem. Lu Yuan said after pondering for a moment. Oh. Huang Fei Hong was overjoyed and clasped his fists, saying, I'd like to hear more about it. That's right, I heard. Just as Lu Yuan was about to explain, he heard a commotion outside the door. Then, a militia member ran in and reported, Master, someone outside is urgently seeking medical attention. He said that his elderly family member suddenly suffered from intestinal abscess and wanted to ask Dr. Lu to treat him. The carriage is already waiting outside the door. Okay, I understand. Huang Fei Hong nodded, and then said to Lu Yuan, Brother Lu, the condition is urgent, we should go and save him first. At this moment, Ling Yunkai reminded him, Master, you forgot that the Admiral asked us to meet later. This. Huang Fei Hong couldn't help but slap his forehead when he heard this. What should we do then? It's okay, Brother Huang, you can go meet the Admiral. I can complete the operation myself. Lu Yuan said. No, that's too inefficient. Didn't you say that according to microbiology, the longer the patient's body cavity is exposed to the air, the more likely it is to develop a postoperative infection? Huang Fei Hong shook his head. Why don't I go with you? 13th aunt stood up and said, It just so happens that I have also learned a lot of microbiology knowledge from Lu Yuan, so it should be no problem for me to help him. This. Huang Fei Hong thought about it and felt that if he stood up the Admiral this time, he would probably intensify his efforts to target the militia. In addition, 13th aunt had indeed spent quite a while with Lu Yuan, so he agreed, well, then you two should go quickly and don't delay the treatment. Good. Lu Yuan clasped his fists to everyone, then left the dining room shoulder to shoulder with Aunt 13. Looking at the backs of Lu Yuan and the other man as they left, Zhu Rorong frowned. Thinking about how Lu Yuan and 13th aunt seemed to be getting closer and closer these days, he hesitated and said, Master, is it inappropriate for 13th aunt and Dr. Lu to go out alone like this? What's wrong? Huang Fei Hong glanced at Zhu Rorong and said, They have already confirmed their relationship as a couple, don't say anything. What? Are you sure you're in a relationship? How can this be possible? When everyone heard Huang Fei Hong's words, they were shocked. Zhu Rorong was so angry that his face turned red. He cursed, I knew long ago that this pretty boy surnamed Lu had no good intentions. Not only did he live in our Bauj Highland, he even dared to snatch my master's wife away. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Huang Fei Hong slapped the table. Snap! Crash! Huang Fei Hong's palm power was so strong that with one palm strike, the dining table was immediately broken into pieces and scattered on the ground, and the food on the table was all scattered on the ground. What do you mean? Huang Fei Hong glared at Zhu Rorong. Are you going to raise the banner of rebellion? That is the private matter of Dr. Lu and Aunt 13. When is it your turn to intervene? Master. Seeing that Huang Fei Hong was still protecting Lu Yuan, Zhu Rorong said unwillingly, but you and Aunt 13 are a couple. Fart. Huang Fei Hong was already heartbroken by this incident, and when he heard Zhu Rorong say this, he couldn't help but curse. What do you mean that 13th aunt and I are a couple? Did Dr. Lu and 13th aunt's free love provoke you? Do you think you should match them up? And you too? Huang Fei Hong glared at everyone and said, If anyone dares to gossip about this matter, I will expel him from my sect. After saying that, he shook his hand fiercely and left the dining room. Looking at Huang Fei Hong leaving in anger, and then looking at the messy ground, Zhu Rorong and others looked at each other and were all silent. Chapter 32 Leaving Bauj Highland. Phew tilde I'm so tired. After Lu Yuan sutured the patient's abdominal cavity, Aunt 13 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although strictly speaking she was only responsible for delivering various tools to Lu Yuan in this operation, just watching Lu Yuan slit open a person's stomach and reveal the various bright red internal organs was a great test for Aunt 13. Fortunately, she always reminded herself that Lu Yuan, who was performing the operation, was her lover and she must not embarrass him, so she finally insisted on completing the operation. Seeing Aunt 13's fatigue, Lu Yuan smiled slightly, helped her sit down, and said, "You take a rest first, I will observe the patient's condition." 13th aunt naturally wouldn't be polite with Lu Yuan and sat down on a chair nearby to rest. Lu Yuan took this opportunity to give the patient an antibacterial and anti-inflammatory injection to prevent postoperative infection and intestinal adhesion. Later, seeing that the patient was fine, Lu Yuan slowly pulled his silver needle out of the patient's body. As the silver needle was pulled out, the patient groaned softly. This is a natural reaction after the anesthesia wears off. By the way, the effect of acupuncture anesthesia seems to be similar to the effect of acupoint pressing in the martial arts world. Lu Yuan suddenly had a strange thought in his mind. Could it be that the Huang Feihong world was originally a high-level martial arts world, but later on, for some reason, it dropped in level and became a low-level martial arts world, so the original acupoint pressing gradually evolved into acupuncture anesthesia? I'll ask Huang Feihong when I get back, maybe he knows some secrets. Lu Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, Lu Yuan saw the patient slowly open his eyes. He immediately gathered his thoughts and asked Aunt 13 to notify his family. Soon, the family members who had been guarding the door came in quickly. Seeing that the patient had regained consciousness and was no longer crying out in abdominal pain, they all looked at Lu Yuan with gratitude. Especially the old man in charge, he knelt down to express his gratitude. Lu Yuan naturally stopped him quickly. After some mutual refusals, Lu Yuan finally declined the other party's offer to stay for dinner and left with the 500 taels of silver given by the other party. 500 taels, it's simply unbelievable. On their way back, 13th aunt still couldn't hide her shock and whispered, even the imperial physician wouldn't charge this much for a visit, right? But the imperial physician may not be able to cure intestinal abscesses. Lu Yuan said deliberately. 13th aunt was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, yes, our divine Dr. Lu's medical skills are even better than the imperial physician. These 500 taels of silver cannot show your superb level at all. HMPH, you can talk. Lu Yuan waved his hand and said, I'll give you half of these 500 taels. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't look like he was joking, 13th auntie quickly waved her hands and said, No, I was just helping you during the operation, how can I get half of it? Yes, your workload is not large, but the effect you play is great. Lu Yuan grabbed Aunt 13's hand and said seriously, when you are by my side, I feel good. When I feel good, my surgical skills will be better. All your contributions are in my heart. If Lu Yuan's words were put into the real world, it would probably make girls so embarrassed that their toes would touch the ground, and it wouldn't even be considered a cheesy love talk. But in the society of the late Qing dynasty, it was enough to make 13th aunt, who had basically never heard any love words, bow her head in shame. Looking at the cute and lovely appearance of Aunt 13, Lu Yuan was also moved and reached out to hold her delicate body in his arms. Aunt 13 struggled symbolically for a few times, but when she saw that she couldn't get free, she let Lu Yuan hold her. There was no conversation along the way, and soon the carriage stopped at Baochailan. When the two entered Baochailan, they immediately found that the atmosphere was a little strange. Normally, when they saw Lu Yuan coming back, most of the disciples of Baochailan would come over to greet him, but today, after seeing Lu Yuan, they all pretended not to see him. There was really no way to avoid it, so he just bowed perfunctorily and walked away. Lu Yuan, what happened to them? Aunt 13 asked doubtfully. I'll go ask. Lu Yuan had some guesses in his mind, but he still went to find Yarkasu to ask in Baochailan. Lu Yuan was the only one who could communicate with him fluently about medicine in English, so the two had a good relationship. When Lu Yuan found him, a complicated look flashed across Yarkasu's eyes. In theory, Lu Yuan helped him a lot in his medical career and never made fun of his stuttering. But emotionally, he still hopes that his master Huang Feihong can marry 13th aunt. Seeing Yarkasu's appearance, Lu Yuan immediately knew that his guess was correct. You all know about what happened between me and Aunt 13? Lu Yuan asked. Yarkasu nodded with a complicated expression. Lu Yuan patted Yasu's shoulder and said nothing. After returning to Aunt 13, Lu Yuan told her about this matter. After listening to Lu Yuan's explanation, 13th aunt was stunned at first, then she lowered her head and remained silent. After a moment, she wiped her eyes and forced a smile at Lu Yuan. Then Lu Yuan, should we move out of Baochailan and find a new home? As smart as she is, she naturally knows that it is no longer suitable for her to stay in Baojilin. Otherwise, both Wang Feihong and she and Lu Yuan will feel uncomfortable. Seeing 13th aunt trying hard to hold back her tears, Lu Yuan felt both distressed and sympathetic. He knew that before he appeared, 13th aunt regarded Baojilin as her home. Now that she was forced to leave home because of him, she must feel bad. Gently wiping away the tears from Aunt 13's eyes, Lu Yuan said seriously, "Don't worry, Xiao Jun, I promise that our new home will be very comfortable." Aunt 13 wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. After comforting Aunt 13 for a few more words, Lu Yuan asked her to go back and pack her clothes first. Then, he looked at Yarkasu and said, "According to my guess, Brother Huang's discussion with the Admiral this time may not go smoothly. So, when he comes back, you can tell him that if he wants to win the Admiral's trust and save the militia, he must perform a great deed and build a golden statue for himself." Then, Lu Yuan lowered his voice and whispered in Yarkasu's ear, "I have reliable information. American Johnson used the name of Gold Rush to lure Chinese people to the Gold Mountain, but in fact he sold all these people as slaves." "What?" Hearing this, Yarkasu was shocked. Lu Yuan didn't explain much, patted his shoulder and left. Seeing that Lu Yuan did not forget to give advice to the militia even when he was about to leave, Yarkasu suddenly felt that his behavior was somewhat shameful. At this moment, Zhu Rorong, who had been paying attention to this place, saw Lu Yuan leaving and immediately came over. "Hey, fake foreign devil, what did that pretty boy say to you?" Looking at Zhu Rorong, for some reason, Yacasu suddenly felt a little disgusted. He ignored him and turned away. Chapter 33, Expelled from the Sect. After packing their luggage, Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 carried their suitcases and walked out of Baojilin. Coming to the bottom of the stairs, Aunt 13 looked back at the plaque of Baojilin hanging on the gate, looking lonely. "Okay, Xiao Jun, let's go." Seeing more and more people gathering around to watch the fun, Lu Yuan spoke softly. 13th aunt sighed and left with Lu Yuan in the carriage that he had called. "Lu Yuan, where do you think we should go next?" In the carriage, 13th aunt leaned on Lu Yuan and asked with a blank look in her eyes. "Let's find an inn to stay in first, and then ask the dental company to buy a yard and open a clinic there, how about that?" Lu Yuan thought for a moment and asked. "Well, I'll listen to you." Seeing that Lu Yuan had plans for the future, Aunt 13 was no longer confused. She smiled sweetly and leaned in Lu Yuan's arms. Just as Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 were staying in the inn, Wang Feihong also returned to Baojilin. Arriving at the back hall, he poured himself a cup of tea with a gloomy look, and said nothing. Just as Lu Yuan expected, his meeting with the Admiral in the afternoon did not make any effective progress. The other party remained tough and forced him to disband the militia. Just then, he saw Yarkasu appear at the door. "What's up, Asu? Is there something wrong?" Seeing Yarkasu's hesitation, Wang Feihong asked. Master. After coming in, Yarkasu bowed to Wang Feihong. "What's wrong?" Wang Feihong asked. Yarkasu took a deep breath and said fluently, "Master, Dr. Lu and Aunt 13 just came back, but because the fellow disciples had opinions about them, they packed their bags and left Baojilin." Wang Feihong and Ling Yunkai were both stunned when they heard Yarkasu suddenly speak fluently. "Yacasu, how come you speak so nicely?" Ling Yunkai asked curiously. Wang Feihong's attention was focused on what Yarkasu said, and he asked anxiously, "Wait, you said Brother Lu and Aunt 13 have packed their bags and left Baojilin?" "Right." Yarkasu nodded, then took another deep breath and said, "Before Dr. Lu left, he said that he expected that your meeting with the Admiral would not have any good results, so he suggested that our militia find a way to perform a great deed and build a golden statue for ourselves so that the Admiral would not dare to act rashly." Hearing this, Wang Feihong smiled bitterly and said, "Performing great deeds, but how can such great deeds be achieved just by saying so?" Before he finished speaking, he saw Yarkasu take a deep breath again and said quickly, "Dr. Lu said that he has reliable information that Johnson, a businessman from the United States, is recruiting workers to go to Jinshan to pan for gold, but in fact he is selling slaves." "What?" Hearing this, Wang Feihong's expression suddenly changed. "Are you serious?" If this news is true, once he can lead the militia to solve the case, it can definitely be regarded as a huge achievement, and the admiral will no longer be embarrassed to mention disbanding the militia. This is news that can save the militia from danger. Lu. Dr. Lu said, that's what he said. In response to this question, Yarkasu began to stutter again. Hey, Yarkasu, why did you change your way of speaking again? Ling Yunkai asked curiously. I'm not prepared for this question. Yarkasu replied stutteringly. Then you should prepare more answers in advance next time. It would be so much easier to speak like you did just now. Ling Yunkai patted Yuasu's shoulder and smiled. Huang Feihong remembered what Yarkasu said about Lu Yuan and Aunt 13, and said in a deep voice, Akai, go find Zhu Rorong for me. Yes. Hearing the anger in Huang Feihong's words, Ling Yunkai's expression froze and he quickly trotted out. In a moment, Zhu Rorong hurried to the back hall. Master, are you looking for? Before he could finish his words, Huang Feihong shouted angrily, kneel down. Oh, yes. Zhu Rorong did not dare to disobey Huang Feihong's wishes, and knelt down obediently with his head lowered. What did I tell you before I left? Huang Feihong suppressed his anger and asked, didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to say anything about Dr. Lu and Aunt 13 anymore? Yes. Zhu Rorong responded in a low voice. Then why are Dr. Lu and Aunt 13 gone now? Huang Feihong's voice suddenly rose and he slapped the coffee table beside him. Bang! Crash! The coffee table couldn't withstand the force of Huang Feihong's palm and fell apart. Zhu Rorong shuddered and wanted to say something, but finally closed his mouth. Do you seem to admit that you made a mistake? Huang Feihong's voice was cold and solemn. But master, that's Xiaobai. Dr. Lu, he is not a decent person. He lives in Bauj Highland, but he dares to have his eyes on Aunt 13. He. Just as Zhu Rorong was about to say something, Huang Feihong raised his foot and kicked Zhu Rorong on the shoulder. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhu Rorong's huge body was kicked up by Huang Feihong, flew back 3 meters and fell heavily. Master! Seeing Huang Feihong so angry, Ling Yunkai and Ya Keisu were both shocked. Get back here! Huang Feihong shouted coldly at Zhu Rorong, who had just struggled to get up from the yard. Zhu Rorong staggered in from outside the door, his face flushed. Not daring to say anything, he knelt in front of Huang Feihong again. I remember telling you before that although Aunt 13 and I were childhood sweethearts, we never had any romantic feelings for each other, and I never thought of marrying her because of this. Huang Feihong said indifferently, Dr. Lu is a scholar of genius, brilliant and clear-minded. He has no prejudices against any school of thought. He taught me surgical operations and microbiology, which are top-level knowledge even abroad. Just now, before he left, he also gave me some advice and helped me overcome the difficulties. Hearing Huang Feihong's indifferent tone, Zhu Rorong suddenly felt panic in his heart. He kowtowed and said, Master, I'm sorry, I did something wrong. I will go find Dr. Lu and ask for his forgiveness. Huang Feihong did not react to Zhu Rorong's words. He just said sadly, however, Dr. Lu treated me sincerely, but was eventually forced out of Baojilin by you. I, Huang Feihong, dare not teach such a disciple. Lin Shirong, from now on, you go your way and I go mine. You are no longer my disciple, and I am no longer your master. Go. After saying that, Huang Feihong stood up, turned his back to Zhu Rorong, and said to Ling Yunkai, Akai, show the guest away. Master. Zhu Rorong finally came to his senses at this time. Huang Feihong wanted to expel him from Baojilin. His face was pale, his eyes were full of fear. He crawled on his knees a few steps and hugged Huang Feihong's legs, tears streaming down his face. He sobbed, Master, I know I was wrong, please don't expel me from the sect, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Not only him, Ling Yunkai and Yarkasu also knelt beside him and advised, Master, senior brother Lin is indeed wrong, but his crime is not this serious. Please give him another chance. Shut up. Huang Feihong glared at Ling Yunkai and said, Are you going to disobey my orders now? Disciple dare not. Ling Yunkai was startled and kowtowed quickly. In that case, please ask Mr. Lin Shirong to leave. After saying that, Huang Feihong didn't even look at Zhu Rorong, broke free from his hands, and went to the backyard. Master! Master! Seeing Huang Feihong's determination, Zhu Rorong was completely panicked. He had never thought that Lu Yuan was so important in Huang Feihong's eyes. Seeing Huang Feihong's figure disappear around the corner, Zhu Rorong's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 34, Zhu Rorong came to apologize. 2 days later, Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 followed the people from the dental clinic to a large mansion. "Dr. Lu, please come in." The arbitrator opened the gate and said to Lu Yuan earnestly, "This house was once the residence of a Hanlin scholar, but later on, because the old man went to work in another place, the house became empty." As he spoke, Yexing introduced the layout of the mansion to Lu Yuan. Before long, the three of them had finished looking around the entire house. "Xiao Jun, what do you think? Do you think this courtyard suits your taste?" Lu Yuan asked Aunt 13. "Yeah, it's okay." 13th aunt seemed to be strolling around and saying that everything was fine, but secretly she winked at Lu Yuan. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan immediately understood that 13th aunt was very satisfied with the house and said so on purpose to lower the price. Laughing secretly in his heart, Lu Yuan did not expose 13th aunt's little thoughts, and pretended to be indifferent and asked casually, "I think it's just like that. By the way, how much do you want to sell this yard for?" This yard was originally priced at 350 taels and will not be sold, but since Divine Dr. Lu has opened the door, then if you want to buy it, it will be 330 taels. The dental clinic gives a price. "Xiao Jun, how about this price?" Lu Yuan actually didn't care. After all, he had thousands of taels of silver that he had robbed from the Shay gang. "It's a bit expensive." Aunt 13 shook her head, showing that she was very dissatisfied with the price. "What do you think?" Lu Yuan knew that 13th aunt was still trying to lower the price, so he nodded and said, "I think it's a bit expensive." Seeing that Lu Yuan was so cooperative, 13th aunt turned around and held up 3 fingers to the broker, saying, "How about this, we buy it for 200 taels of silver." "My dear aunt, you are killing me." Upon hearing this, the dentist waved his hands hastily. "No one bargains like you do." 13th aunt's expression did not change at all. "Then you should also name a sincere price. Anyway, we will definitely not buy it for 330 taels." The dentist also realized that although Lu Yuan was a famous doctor, it was obvious that the beautiful 13th aunt, who looked like a fairy, had the final say at home. So he smiled bitterly and said to the 13th aunt, "Mrs. Lu, please don't embarrass me. I won't make any profit from selling this house to you for 330 taels." When Aunt 13 heard the broker call her Madame Lu, her face turned slightly red, her heart was filled with joy, and she subconsciously looked at Lu Yuan, only to see that he not only had no intention of defending himself, but instead acted as if he agreed with the title. 13th aunt glared at Lu Yuan angrily, and her desire to bargain was slightly reduced. "Well, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll increase the price by another 20 taels." No, Madame Lu, I can only give you another 10 taels of silver." 10 taels of silver is nothing. After some bargaining, their house was finally sold for 260 taels. "Mr. Lu, with Madame Lu as your virtuous wife, I think your career will be prosperous." After signing the contract, the agent gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Har, I think so too." Lu Yuan suddenly laughed. 13th aunt blushed and twisted Lu Yuan's arm. After sending the dealer away, Lu Yuan said with a smile, "This dealer knows how to do business." When they bargained, they could tell who was in charge of the family. "You still say that?" Upon hearing this, 13th auntie immediately became slightly angry. "Today you acquiesce to his way of addressing me, and tomorrow I think the whole city of Foshan will call me Madame Lu. Hey, isn't that great? Now everyone knows that you are my wife." Lu Yuan said with a grin. Hearing Lu Yuan say that she was his wife, even though they had already established a relationship, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed and blushed. "Why are you saying such things in broad daylight?" "Yes, how can I say such things in the daytime?" Lu Yuan looked as if he was deeply reflecting on himself. "I should have said it tonight." "You humph, I don't want to bother with you." Aunt 13's heartbeat quickened due to Lu Yuan's teasing. She gave him a coquettish look and went to the yard to happily plan how to decorate it. Lu Yuan followed him out and was about to speak when he heard someone knocking on the courtyard door. "Who's going to knock on the door?" Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 looked at each other, both secretly wondering, they had only bought this yard half an hour ago, who was so well informed. With doubts, Lu Yuan opened the side door, and then saw the haggard Zhu Rorong standing outside the door. Originally Zhu Rorong had a strong build and a face full of fat, but now, he has dark circles under his eyes, an untidy beard, and looks like his body has been hollowed out. Wrong? Seeing Zhu Rorong's appearance, Aunt 13 was shocked and hurriedly asked, "How did you become like this? Come in quickly." Zhu Rorong shook his head, then knelt down in front of Lu Yuan and the others, kowtowed and said, "Dr. Lu, Aunt 13, I know I was wrong, I am sorry for you, please forgive me and go back to Bao Jilin." Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 looked at each other, both confused, not knowing what was going on. Lu Yuan reached out to support his arm and said, "Brother Lin, get up first. Let's go home and talk about what we have to say." "That's right, Arong, please get up and talk." 13th aunt also advised. "No, if you two don't agree to me, I will keep kneeling like this." Zhu Rorong broke free from Lu Yuan's support and said with his head down. Seeing Zhu Rorong's attitude, Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 smiled helplessly. They don't have Huang Feihong's kung fu, so facing such a fat man, they can't help him up even if they want to. Seeing that some people were starting to watch the fun on the street because of Zhu Rorong's behavior, Lu Yuan's heart moved, and he deliberately said in a cold voice, "Okay, Zhu Rorong, I said you didn't like me so much before, why did you suddenly come here to admit your mistake? It turns out that your admission of mistake was fake, and the real thing was that you deliberately let the neighbors laugh at me, humph." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the courtyard. No, that's not what I meant." Zhu Rorong became very anxious upon seeing this and hurriedly explained. It turned out that after being expelled from the sect by Huang Feihong the day before yesterday, Zhu Rorong had been kneeling in the courtyard of Bao Jilin without getting up. Every time Huang Feihong passed by, he would kowtow to show that he knew he was wrong. After 2 days of this, seeing that Zhu Rong, who had not even eaten a grain of rice, was almost starving to death, Huang Feihong's heart finally softened. In addition, all the disciples around him pleaded for him, so Huang Feihong told him that as long as he could obtain Lu Yuan and 13th aunt's forgiveness, he would consider accepting him back into the sect. Zhu Rorong was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly asked his friends in the militia to find the whereabouts of Lu Yuan and the other man. The militia was originally composed of local militiamen, and they were well aware of any disturbance in Foshan City. Under Zhu Rorong's order, the information about Lu Yuan and Aunt Shasan's purchase of a house was quickly discovered, which led to Zhu Rorong's visit to apologize. However, seeing that his apology not only failed to gain Lu Yuan's forgiveness, but even made Lu Yuan even more unhappy, Zhu Rorong did not dare to continue kneeling and quickly followed Lu Yuan inside. "Xiaojun, go make some tea." Entering the main hall, Lu Yuan said to Aunt 13. No. Zhu Rorong heard this and said quickly, "I just drank 3 big buckets of water before I came here, and now I can't drink any water at all. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. How come you've become like this after just 2 days of not seeing each other?" 13th aunt and Zhu Rorong were already familiar with each other, so she didn't go to pour tea and asked curiously. Hearing this, Zhu Rorong felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. Lu Yuan's heart moved, and he asked with a smile, "If my guess is correct, then Brother Huang blamed you for our leaving Bao Jilin." "No, it's not Master's fault. The 2 of you left Bao Jilin because we were ignorant. It's only right for Master to punish me." After saying that, Zhu Rorong told Lu Yuan and the others what had happened in the past 2 days. Finally, he lifted his robe and knelt down again, begging Lu Yuan and the others, "Dr. Lu, Aunt 13, I was ignorant before and made you two suffer. Now I know I was wrong. Please go back to Bao Jilin. I promise that no fellow disciple will dare to give you a hard time again." After hearing Zhu Rorong's words, Lu Yuan and Aunt 13 looked at each other and were both silent. After a moment, Lu Yuan said, "Arong, we know what you mean. In fact, we never blamed you. After all, from your point of view, it was all out of good intentions to protect Brother Huang. How could we blame you? So, you promised me to go back to Bao Jilin?" Zhu Rorong looked up and asked in surprise. "No." Lu Yuan glanced at Aunt 13, smiled at each other, and said to Zhu Rorong, "We won't go back to Bao Jilin." "Why?" Zhu Rorong asked anxiously, "But my sincerity is not enough. As long as you tell me, I will definitely correct it." "No, Arong, don't be impatient." Aunt 13 held Lu Yuan's hand and smiled gently. "In fact, the reason why I stayed in Bao Jilin before was because Feihong and I were childhood sweethearts, and others would not gossip about it. But now that Lu Yuan and I have become a couple, if I continue to stay in Bao Jilin, it will not be suitable for me, Lu Yuan, or Feihong. Do you understand?" Looking at Lu Yuan and Aunt 13's hands holding together, and seeing the undisguised happiness in Aunt 13's eyes, Zhu Rorong couldn't help but fall silent. Only then did he suddenly realize that he had always felt that Lu Yuan had snatched 13th aunt away from his master, but he had never thought about why 13th aunt chose Lu Yuan. Perhaps, Aunt 13 will be happier with Lu Yuan. When he thought of this, Zhu Rorong suddenly felt like a clown, neither a human being nor a human being. Dr. Lu, Aunt 13, I'm sorry. He clasped his hands together and bowed. Chapter 35, Qi Feeling. Zhu Rorong apologized in the morning and Huang Feihong came to visit him in the afternoon. Brother Lu, I'm really sorry that you and Aunt 13 have been wronged because of Orong and the others' ignorance. The first thing Huang Feihong said when they met was to bow and apologize. Brother Huang, please don't say such polite words. The matter has already passed. Lu Yuan smiled and invited Huang Feihong in. It's just right. Aunt 13 just said that she wanted to invite you to come and get acquainted with the family. Your coming here saves me a lot of trouble. Come and see how my new yard is. Coincidentally, 13th aunt also heard Lu Yuan's words at this time, and couldn't help laughing. How dare you say that? I haven't bought any furniture in our house. It's so empty. It would be embarrassing for Feihong to see it. Brother Huang is not an outsider, what is there to be embarrassed about? Lu Yuan didn't care. Har har, that's right. I'm not a stranger. Aunt 13, you are being too formal with me. Seeing that Lu Yuan and 13th aunt got along so harmoniously, Huang Feihong put aside the last trace of sadness in his heart and became happy for 13th aunt. The three of them sat down as host and guest. Huang Feihong smiled bitterly and said, actually, I'm really embarrassed to say this. This time, in addition to apologizing to Brother Lu, I actually have something to ask for. Brother Huang, are you talking about Johnson's slave trade? Lu Yuan asked as expected. Good. Huang Feihong asked solemnly, Brother Lu, is your information reliable? After saying this, fearing that Lu Yuan might misunderstand him, he quickly explained, I'm not doubting Brother Lu. It's just that this matter is too important. If it's not handled properly, it will be bad for me and the militia. What I'm more worried about is that it may cause friction between our country and the United States. Then I will be a national sinner. Brother Huang, you don't have to explain. I understand your feelings. Lu Yuan also said seriously, but I guarantee that Johnson's trafficking of our people to the United States as slaves is absolutely true. This period was the time when the United States was building the Pacific Railroad. Because white masters were unwilling to do the dirty and tiring work, the hardworking and loyal Chinese became their main labor target. Damn foreigners. After getting Lu Yuan's affirmative answer, Huang Feihong couldn't help but slam the coffee table angrily. Brother Lu, what do you think I should do? Then, Huang Feihong asked. If possible, we should expose Johnson's slave trade. It would be best if everyone in Foshan City knew about it. Lu Yuan pondered and said, in this case, the militia, which is supported by public opinion, will only be tolerated by the admiral even if its scale is a bit large. Brother Lu is right. Huang Feihong nodded, I will arrange for someone to investigate this matter when I return, and try to obtain decisive evidence as soon as possible. After saying this, Huang Feihong hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Lu, since the misunderstanding between you and our Rong has been resolved, why don't you return to Baojilin to see patients? Returning to Baojilin. Lu Yuan hesitated slightly. Right. Huang Feihong nodded and said, I know that with your medical skills, you can open your own clinic without any problems. But if you open a clinic from scratch, you still need to manage the relationship with the government and the relationship with the drug dealers. Of course, I'm not saying that you can't do these things, but I think with your medical skills, wouldn't it be a waste if you spend your time on those trivial matters? Huang Feihong had obviously thought about this before, and continued, moreover, even if Brother Lu comes to Baojilin for consultation, I will not force Brother Lu to do anything, and I will not reduce the dividends that should be given to him. If Brother Lu is not satisfied with his stay one day, he can also leave at any time. Hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded secretly in his heart. It wasn't that he was tempted by the conditions promised by Huang Feihong, but he suddenly remembered that he could only stay in this world for 1 year at most. Instead of taking the trouble to run a clinic from scratch, it would be better to practice medicine in Baojilin for the time being. It would not be too late to make new plans when he came back next time. Although he felt that returning to Baojilin to see patients was acceptable, Lu Yuan still turned around to ask 13th aunt for her opinion. Xiao Jun, what do you think? It's up to you to decide. I'll listen to you. 13th aunt smiled gently. Although she has studied abroad for many years, 13th aunt still has some remnants of the idea of marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog in her bones. Okay, in that case, Brother Huang, I'll have to bother you more in the future. Lu Yuan smiled and clasped his fists towards Huang Feihong. Har, I wish you could go back to Bao Jilin right now. Seeing Lu Yuan agree, Huang Feihong was also very happy. This way, it will be much more convenient for us to exchange medical or martial arts in the future. By the way, speaking of martial arts, Lu Yuan thought about his guest that day and asked, Brother Huang, do you know acupoint pressing? Acupuncture. Huang Feihong was stunned for a moment. This word seems familiar. He pondered for a moment, and then suddenly clapped his hands. I remember, I seem to have read this word in the martial arts diary of my senior master before. Real. Lu Yuan was surprised and delighted. Brother Huang, did your senior master master the acupoint pressing technique? No. Huang Feihong shook his head. In that diary, acupoint pressing was classified as absurd and bizarre. It is said that it is a magical martial art that has been lost for hundreds of years. After pressing the acupoints of a person, the person can be immobilized. Pressing acupuncture points can make a person unable to move. Aunt 13 was amazed when she heard this. Is there such a magical skill in the world? I think it's probably a legend. Huang Feihong shook his head and said, if there really is such a magical martial art in the world, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Hearing this, Lu Yuan laughed secretly in his heart, who said that there is only acupoint pressing in the world and no acupoint releasing. However, after hearing from Huang Feihong that even his senior masters thought acupoint pressing was nonsense, he gave up the idea of learning acupoint pressing from Huang Feihong. Next, Lu Yuan began the life of an office worker in the late Qing dynasty. He went to Bauch Highland to see patients during the day, and went home to live a shameless life with Aunt 13 at night. Early morning 3 days later, Lu Yuan was practicing boxing in his yard when he suddenly felt a slight warmth in his meridians. A lively and warm breath emerged out of nowhere in the meridians. As he punched, the warmth also flowed through several meridians. Every time he passed through a meridian, Lu Yuan felt that the meridian was like the earth nourished by rain, full of vitality. Qi sense. Feeling this warmth, Lu Yuan almost cried out in surprise. Fortunately, he remembered Huang Feihong's warning, did not dare to stop, and continued to practice boxing. Call. 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 As he punched again and again, the energy became stronger and stronger. Finally, after Lu Yuan punched 5 more times, the energy finally stabilized. Standing with his fist clenched, Lu Yuan closed his eyes and felt it. He felt that the energy was still flowing in his body. However, unlike when he was practicing boxing and it was constantly growing stronger, this time the energy was slowly weakening in a weak manner. No wonder people say practicing martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. After sighing for a while, Lu Yuan no longer cared about these things and quickly came to the 2 stone locks in the yard. Grasping the handles of the left and right stone locks with both hands, Lu Yuan exhaled and spoke, applying the energy to his arms. Rise. With a low shout, he easily lifted the 2 stone locks weighing 50 kilograms to the same height as his shoulders. Then, he stretched out his arms at both sides, holding the stone lock, and began to jog around the yard. After about 5 minutes, Lu Yuan felt that the energy in his body had become extremely weak and his arms began to ache. Knowing that he had almost reached his limit, Lu Yuan no longer insisted and gently put the stone lock down. I didn't expect that just this wisp of energy would give me so much strength. Lu Yuan was surprised and happy. You know, yesterday he could only barely lift 2 stone locks. Chapter 36, Shadowless Kick That Defies Gravity. Brother Lu, congratulations. Upon hearing that Lu Yuan had developed his sense of qi, Huang Feihong immediately clasped his fists and said, Har, I also want to thank Brother Huang for his teachings these days. Lu Yuan said with a smile, without Brother Huang's guidance, I wouldn't be able to develop the sense of qi so quickly. Brother Lu, don't be too modest. Huang Feihong shook his head and said, as the saying goes, the master can only lead you to the door, but the practice is up to you. I am only telling you the method of practice. As for whether you can develop a sense of qi and when you can develop a sense of qi, it has nothing to do with me. At this point, Wang Feihong looked at Lu Yuan in surprise and said, "But speaking of which, Brother Lu, you have a really good talent for martial arts. If you had practiced martial arts since childhood, you would definitely be better than me." "Brother Huang, you are too kind." Hearing Wang Feihong's praise, Lu Yuan quickly waved his hands and said, "How can I compare with you?" No, Brother Lu, I'm not trying to compliment you." Wang Feihong said seriously, "In my estimation, it would be great if you could develop a sense of qi within a month, Brother Lu. After all, you started practicing martial arts too late. But I didn't expect you to develop it in just 7 days. You know, even for someone with a talent for martial arts, it would take more than 10 days to develop the sense of qi. As for Lu Yuan, it has only been 7 days since he started learning martial arts. And this is an achievement based on the fact that Lu Yuan only started practicing martial arts in his 20s. If Lu Yuan had started practicing martial arts since childhood like him, Wang Feihong really couldn't imagine how great Lu Yuan's achievements would be. Am I really that talented in martial arts? Seeing that Wang Feihong didn't seem to be lying, Lu Yuan was also puzzled. Am I a martial arts genius? After thinking about it for a while, he suddenly realized. It must be those bonus skills I gained from watching videos that secretly strengthened my body. You have to know that he now possesses at least 80 skills, if not 100. But what about ordinary people? It would be great if you could master 1 or 2 skills in your lifetime. With so many skills, it would be impossible to endure without a strong brain and body. This should be considered a hidden benefit given by the system. Lu Yuan guessed secretly. While he was thinking, Wang Feihong said, "Since you, Brother Lu, have already developed a preliminary sense of qi, I will teach you all the subsequent cultivation methods." Subsequent cultivation methods. Lu Yuan was stunned. Certainly. Wang Feihong smiled and said, "Brother Lu, you don't think that the boxing technique I taught you is the shadowless kick, do you?" Lu Yuan suddenly realized it, and then he was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Wang, are you going to teach me the shadowless kick?" "Right." Wang Feihong nodded. "Brother Lu, since you have already developed the sense of qi, you can officially practice our sect's shadowless kick." Seeing that Lu Yuan was very excited, Wang Feihong poured cold water on him and said, "But Brother Lu, don't be too happy too soon. My shadowless kick is certainly quite powerful. It's no problem to beat 8 or 10 ordinary people. But if you face guns and cannons, you still have to hide." "Brother Huang, you must be joking. I learned the shadowless kick just to beat 8 or 10 people. I never thought about being able to punch faster than a gun within 7 steps." Lu Yuan said with a smile. Although Wang Feihong didn't understand what Lu Yuan meant by "a fist is faster than a gun within 7 steps, he was still very satisfied to see that Lu Yuan did not become arrogant because of his qi training. Next, he taught Lu Yuan the key to practicing shadowless kick. "Brother Lu, do you know why my kung fu is called shadowless kick? First, because the kick is so fast, the enemy has no time to dodge. Second, it's because the footwork is complicated. There are 32 types of footwork alone. Come on, Brother Lu, listen carefully, I will teach you the first step first. Follow my steps and move your qi to the Yongquan point on the sole of your foot. Then take a step and move your qi to the Dardu point." 10 minutes later, Wang Feihong taught Lu Yuan all the tricks of the first step. "Brother Huang, is the way this qi works so complicated?" Lu Yuan asked, trying hard to remember the trajectory of the qi that Wang Feihong had just taught him. Just with this first move, according to Lu Yuan's memory, the qi changed through a total of 32 acupoints in the feet and legs. In other words, he had already mastered Chinese medicine and was familiar with all the acupuncture points in the body. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of time just to memorize these things. You may think it's too much now, but when you become more proficient, you will get used to it. Wang Feihong smiled and said, "That's how I got here when I was practicing shadowless kick." After a while, seeing that Lu Yuan was gradually becoming more proficient in the footwork, Wang Feihong encouraged him, "Brother Lu, try it out first to see how it works." "Good." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan took a deep breath, and then his feet suddenly moved, and his figure rushed forward rapidly like a wisp of smoke. When he rushed out about 10 feet away, Lu Yuan suddenly shouted softly and leaped upwards. His body moved forward horizontally as if it was hung by something, and his feet kicked forward continuously. Brush. 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 In an instant, he kicked out 6 times in succession. After these 6 kicks, Lu Yuan's body landed gently on the ground like a feather. Newton, my goodness! Of course, this is what Lu Yuan guessed Newton would exclaim after seeing his shadowless kick just now. In fact, when Lu Yuan himself landed on the ground, he was also surprised. I just ignored the effect of gravity. He felt it very clearly. When he performed the shadowless kick and leaped up, as the energy in his body kept circulating in the acupuncture points, his body was suddenly supported by some inexplicable force, controlling his body from falling immediately. In that brief moment, it was as if gravity had lost its effect on me. When Lu Yuan was stunned by surprise because he had offset the gravity, Huang Feihong, who was standing by, was also stunned when he saw Lu Yuan perform 6 consecutive kicks with the shadowless kick for the first time. You know, when he first practiced the shadowless kick, he could only kick out 5 times. However, he was not a jealous person. After being surprised, he felt it was natural. After all, Lu Yuan was a genius who had developed the sense of qi in just 7 days. Alas, what a pity. If Brother Lu had started practicing martial arts since he was young, I wonder how strong he would be now. Huang Feihong felt secretly regretful. At this time, Lu Yuan also recovered from his surprise and asked Huang Feihong expectantly, "Brother Huang, how did I practice this move just now?" "Not bad." Huang Feihong didn't want Lu Yuan to become complacent, so he smiled and said, "When you can kick 13 times at a time, you can practice the next move." "Okay, I will practice hard." Lu Yuan nodded, and then, hesitantly asked, "Brother Huang, in this first move, the qi passes through a total of 32 acupuncture points. What would happen if we only intercepted a part of it and circulated it separately?" Part of what he was talking about was the trajectory of their qi running in his body when he jumped up and felt their buoyancy. Only a portion. Huang Feihong was stunned when he heard this. He had never thought about this kind of question before. Chapter 37 Experiment. In theory, if we only intercept a portion of the qi's trajectory, there should be no problem. Huang Feihong said, then asked, "But what is the meaning of doing this?" "You must know that when performing the shadowless kick, the qi must be circulated throughout the entire process from beginning to end. If you only circulate part of it, you will not be able to exert the desired power. So if we do this, we'll go astray, in other words, go wrong." Lu Yuan did not answer Huang Feihong's question and asked again. "As long as we strictly follow the operating procedures, nothing will go wrong." Huang Feihong shook his head. The shadowless kick was discovered by countless senior masters, so it's natural that it won't go wrong easily. Hearing this, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Etc. Huang Feihong suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "Brother Lu, you are asking this because you want to do some experiments with your body, right?" Then, without waiting for Lu Yuan to answer, Huang Feihong quickly advised, No, Brother Lu, this is too dangerous." "But didn't you just say, Brother Huang, that nothing will go wrong if we do this?" Lu Yuan said. "If you follow the training method I taught you, nothing will go wrong, but..." Huang Feihong glanced at Lu Yuan and said, "I don't think you will practice shadowless kick according to its original method." As he spent more time with Lu Yuan, Huang Feihong gradually discovered that although Lu Yuan acted steadily most of the time, he actually wanted to be quite creative. Seeing Huang Feihong's suspicious look, Lu Yuan immediately assured him, "Brother Huang, don't worry. I still value my health very much and will never do such a reckless thing." Yeah. Huang Feihong still had some doubts, but Lu Yuan was not his disciple after all, so he couldn't say too much. He just gave a few more instructions and then skipped the topic. Did Lu Yuan lie to Huang Feihong? It was a lie, but not a complete lie. Lu Yuan did want to experiment with the effects of qi flowing through other acupuncture points and meridians in the body, but not now, but before he left this world. After all, even if something went wrong during practice, I could still fully recover by relying on the system's self-healing function. Now, Lu Yuan is still testing the established qi circulation route of the shadowless kick. After returning home, Lu Yuan went to the practice room. After performing a few rounds of punches to strengthen the energy a little, Lu Yuan began to test his hypothesis. "I remember that the buoyancy started to appear when I jumped up. At that time, the qi sensation was at the Zusanli acupoint." Thinking of this, Lu Yuan controlled the qi to appear on the Zusanli acupoint. Brush. Lu Yuan felt a slight heat at this acupuncture point. Afterwards, Lu Yuan continued to control the qi and circulated it along the route of the shadowless kick. However, after some experiments, Lu Yuan found that he did not feel that buoyancy. Why? Lu Yuan frowned and thought, is it because I didn't pass through those acupuncture points before? With speculation, Lu Yuan began to list various possibilities on paper. The first method, completely follow the shadowless kick route. The second type, only keep the forward qi sense route, but the body does not have corresponding movements. The third type, the forward qi sense route is not retained, but the body performs corresponding movements. The fourth type, neither retaining the qi path nor performing any movements. The fifth type. The sixth type. After listing these possibilities, Lu Yuan began to experiment one by one. Time flies, and 2 hours passed quickly. During these 2 hours, Lu Yuan conducted nearly 50 experiments, but except for being able to feel the buoyancy when practicing the shadowless kick according to the established method, he did not gain anything from other methods. Does it mean that only by following the route of the shadowless kick can the buoyancy appear? Lu Yuan frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. Otherwise, how can we explain why so many people in the movie can fight back and forth with Wang Feihong? Hey, wait. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered a person he had always forgotten: Yang Zhendong. Yang Zhendong in the movie is also very good at kung fu, and his iron shirt is invulnerable to swords and guns. Lu Yuan's heart moved. In the movie, the enemy slashed Yang Zhendong multiple times in a row, but apart from his clothes being torn, Yang Zhendong did not suffer any injuries on his body, not even a scratch. This is enough to show the power of his iron shirt kung fu. Besides, since Yang Zhendong was able to fight with Wang Feihong in a flying battle, it clearly shows that he also has a method of lightening his body. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan made a decision. The next day, after Lu Yuan arrived at Baochailan, he found Zhu Rorong. "Orong, can you help me find someone?" Lu Yuan asked. Zhu Rorong also has a very high prestige in the militia, which can be seen from the fact that he used his connections to find his whereabouts that day. "What are you talking about, Dr. Lu? As long as you ask, as long as that person is still in Foshan City, I can find him for you." Zhu Rorong patted his chest and assured loudly. "This man is Yang Zhendong, from Dongshan province, and knows iron shirt kung fu." Lu Yuan then told Zhu Rorong the information about Yang Zhendong. "Okay, I'll remember that." Zhu Rorong nodded. "Dr. Lu, just wait for my good news. I have to say that the militia is very fast in finding people." Lu Yuan had just told Zhu Rorong about this matter in the morning. At noon, a militia member came to report that Yang Zhendong had been found. Seeing that there were not many people seeing the doctor today, Lu Yuan simply left Baochailan. After crossing a few streets, Lu Yuan saw Yang Zhendong performing the iron shirt on the street. Just like in the movie, Yang Zhendong placed the tips of 2 spears against his throat, and then used all his strength to push downwards. Snap! Snap! A moment later, with 2 crisp sounds, the spear body was broken by Yang Zhendong using the pressure of his throat. Good! Great job! Sharp! Seeing this scene, the crowd applauded. However, although many people applauded, only a few gave copper coins as rewards. Yang Zhendong's eyes were filled with helplessness and loneliness, but he was not as smooth as he was in the later part of the movie. He could not open his mouth to ask for tips, so he could only lower his head to pick up the few copper coins thrown on the ground. Seeing that Yang Zhendong had no intention of continuing the performance, the crowd quickly dispersed. Seeing this, Lu Yuan walked over and clasped his fists to Yang Zhendong. "Master, please come." "Hello, sir." Seeing that Lu Yuan was dressed elegantly, Yang Zhendong did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly saluted him with a fist. "I think the master is a very capable person, but I don't know why he has to perform on the streets to make a living." Lu Yuan asked knowingly. "My name is Yang Zhendong. I am originally from Dongshan province. I came to your place to survive for some reason. But I am unfamiliar with the place and can only earn some money by selling my labor." Looking at the few copper coins in his hand, Yang Zhendong said with a wry smile. "Master Yang, do you think this is a good idea?" Lu Yuan said, "I can provide you with food and clothing, and even help Master Yang open a martial arts school to make a living, but you have to teach me all your martial arts. How about that?" This. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Yang Zhendong couldn't help but hesitate. "Master Yang, don't rush to make a decision." Lu Yuan took out $10 silver and said, this money is my deposit. If you, Master Yang, decide to agree, you can come to Baojilin to find me. My name is Lu Yuan. If you don't agree, this money is just to make friends. Wait a minute. Hearing Lu Yuan's name, Yang Zhendong asked, "Are you the divine Dr. Lu from Baojilin?" "I don't dare to call myself a miracle doctor. I am Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan asked curiously, "Do you know me?" Yang Zhendong nodded. "Although I have not been in Foshan for a long time, I still know the name of Dr. Lu. Okay, since Dr. Lu said this, I believe it." After Lu Yuan successfully cured 2 patients with intestinal abscesses that were considered terminal illnesses, his reputation as a miracle doctor had already spread throughout Foshan city. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lu Yuan had a very high status. Although Yang Zhendong is a skilled kung fu master, he has been hanging around in the lower class society since coming to Foshan. Therefore, he has been influenced by the people of Foshan and subconsciously trusts Lu Yuan. Chapter 38 Iron Shirt, their whole body is hard as iron. The next day, Lu Yuan brought Yang Zhendong to a house. "Master Yan, what do you think of this place?" Lu Yuan smiled and asked, "If you are satisfied, this will be the location of your martial arts school from now on." "Well." Yang Zhendong looked back and forth in the yard, his face full of excitement, and his eyes especially lingered for a long time on the weapons racks in the yard. "Dr. Lu, thank you so much." After a while, Yang Zhendong, with red eyes, clasped his fists and said to Lu Yuan, "From now on, if you have any orders, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." "Master Yang, you are too kind." Lu Yuan smiled and waved his hand. "You taught me martial arts, and I will give you a martial arts school. This is only natural. Dr. Lu, please don't lie to me." Yang Zhendong sighed, "Although I am stupid, I know that this house will cost at least 200 taels of silver. Although my iron shirt is not bad, even if I sell myself, I can't get so much money." At this point, he didn't wait for Lu Yuan to be humble, and said in a deep voice, "Well, I will teach you all the martial arts of my Yang family." Lu Yuan didn't take it seriously. His target was only Yang Zhendong's most famous iron shirt. As for other things, Lu Yuan didn't care. "Dr. Lu, have you ever learned martial arts before?" Yang Zhendong asked before formally teaching Lu Yuan the iron shirt. "I studied with Master Huang of Baojilin for a while." Lu Yuan replied. "Oh, Master Huang Fei Hong from Baojilin? I know him." Yang Zhendong nodded calmly, without any of the determination to defeat Huang Fei Hong in the movie, and continued to ask, "Have you practiced the sense of qi?" "I've already practiced a little," Lu Yuan admitted. "That saves me the trouble." With Lu Yuan's funding and a large compound as the headquarters of his martial arts school, Yang Zhendong was nothing like the bitter and vengeful look he had in the movies, and he even made a joke rarely. "Since you have developed the sense of qi, Dr. Lu, I will directly tell you the route of practicing the iron shirt." After that, Yang Zhendong began to explain the iron shirt's power techniques to Lu Yuan one by one. Unlike the dozens of complicated variations of shadowless kick, the method of practicing iron shirt is quite simple. There is only one. Therefore, Lu Yuan only took more than 10 minutes to learn the iron shirt. That's gone. When Lu Yuan heard Yang Zhendong say that he had taught him all the skills of the iron shirt, he was stunned. "No more." Yang Zhendong smiled and said, "My iron shirt has always been about using force to defeat cleverness. It is very simple to learn, but if you want to really practice it to a high level and become invulnerable to swords and guns, you need to practice hard day after day and year after year." Lu Yuan suddenly realized. "Dr. Lu, why don't you try it now and see how it works?" Yang Zhendong said. "Good." Hearing this, Lu Yuan spread his legs slightly, then closed his eyes and began to move the qi in his body. Yes, unlike the shadowless kick which requires boxing to strengthen the qi, the iron shirt only requires sitting still to move the qi. As the qi flowed through his body, Lu Yuan felt his skin begin to harden slightly, as if a thin layer of linen suddenly grew on the surface of his skin. After practicing for a cycle, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. "How is it, Dr. Lu, how do you feel?" Yang Zhendong asked. "It feels like a layer of sackcloth has appeared on the surface of the body." Lu Yuan subconsciously reached out and touched his arm, trying to confirm whether there was a layer of cloth on his body. "Har har, that's right." Yang Zhendong smiled and said, "This is how it feels when you practice this iron shirt. At first, it's like putting on a layer of cloth on the surface of your body. Then, this layer of cloth will become harder and harder, and it will feel like it has turned into wood. After practicing for a while, this layer of wood will turn into iron armor again. At this point, Yang Zhendong tensed up and stretched out an arm. Divine Dr. Lu, come and touch me. Lu Yuan put his hand on Yang Zhendong's arm, only to feel it was extremely hard, like touching iron or stone. He pushed down hard, but it didn't go in an inch. Seeing Lu Yuan's surprise, Yang Zhendong laughed and dispersed his strength, saying, when Dr. Lu has practiced this iron shirt to the same level as me, he will be like me, with his whole body as hard as iron. The enemy's attack will not hurt him at all, but will instead injure the enemy himself. By then, this iron shirt will be fully mastered. Your whole body is as hard as iron. Hearing this, Lu Yuan showed a trace of regret in his eyes. He should have learned this magical skill earlier. But Dr. Lu. Yang Zhendong's expression suddenly became serious. Once you have mastered this iron shirt, it will be invulnerable to swords and guns and very powerful, but it also has a fatal weakness. I must tell you. What weakness? Lu Yuan asked quickly after hearing this. That's the catch. Yang Zhendong said, your power is still weak now, so you can't feel it. When your power becomes stronger, you will feel it. There will be a place on your body that the iron shirt can never cover. If the enemy attacks there, they will surely die. Lu Yuan was secretly shocked when he heard this and asked, then how can we eliminate this weakness? There is no way. Yang Zhendong shook his head sadly. It is said that 100 years ago, there was a martial art called Golden Bell Cover that could help one to eliminate the weak spot. But unfortunately, the Golden Bell Cover has been lost for hundreds of years. After sighing, Yang Zhendong smiled bitterly again. However, even if you practice all your weaknesses, you will be powerless when facing the foreigners' muskets. Lu Yuan nodded when he heard this. Indeed, in the movie, Yang Zhendong, who had already mastered the iron vest, was directly killed by the foreigners' muskets. So who cared about his weaknesses? After a moment, Yang Zhendong came back to his senses and said, okay, let's stop saying those discouraging words, Dr. Lu. Since you have already learned the iron shirt, I will teach you the second kung fu. What kind of kung fu? Lu Yuan asked curiously. Eagle claw technique. Yang Zhendong said proudly, my style has the eagle claw attack to kill the enemy and the iron shirt for defense, so it has both offense and defense. Although he didn't think that the eagle claw kung fu was anything special, based on the principle that it's better to have many skills, Lu Yuan still started to learn it from Yang Zhendong. An hour later, Lu Yuan had learned all the eagle claw techniques. Because eagle claw kung fu is the same as iron shirt, with simple routines and clear moves, it relies on using force to overcome clever moves. Divine Dr. Lu, I have already taught you the two most powerful martial arts of the Yang family. After teaching eagle claw kung fu, Yang Zhendong said, the rest are just some flashy skills, not worth learning. Oh, I didn't expect that Master Yang has so many inheritances. Hearing Yang Zhendong say that he actually knew other kung fu, Lu Yuan couldn't help but become curious. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Divine Dr. Lu when I say this. Yang Zhendong's face turned red. In fact, there was a thief in my Yang family who stole the martial arts secrets of many sects in the world. Is there such a thing? Lu Yuan was delighted when he heard this. Doesn't that mean that Yang Zhendong is a mobile collection of martial arts secrets? Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, Yang Zhendong knew what he was thinking, and waved his hand hurriedly. Dr. Lu, please don't misunderstand me. Although I have a lot of martial arts passed down from my school, most of them are actually flashy and useless. After all, a secret book that can be easily stolen by others is definitely not a good thing, right? Lu Yuan thought about it and felt that it made sense, but he still asked casually, then Master Yang, what other kung fu do you know? I also know Guangdong grappling, Morbei wrestling, Wudang cloud hands, Lingnan acupressure, Tianshan. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yuan interrupted him with surprise. Wait, Master Yang, you just said that you can press acupoints. When I heard Huang Feihong talk about acupoint pressing before, Huang Feihong also said that in his master's notes, he thought that the magical skill of acupoint pressing was absurd and bizarre. Unexpectedly, after a dark period, Yang Zhendong actually knew the method of acupoint pressing. Dr. Lu, do you also know this Lingnan acupuncture? Yang Zhendong was somewhat surprised by Lu Yuan's surprise, and said, in fact, when I said that these kung fu are flashy and unrealistic, I was mainly referring to acupuncture. Although other kung fu are also exaggerated, at least they are effective. However, acupuncture alone claims that pressing acupuncture points on the human body can make a person unable to move, but in fact it has no effect at all. It is pure nonsense. Although Yang Zhendong said so, Lu Yuan still said, "Master Yang, please teach me how to do this acupuncture." Chapter 39 Hunting Time. Thanks to Yang Zhendong's reminder, Lu Yuan had already anticipated the actual effect of acupoint pressing, but when he really learned it, he still couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. According to the explanation of Lingnan acupoint pressing, the method is not complicated. It is to circulate the qi in your body along a certain route, and then send it into the acupoints of the enemy's body through your fingertips, and then the enemy will be put into a fixed state. But what is the reality? When Lu Yuan injected qi into Yang Zhendong's body as requested, Yang Zhendong did not react at all. The same thing happened when Yang Zhendong pressed Lu Yuan's acupoints. Apart from feeling a little pain from being poked by his fingers, his body movements were not affected at all. "Master Yang, have you ever thought about why this happened?" Lu Yuan asked doubtfully. "I think that either this Lingnan acupressure technique is a fake kung fu, or my ancestor didn't steal all the secret manuals." Yang Zhendong had obviously thought about this question and gave an answer immediately. Lu Yuan nodded, agreeing with Yang Zhendong's judgment. Since acupuncture was completely different from what he had imagined, Lu Yuan no longer paid any attention to it. In the following days, Lu Yuan practiced shadowless kick, iron shirt, eagle claw and other kung fu while seeing patients in Bauch Highland. Of course, when he has time, he is still experimenting with the possibility of how the sense of qi can trigger buoyancy. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half passed. During this period, Yang Zhendong's martial arts school officially opened. Although he only accepted 2 apprentices, it finally got on the right track. Lu Yuan has also learned all of Yang Zhendong's martial arts and has mastered all 36 routines of the shadowless kick. Although his current strength is still far behind that of the 2 martial arts masters Huang Feihong and Yang Zhendong, if he faces the thugs of the She Gang again, Lu Yuan believes that even if 10 of them come at the same time, he can easily defeat them without using a gun. Lu I want to play 10 Yuan, officially log into the account. In addition to his rapid progress in the field of martial arts, as Lu Yuan cured 2 more patients with intestinal abscesses, his reputation in the medical community has begun to radiate from Foshan City to the provincial capital and even the entire eastern Guangdong province. Even the arrogant foreigners knew that there was a miracle doctor in Foshan who dared to perform surgery on people. In addition to his career, Lu Yuan also had great success in terms of women, in terms of love. Touch the hand first, then the elbow, and move up the arm. First hug the waist, then caress the back, and then pull down the little skirt. Except for the last barrier that was strictly guarded by Ant 13 and was not broken by Lu Yuan had already seen, touched, and kissed the rest. This day, as soon as Lu Yuan arrived at Bauch Highland, he was invited to the back house by Huang Feihong. When he arrived at the backyard, Lu Yuan saw that in addition to Huang Feihong, Zhu Rorong, Ya Keisu and Ling Yunkai were all there. Everyone's face had a look of suppressed anger. "Brother Lu, I have received accurate information. The foreigners are indeed selling slaves under the guise of gold mining," Huang Feihong said in a cold voice. Since receiving the news from Lu Yuan, he immediately sent people to investigate. Because foreign merchant ships were heavily guarded and the surveillance of Chinese people was extremely strict, it was not until today that he finally found conclusive evidence. Lu Yuan was not surprised by this and asked, "What are you going to do, Brother Huang? I'm a little worried now." Huang Feihong hesitated and said, "If I hand over this evidence to the government, I can guarantee that as long as the government is willing to investigate, they will definitely solve the case. But I am worried that if the foreigners have colluded with the government, not only will I not be able to save those civilians, but it may even bring disaster to the militia." Hearing this, before Lu Yuan could even speak, Zhu Rorong could not help but yelled angrily, "Master, Dr. Lu, in my opinion, we should take the militia and confront the foreigners directly. If they disagree, we should just fight them and fuck them." "Nonsense." Huang Feihong slammed the table and said angrily, "If this matter is so simple, would Brother Lu and I still be so worried?" Seeing this, Lu Yuan tried to comfort Huang Feihong and said, "Are wrong, what you are doing will not help save the people except to make yourself happy. If you ask me, this matter is the fault of the imperial court. What a crap job it has done. It's so servile in front of the foreigners, cowardly." Zhu Rorong was so angry that he kept humming. This time Huang Feihong did not scold him. He also felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the current court policy. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuan said, "Brother Huang, I have an idea." "What's the idea?" Wang Feihong asked hurriedly. Zhu Rorong and the other two all looked at Lu Yuan expectantly. "My idea is this." Lu Yuan made some changes according to the plot in the movie and said, "First, I will pretend to be a gold digger and sneak into the foreign merchant ship. Then, Brother Huang, you go to the government office and say that you have discovered the illegal slave trade of foreigners. Then, lead the admiral here. Then, I will make a noise in the foreign ship, and we will cooperate inside and outside to expose the foreigners' deeds to the public." "Hey, that's a good idea, that's a good idea." Zhu Rorong clapped his hands and shouted when he heard this. "What's good about that?" Wang Feihong frowned and said, "Brother Lu, you are not a member of my militia. It is a great favor for you to give us advice. I will never let you take such a risk again. It sounds easy to sneak into a foreign ship, but how dangerous would it be when there are enemies armed with muskets and cannons on all sides?" Zhu Rorong and the other two finally understood what was happening and tried to dissuade them. Zhu Rorong even said loudly, "Dr. Lu, Master is right. You can't do this kind of thing. You have done a lot for our militia. Let me do this dangerous thing." "You?" Lu Yuan looked at Zhu Rorong's big belly and said with a smile, "Looking at your figure, no one would believe that you are the one who had no choice but to go to Jinshan to pan for gold in Foshan because you had nowhere else to go." "Well." Upon hearing this, Zhu Rorong subconsciously took a deep breath, trying to make his stomach smaller. However, even if he used all his strength, his stomach only shrunk by less than an inch. Lu Yuan and others all smiled when they saw this. After laughing, Wang Feihong said, "Brother Lu, actually what our Rong said is not wrong. Even if such a dangerous thing is to be done, it should be done by me, the leader of the militia. Brother Huang, you are wrong. You have a special status. Whether it is commanding the militia or bringing the admiral here, it is you who should be in charge. Besides," Lu Yuan said sternly, "how can you say that this matter is only the business of your militia?" He looked full of emotion. "This is a matter concerning the descendants of the Chinese nation. Every one of our Chinese bloodline has a responsibility." Hearing Lu Yuan's powerful words, Wang Feihong's eyes suddenly turned red. He stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Yuan. "Brother Lu is so kind, please accept my greeting." Zhu Rorong, Yarkersu and the other two all bowed to Lu Yuan respectfully and said, "Dr. Lu, you are so kind. Please accept our greetings." Lu Yuan also returned the greeting to them. Afterwards, several people discussed how to do this matter, how to respond, and various other possibilities. After the agreement was reached, Wang Feihong clasped his fists and said to Lu Yuan, "In this case, Brother Lu, please be careful. When you encounter danger, remember to put your own safety first. Brother Huang, don't worry. I will adapt to the situation." Lu Yuan smiled slightly. With the things in his system space, let alone protecting himself, even destroying foreign merchant ships 100 or 80 times would be like a piece of cake. He had not taken action against the foreigners before, simply because he had not yet learned the shadowless kick and had not established a relationship with Ant 13. If he acted rashly, it would likely affect the two main purposes of his time travel. At this point, the two goals have been basically achieved, so there is naturally no need to keep this foreigner. Chapter 40 Blending In. 2 days later. Foreign merchant ships. Under the cover of night, Lu Yuan was walking towards the merchant ship in tattered clothes, mixed in with a group of people who looked haggard but slightly excited. "Hurry up! Don't waste time!" From time to time, thugs would yell at people who walked a little slower. Hiding among the crowd, Lu Yuan observed the surrounding environment with vigilant eyes. Around the crowd, there was a foreign soldier holding a musket standing guard every 5 steps. These soldiers all had mocking expressions, and their eyes were full of contempt as they looked at Lu Yuan and others. On the merchant ship ahead, through the light of torches, one could vaguely see soldiers guarding it closely. "Hey, when I get to the United States, if I find gold, I will definitely marry a blonde and have her give me 8 or 10 children." Marzi, you're dreaming. Do you think foreigners would like you? You don't understand this, right? In this world, nothing else is useful. Only gold is the most powerful. As long as I have money, won't I have plenty of foreign horses? I don't want to marry a foreigner. I heard they all have body odor. If I strike gold, I'll come back and buy a big house. Let's talk about these things after we really find some gold. What's the point of talking about them now? As the crowd slowly boarded the foreign ship, they all chattered about the good days that would come after arriving in the United States. Lu Yuan listened silently, feeling helpless. In fact, he also knew that most of those who were deceived into boarding foreign ships, in addition to being greedy, were forced to go to the United States because they could not survive in China, so they had to do so in the hope of finding a future. While deep in thought, Lu Yuan and his party boarded the foreign ship. Don't look around, or you might see something you shouldn't see and dig your eyes out. After getting on the boat, he pointed at a few people who were looking around and threatened them. After hearing the thug's words, everyone lowered their heads and dared not look around anymore. Lu Yuan also lowered his head, but his eyes were still observing the surrounding environment. And it was at this moment that Lu Yuan suddenly discovered that there was a group of people he was very familiar with on the foreign ship, gangsters from the She gang. Why are they still colluding with foreigners? Lu Yuan was secretly puzzled. In the movie, the She gang had to rely on foreigners to protect themselves because they offended Huang Feihong. However, in this world, he burned down the She gang's lair and robbed most of their property, causing the She gang to suffer heavy losses. Lu Yuan thought that the She gang would disappear, but unexpectedly, they still relied on foreigners. But this is just right, it saves me a lot of effort. Lu Yuan quickly stopped thinking about the reasons, his eyes turned cold and he said, "Since you have chosen to help the tyrant, then I don't have to be polite." Afterwards, Lu Yuan and his party were brought to the deck of the foreign ship, where there was a square cover, which was the entrance to the bottom cabin. As the bottom cabin cover was opened, a foul smell mixed with urine and feces wafted into the air. Vomit. Lu Yuan and others subconsciously took a few steps back and covered their mouths and noses with their hands. Why are you retreating? Hurry up and get down. Seeing the difficulty on everyone's faces, the thug shouted angrily, "Don't you want to go to the United States to make a fortune in gold mining?" "But this is too smelly, isn't it?" someone murmured. "Why, do you still want me to carry you to the United States in a sedan chair? It's already good enough to have a place for you to stay. Don't you want to go? There are many people who are eager to go." The thugs pounded the crowd down. Everyone had no choice but to hold their noses and slowly walk down the stairs to the cabin. Lu Yuan naturally went down with the crowd. With the dim light of the torches at the entrance to the bottom cabin, we can see that the bottom cabin is only a few dozen square meters in size. There are some people standing vaguely below, but it is difficult to see more clearly. As Lu Yuan and the others all went down to the bottom cabin, the entrance cover was closed from the outside with a clang. In an instant, the bottom cabin was plunged into darkness. What? Why is the door closed? Open the door quickly, it stinks in here. Suddenly, someone shouted. However, no one paid any attention to them. One could even faintly hear laughter coming from above. Ignoring the people who were in a state of anxiety, Lu Yuan took advantage of the darkness and quickly took out a gas mask from the system space and put it on. Call. Breathing the filtered air, Lu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The smell in the bottom cabin was so foul, smelly and fishy that he could hardly bear it. Then, he found a night vision goggles and put them on, and through the blue-green image, he got a general idea of the situation in the lower cabin. In this narrow cabin, there were about 50 or 60 people crowded together, including the group that had just come in. Except for the group of people who had just come in with him and were moving around anxiously, the rest of the people were standing aside numbly without any movement. After a while, seeing that no one would open the cabin door and gradually getting used to the darkness, the emotions of the newcomers gradually stabilized. Knowing that the situation could not be changed, they began to grope for a place to rest. Lu Yuan avoided the groping of several people and came to a slightly spacious place where he stood alone. As time passed, people in the cabin began to talk in low voices. Lu Yuan noticed that all those who were talking were the newcomers who had just come down. As for the old people who had stayed in the bottom cabin a long time ago, they were just resting with their eyes closed. When I find gold, I will definitely buy a few maids to serve me and enjoy myself." After an unknown amount of time, someone said something loudly with a smile. Hearing this, a disdainful sneer came from the corner. Who the hell dares to laugh at me?" The person who spoke first shouted. But because it was dark in the cabin, he had no idea who was laughing at him. "Who's laughing at you?" "We're all laughing at you." Someone else spoke with a sneer. "Fuck, if you have the guts, stop hiding and talk to me." The person who spoke first stood up and shouted angrily. You don't even know what's going on, yet you're still thinking about panning for gold. Har har, it's still unclear whether you can make it to the gold mountain or survive the foreigners' guns. Someone sneered in a hoarse voice. What do you mean? After hearing these words, the person who spoke first immediately realized that something seemed to be wrong. Do you think the foreigners are sending us to the gold mountain to pan for gold? No. To tell you the truth, we are all slaves in the hands of the foreigners. When we arrive in the United States, we will be sold to those big shots. By then, your life will not be decided by you alone. Someone said angrily in the corner. How could this be? Impossible. I don't believe it. After hearing these words, all the people who had just arrived were furious. You know, just now, they were still imagining a better life in the future, thinking about buying a big house and marrying a foreign wife. But when you turn around, you find that it was just a dream. Impossible. Someone spoke again. These words were spoken to us by the people who sent you here. Grass. I don't want to be a slave. Fuck him. Many people were very excited. Some of those guarding the exits pushed hard on the cover of the bottom cabin entrance, trying to push the door open. However, resistance. Someone said quietly, the foreigners have guns in their hands. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Soon, someone else choked up and said, just yesterday, the foreigners beat to death 2 people who tried to escape, right in front of us. They beat them to death. Hearing this, everyone suddenly felt powerless, with expressions of despair on their faces. The atmosphere became completely silent. Chapter 41 Fire in the Hole. Cough. Just when everyone was falling into sadness and even despair, Lu Yuan let out a light cough. In the extremely quiet cabin, although the cough was not loud, it still attracted the attention of many people. Master Huang from Bao Jilin already knows about the foreigners selling us Chinese to Jinshan as slaves. Lu Yuan spoke. Master Huang knows. Are you talking about the militia leader Huang Feihong? Hearing Lu Yuan's words, everyone was immediately delighted, whether they were newcomers or old guests who had been here before, all became excited. Huang Feihong's name is still very famous in Foshan, so even though Lu Yuan only said his name, it immediately gave endless hope to the people trapped in the bottom cabin. Yes, the reason why I came down with everyone this time is actually to cooperate with Master Huang later and expose the fact that the foreigners are selling us as slaves. Lu Yuan continued. Real. Very good. We are saved now. Thank you, Master Huang, and thank you, brother. After receiving Lu Yuan's affirmative answer, everyone shouted in surprise, and some who were so emotional even burst into tears. Okay, be quiet. At this time, a calm person spoke up. Although this brother didn't say it, it's not easy for Master Huang to rescue us. We all listen to this brother's arrangements. That's right, follow this brother's arrangements. We all listen to you. I will never cause any trouble for you. Just tell us how to cooperate later. Everyone also spoke up. My fellow villagers, please listen to me. After everyone quieted down, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice, just as that brother said just now, what we are going to do this time is extremely dangerous. Therefore, after I take action, all of you should stay in the lower cabin honestly because there may be a gunfight later, and bullets have no eyes. If I accidentally hurt you, it will not be worth it. Hearing Lu Yuan say this, everyone was stunned. They thought they could help in some way. Whatever. The calm man spoke again, since Master Huang and Brother Ren have already made a plan, we won't cause any trouble for you. Just stay here quietly for a while. Thank you very much for your cooperation. After discussing with everyone, Lu Yuan stopped talking and patiently waited for the movement outside. He had previously discussed with Huang Feihong and others that after Huang Feihong led the admiral here, they would find ways to make some noise to alert him. Seeing that Lu Yuan stopped talking, everyone in the cabin also fell silent. Through the night vision goggles, Lu Yuan could clearly see that everyone's face was filled with suppressed excitement. About 15 minutes later, Lu Yuan heard a faint noise coming from outside. He had an idea and quickly walked to the entrance cover. By gathering the energy into his ears, the noise outside became clearer and clearer. He could even hear the English that Yarkasu deliberately spoke loudly. It's time. Since Huang Feihong was already outside the merchant ship, Lu Yuan knew that it was his turn to make his appearance. He solemnly instructed everyone in the cabin, everyone, Master Huang has arrived. You just wait here and don't move. Okay, brother, go and support Master Huang, don't worry about us. Everyone spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan thanked them, then took out a dagger from the system space and inserted it into the gap in the cover before entering the bottom cabin. He noticed that the cover was not locked, but was locked with a simple bolt. Click, click. As the dagger moved quickly, the bolt on the door was quickly moved aside by Lu Yuan. He quietly opened a gap and looked out. At this time, most of the soldiers on the foreign ship ran to the side of the ship, and there was no one guarding the entrance to the bottom cabin. Lu Yuan knew that these soldiers must have been attracted by the noise made by Huang Feihong and others and ran over to watch the fun. Good opportunity. Lu Yuan's heart moved, and he pushed open the cover of the bottom warehouse entrance. Then he jumped out of the entrance at lightning speed. His body swayed, and he hid in a dark corner nearby like a wisp of green smoke. This process sounds slow, but in fact it took less than half a second and did not attract anyone's attention. Hiding in the corner, Lu Yuan could hear the situation outside more clearly. Yarkasu was accusing the foreigners in English of illegally detaining Chinese civilians, while the merchant ship leader Johnson was angrily scolding the admiral, who was trying to appease the foreigners while threatening Huang Feihong. Hearing from the admiral's words that he seemed to want to retreat, Lu Yuan knew that he could not delay, so he thought about it and a grenade appeared in his palm. After pulling the fuse, Lu Yuan raised his hand and threw the grenade at the feet of a group of foreign soldiers who were watching the fun. At the same time, Lu Yuan shouted with a hint of evil humor, "Fire in the hole!" What? Hearing the sound of "fire in the hole" behind them, the foreign soldiers were all confused. Fire? Is there a fire in the cave? What does it mean? Before they could figure out what was going on, the grenade exploded. Bang! As the huge explosion was heard, the soldiers around the grenade were immediately blown away by the blast, and a big hole was blown directly on the deck. As for those soldiers, those who are lucky can still escape with their bodies intact, while those who are unlucky will be scattered like flowers. This bizarre scene stunned everyone on the foreign ship. After a moment, they finally reacted and shouted "Enemy attack" in fear, each looking for their own combat positions. As the leader of the foreigners, Johnson was surrounded by a group of soldiers and ran towards a safe area. Want to run? Seeing this, Lu Yuan smiled coldly, raised his hand and threw another grenade at them. Of course, Lu Yuan did not forget to shout again, "Fire in the hole!" Hearing this inexplicable voice again, the foreigners' hearts tightened. The last time they heard this, there was an explosion. So this time, before they could finish their thoughts, they saw flames suddenly shooting up into the sky near Johnson and a loud explosion was heard. Just like before, a big hole appeared on the deck and almost all the soldiers were killed. Captain Johnson was blown away by the strong wind and fell heavily on the deck. His life or death was unknown. Seeing this scene, which was beyond their imagination, the foreign soldiers' nerves were all exploded. They couldn't understand why the explosion happened out of nowhere when there was clearly no gunpowder. However, there were some calm soldiers who recognized the location of Lu Yuan's voice, but because Lu Yuan was hiding in a corner, they could not see him clearly, so they were not sure for a moment and just subconsciously fired a few shots at the place where Lu Yuan was hiding. Facing these lead bullets, Lu Yuan had already prepared an explosion-proof shield in advance, so naturally he did not suffer any harm at all. Seeing that his position was exposed, Lu Yuan no longer hid. He took out 5 or 6 more grenades from the system space and threw them at crowded places. Of course, it is accompanied by that familiar sentence, "Fire in the hole!" As Lu Yuan shouted again, the foreign soldiers learned their lesson and immediately paid attention to the surrounding situation with nervous expressions. It was at this time that they finally saw the grenade thrown by Lu Yuan in the light of the torch. Seeing these iron lumps falling beside them, the soldiers immediately screamed and ran away. However, no matter how fast they are, how can they compare to the speed of the explosion? Boom! 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 As several explosions sounded, all the soldiers were blown away. In an instant, the entire foreign ship seemed to have turned into a battlefield, with broken limbs and debris everywhere and blood flowing everywhere. The soldiers who had managed to survive the explosion lay on the ground wailing, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Looking at the bloody scene in front of him, there was no fluctuation on Lu Yuan's face. He held the shield in one hand to protect his body, and took out the pistol with the other hand. A hint of cruel amusement flashed in his eyes, and he shouted again, "Fire in the hole!" He saw clearly just now that his grenade did not hit everyone. Sure enough, as the sound of fire in the hole was heard, the soldiers who had just luckily avoided the explosion were so scared that they ran out from their hiding place, screaming wildly. In their view, the sound of fire in the hole has become a warning that the devil from hell is about to begin reaping lives. No. No. Looking at these soldiers who were obviously in collapse, Lu Yuan showed no mercy. He raised his pistol and shot at them one by one. Bang! 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 After a few gunshots, except Lu Yuan, there was no one standing on the entire ship. Chapter 42. Back to the room. Hearing the occasional explosions coming from the foreign ship, Huang Feihong, the admiral, and others on the shore were all stunned. Is there a war going on up here? The admiral muttered to himself. If the explosion hadn't been so small, he would have almost thought someone was firing a cannon. Huang Feihong also looked confused. Although he knew that the noise on the boat was definitely caused by Lu Yuan, what he didn't understand was how Lu Yuan could make such a big noise by himself. But he quickly came to his senses and stopped thinking about how Lu Yuan did it. He quickly clasped his fists and said, "Admiral, now is a good opportunity to go on board and check whether what I said is true or not." The admiral couldn't help but hesitate when he heard this. It is true that he was targeting Huang Feihong's militia, but he also had the responsibility as a senior official of the people and wanted to confirm whether what Huang Feihong said about the foreigners selling slaves was true or not. However, he was somewhat concerned that if he rashly boarded the ship, it might cause disputes between the Qing dynasty and the United States. Huang Feihong saw the admiral's hesitation and immediately said, "Sir, did you hear the cries for help from the foreigners on the ship? I don't know what happened on their ship, and they may need our help." "Yeah." The admiral took a deep look at Huang Feihong and snorted coldly. "Could it be that the noise up there was caused by someone sent by you, Huang Feihong?" "Sir, how can a commoner cause such a commotion?" Huang Feihong's heart tightened, but he looked innocent. "I don't think you have that ability." The admiral was just criticizing Huang Feihong casually. He certainly didn't think that the noise on the foreign merchant ship was caused by Huang Feihong. In fact, he even suspected that the foreigners had made a mistake in operation and accidentally caused the gunpowder depot on the ship to explode. Otherwise, he really had no way to explain the explosion. Just as he was hesitating whether to get on the boat, he heard a cry for help from the boat. "Help! Help me, help me!" Looking up, they saw a Chinese man on the side of the ship, shouting for help to the people on the shore. However, he had just shouted twice when he let out a scream and then his body fell off the boat. "Go and take a look," the admiral ordered. Yes. The officers and soldiers under his command immediately went over to check. A moment later, the officer came back and reported, "Sir, the man who fell off the boat was shot in the back and is dead." "Shot?" The admiral frowned slightly. "Do you know who he is?" Looking at his appearance, he seems to be somewhat like the leader of the She gang. The officers and soldiers reported back. Leader of the She gang. The admiral looked at the foreign merchant ship thoughtfully. How could the leader of a mafia gang appear on a foreign merchant ship that even he himself could not easily board? He just thought about it for a moment and got the answer. The other party must have reached some kind of deal with the foreigners before being allowed on board. As for what kind of deal it is, the admiral glanced at Huang Feihong, hesitated for a moment, and then waved his hand. "Everyone line up and follow me aboard." "Yes." Upon hearing this, the officers and soldiers responded in unison. Huang Feihong was overjoyed when he saw this, and immediately took Zhu Rorong and others on board the merchant ship. After arriving on the ship, the admiral and the others subconsciously stopped in their tracks when they saw a scene. It's nothing, it's just too bloody and too brutal. The ground was littered with broken limbs and debris, and the ground was littered with wounded and disabled people. The air was filled with the smell of blood that was about to solidify. "This what is going on?" The admiral asked a wounded foreign soldier, "Where is your Captain Johnson?" In response to the admiral's question, the foreign soldier just shook his head, his eyes dull, and he kept muttering something like, "Hell, evil, fire in the hole," which the admiral could not understand at all. It was at this moment that everyone saw a cover suddenly lifted up on the deck, and then a Chinese man crawled out from it. When he saw the admiral in his official robes, the man was startled at first, then he shouted excitedly, "Sir, you must make a decision for me. I don't want to be a slave." After saying this, he kowtowed to the admiral, crying bitterly, "Have you heard? Those foreigners' claims that there is gold in the gold mountain are all fake. They just want to trick us into being slaves. Yes, this matter was found out by Master Huang from Baojilin. It is said that when he first reported the matter to the court did not believe him. Master Huang is a great benefactor to our Foshan city. If it weren't for him, I don't know how many more people would have been deceived by the foreigners. That's right. If Master Huang hadn't disagreed, I would have built a shrine for him. Not only that, have you heard that the foreigners' conspiracy was exposed this time because their ship was haunted? What's the haunted thing? It's clearly a punishment from the nine heavens thunder god. I heard that a golden armored god descended from the sky that night, raised his hand and fired several palm thunders at the foreign merchant ships, killing and injuring most of the foreigners on the spot. You deserve it. This is called retribution. That's right. We Chinese have the protection of many gods and Buddhas. We are not like those foreign devils who only have one Jesus. As the story of foreigners trafficking Chinese people into slavery in Jinshan came to light, Wang Feihong's popularity among the people became almost unrivaled. Although the admiral was extremely unhappy, he had no choice but to accept the overwhelming public opinion and give up his intention to disband the militia. As for Wang Feihong himself, he felt guilty about the people's praise, because he knew that a large part of these honors should actually be given to Lu Yuan. Brother Lu, what did I just do? At Lu Yuan's house, Wang Feihong said helplessly, I only brought the admiral from the government office to the shore, and then witnessed him rescuing the slaves. The most dangerous part, sneaking into the merchant ship and fighting the foreigners, were all thanks to you, Brother Lu. Brother Huang. Just as Lu Yuan was about to say something modest, he heard 13th Aunt's surprised voice from behind, Wait, Feihong, what did you just say? The most dangerous thing was done by Lu Yuan. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's face suddenly changed and he quickly winked at Wang Feihong. Wang Feihong didn't react for a moment, and asked Lu Yuan blankly, Brother Lu, you didn't tell Aunt 13. What didn't you tell me? 13th Aunt asked more urgently, you were talking about the foreigners selling slaves, right? Lu Yuan, were you involved in this matter? Yes, I also participated in this matter. As he spoke, seeing that 13th Aunt had tears in her eyes, Lu Yuan quickly comforted her, Xiao Jun, don't worry, look, I'm fine now, right? But what if something happens to you? 13th Aunt ignored Lu Yuan's apology. Her eyes were red and tears welled up in her eyes. I know you kept it from me because you didn't want me to worry, but if I don't even know what you're doing, can I still be considered your lover? Ahem. Hearing Aunt 13's straightforward words, Wang Feihong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, well, Baojilin has something else to do. I'll leave first. After saying this, he left in a hurry without waiting for Lu Yuan and the other two to respond. Only then did 13th Aunt realize that she had said such embarrassing words in front of Wang Feihong. Her pretty face immediately turned red and she lowered her head in silence. Seeing this, Lu Yuan felt both pity and love. He held onto Aunt 13's soft and slender hand and said, Xiao Jun, I promise, this is the last time. No matter what happens in the future, I will never hide anything from you again. You didn't lie to me. 13th Aunt raised her tear-filled eyes and looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded vigorously. Then, looking at Aunt 13's pretty and beautiful face, Lu Yuan kissed her hard. Tilder. 13th Aunt uttered a gentle hum and said shyly, Don't stay here, go to the room. Hearing the hidden meaning in 13th Aunt's words, Lu Yuan was excited. He picked up 13th Aunt's soft body and walked quickly into the bedroom with her soft cries. This is hidden content, please vote for recommendation to expand and watch. Chapter 43 Return to the Real World. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 months have passed. Early that morning, Lu Yuan woke up slowly. Looking at Aunt 13 who was sleeping soundly beside him, a trace of reluctance appeared on his face. Today is his last day in this world. Although he knew that after he left, the time in Wang Feihong's world would be paused and would not restart until he came back next time, that is to say, for Aunt 13, she would not even notice that he had left. However, time is real to Lu Yuan. Xiao Jun, I'm sorry, I have to leave you for a while, I'll come back to find you. Looking at Aunt 13's delicate cheeks, Lu Yuan gently brushed her messy hair behind her ears and gently kissed her plump and sexy red lips. Lu Yuan's actions made 13th Aunt feel a little uncomfortable. She pursed her lips and said in a soft and dreamy voice, Hubby, stop making trouble. My throat hurts. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. Because today is my last day back in the real world, I played a little too hard last night. Tilda. Lu Yuan gently touched Aunt 13's small nose, looked at her lovingly again, and then his eyes were determined, and he said silently, "System, I want to return to the real world." Brush. As Lu Yuan's order was issued, the world suddenly fell into a state of time stopping. At the same time, a colorful halo appeared beside him. The halo emitted a soft light, enveloping Lu Yuan. He felt a sense of weightlessness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the house he rented. Looking at the familiar environment in front of him, Lu Yuan subconsciously looked up and saw that the clock on the wall was still 2:30 in the afternoon, exactly the same as when he left. He was the only one who knew that he had been training in the Huang Feihong world for a whole year. During this year, he not only married the beautiful 13th aunt, but also learned martial arts. By the way, can martial arts still be practiced in the real world? Thinking of the shadowless kick and iron shirt that he had mastered, Lu Yuan subconsciously began to circulate the qi in his body. Then, he felt a familiar burning sensation rising from his lower abdomen. Har har, you can practice martial arts in the real world. Lu Yuan was surprised and happy. He thought that the real world was a world of the end of the law, where cultivation could not be carried out. But this is just right. I can continue to study the secrets of qi and acupoint pressing in the real world. Lu Yuan thought happily. When he was in the Huang Feihong world, he never gave up on these two studies, but unfortunately, after a year, he still hadn't produced any results. He has no definitive answer on how the qi sensation creates buoyancy in the body, or whether acupressure is genuine or not. Congratulations, you have obtained a longbow. Congratulations, you have obtained a sword. Congratulations, you have won a fine horse. Congratulations, you have won a Confucian shirt. Congratulations, you won a basket of apples. Out of curiosity about the sense of qi, Lu Yuan began to watch various martial arts dramas after returning, hoping to obtain some other martial arts secrets for reference. Unfortunately, after several hours, Lu Yuan still had no results. Forget it, this thing still depends on luck. Looking at the rewards in the system prompts that were of no use to him, Lu Yuan shook his head. Fortunately, he already knew that the system had a high winning rate but a low grand prize rate, so he didn't care too much about it. Just when he was about to change the type of video to watch, he heard the sound of the door opening. Wei Mingchen pushed the door open from outside. "It's rare, Brother Wei, you didn't work overtime today." Lu Yuan smiled and joked. "Brother Wei? What is this name?" Wei Mingchen was stunned for a moment. Lu Yuan's eyes twitched, and he realized that he had brought up the customary address in Huang Feihong's world. He deliberately laughed and said, "Okay, I won't call you Brother Wei. Then son, you didn't work overtime today. Roll." Wei Mingchen cursed with a smile and raised his middle finger to Lu Yuan. "You should just call me Brother Wei." As he spoke, he suddenly frowned, stared at Lu Yuan in surprise and asked, "Lu Yuan, how come I feel like you've changed a lot in just 2 days?" Lu Yuan had just relaxed, but upon hearing this, he tensed up again and asked calmly, "What changed?" "I can't really say what's changed, but it just feels different from a few days ago," Wei Mingchen said hesitantly. Hearing this, just as Lu Yuan was thinking about finding an excuse to explain, he heard Wei Mingchen suddenly ask, I understand you are not still in contact with that wine tout, and she cheated you out of money, right?" Seeing Wei Mingchen say this, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and asked hurriedly, "Am I such a fool that I would go over to her and let her cheat me even though I knew she was a liar?" "Who knows? Didn't you say that woman was pretty?" Wei Mingchen shrugged and then invited, "Would you like to go have a barbecue together later?" "Your treat." Seeing that Wei Mingchen did not dwell on this topic, Lu Yuan naturally answered, "Since you invite me, I must go." "Okay, wait for me for a while, I'll go change my clothes." Having said that, Wei Mingchen went back to his room. "Well, it seems that after a year in Huang Feihong's world, although my appearance has not changed much, my temperament has changed." Lu Yuan came to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror and said to himself. Before he came back, he specially trimmed his hair to look like when he traveled through time, but unexpectedly Wei Mingchen still noticed something unusual. "It's okay if it's only 1 year this time, but if the next time I travel through time is 10 or 8 years, then when I come back, things will be very different." A trace of worry appeared on Lu Yuan's face. And, most importantly, even though the time of this world will stop when I travel to another world, my own time will keep flowing. If I travel through more worlds, I am afraid that I will be very old when I come back. A sense of urgency arose in Lu Yuan's heart. He knew that it was time to look for some materials or rare treasures that could prolong his life, otherwise he would not dare to travel through other worlds too often. Just as he was thinking secretly, Wei Mingchen came out of the room. Let's go, let's have a barbecue. Good. After responding casually, Lu Yuan suppressed his thoughts and followed Wei Mingchen out. This matter is not particularly urgent at the moment. At worst, we can just not travel to another world for the time being. Boss, give me 50 skewers, 2 kidneys, 2 grilled fish, and 4 bottles of beer. When he arrived at the barbecue stall, Wei Mingchen shouted to the boss. Soon, the skewers were grilled, and Lu Yuan and Wei Mingchen started chatting while eating. Just when the two were chatting happily, Lu Yuan noticed a burly man walking towards him drunkenly with a mobile phone in one hand and a string of toasted buns in the other. When he came to Lu Yuan's table, he handed the steamed bun in his hand forward and said in an almost commanding tone, "Come on, buddy, I'll trade you 10 skewers of meat for the steamed bun." Lu Yuan and Wei Mingchen were both stunned. They looked at each other and saw each other's confusion. Is this person something wrong? Not to mention the price difference between steamed buns and meat skewers, just based on your tone, who would want to pay attention to you? Sorry, we don't want to switch. Lu Yuan simply waved his hand to refuse. Not changing. Being rejected by Lu Yuan, the strong man said unhappily, "Brother, give me some face." Lu Yuan frowned slightly, but smelling the alcohol on the other person, he knew it was useless to reason with such a person, so he made an excuse. "Sorry, we don't like eating toasted buns." "Hey, you are shameless, right?" After being rejected twice by Lu Yuan, the sturdy man was obviously a little embarrassed. After cursing, he threw the toasted buns directly on Lu Yuan's table, then grabbed the skewers and left. Chapter 44, Bloody Murder Caused by Baked Buns. Stop. Seeing the burly man taking the skewers from the table so arrogantly, Lu Yuan stood up and blocked his way. "Boy, don't be shameless, get out of the way." The sturdy man pointed at Lu Yuan and threatened him, then reached out to push Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan had already practiced martial arts in the Huang Feihong world for a year, and his lower body was extremely stable. The strong man's push felt like he was pushing against a solid wall. Instead of pushing Lu Yuan away, the man took a step back. "Hey, what's up?" Seeing this, the sturdy man thought Lu Yuan was provoking him, and a sneer appeared on his face. "Want to practice?" "I don't want to practice anything with you." Lu Yuan replied calmly, "Give me back the skewers, and we'll pretend nothing happened. I'll return the kebab to you, har har har." The sturdy man laughed suddenly and shouted to the side not far away, "Brothers, this kid doesn't give me face, what do you think I should do?" Hearing this, 5 or 6 equally burly men stood up from a table not far away, came towards Lu Yuan, and quickly surrounded him. Seeing this scene, some timid customers hurried to pay their boss, while the brave ones secretly took out their mobile phones and started recording. Wei Mingchen quickly came to Lu Yuan's side and nervously whispered, "Lu Yuan, they have more people, we can't defeat them, just admit defeat this time and don't suffer any loss." The owner of the barbecue stall also rushed over when he saw the situation was not good. He said with a smile, "Two brothers, let's talk it out. Harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth." However, the sturdy man ignored the boss, pushed him aside, pointed his finger at Lu Yuan's chest, and asked jokingly, "Boy, do you want me to return the skewers to you now?" "Har har har. Brother Jie, don't do this. It will scare the children. Brother Jie is exchanging with you because he is giving you face. Don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Boy, if you know what's good for you, quickly admit your mistake to Brother Jie." Before Lu Yuan could answer, the strong man's friends started laughing. However, facing the threats from these people, Lu Yuan's expression did not change at all, and he said calmly, "I said, I don't want to play the game of exchanging steamed buns for skewers with you, please return the skewers to me." Seeing that Lu Yuan still looked indifferent, the sturdy man's face suddenly darkened and he said coldly, "Boy, do you want to die?" Hearing the blatant threat from the burly man, Wei Mingchen turned pale with fright. He wanted to say something soft, but he couldn't say it for a moment. He could only pull Lu Yuan's clothes, signaling him to agree quickly. Lu Yuan was also angered by the strong man at this time, and sneered, "Whether I live or die, you are not qualified to judge. Well, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The sturdy man roared, raised his right hand and smashed the skewer of meat in his hand towards Lu Yuan's face. How skilled is Lu Yuan? Seeing the sturdy man's fighting style with the middle door wide open, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. He suddenly stretched out his left hand, grabbed the opponent's wrist in one go, and then exerted force with his 5 fingers. "Arr!" The sturdy man cried out in pain, feeling as if his wrist was clamped by an iron clamp. In pain, his palm subconsciously loosened and the skewer of meat fell from his palm. Seeing this, Lu Yuan loosened his left hand that was holding his wrist, and gently grabbed the skewer of meat in his hand. "Thank you very much." Lu Yuan subconsciously clasped his fists to him, then returned to his seat with the skewers. It sounds slow, but Lu Yuan's actions just now were extremely quick and agile. By the time everyone came to their senses, Lu Yuan had already returned to his seat. "Brother Jie." Seeing this scene, the strong man's friends were all stunned. Even though they had no personal experience, they could tell just by looking that Lu Yuan was definitely a martial artist. The sturdy man also hesitated slightly. Although Lu Yuan looks a little thin on the surface, judging from the strength of his hands, his strength is definitely not low. He wanted to just leave like that, but he felt it would be embarrassing to do so. Just when he was hesitating, he saw Lu Yuan handing him the steamed bun he had just thrown away. "This is your toasted steamed bun, take it." This time, the strong man couldn't bear it anymore and felt that his self-esteem was greatly insulted. His eyes were red, and he roared, "You're looking for death." After saying that, he picked up a wooden chair beside him and swung it at Lu Yuan. "Careful." Seeing this scene, Wei Mingchen was unable to stop it and quickly spoke out to remind them. The owner of the barbecue stall nearby also screamed when he saw this, and closed his eyes in fear, as if he had already seen the tragic scene of Lu Yuan being knocked to the ground by the strong man. However, after waiting for a while, he did not hear the expected sound. He opened his eyes subconsciously, and the scene in front of him made him open his eyes wide. Lu Yuan was seen holding a toasted bun in his left hand and wrestling with the strong man by grabbing the chair leg with his right hand. The sturdy man grabbed the back of the chair with both hands, his face flushed, and tried to snatch the chair back from Lu Yuan. On the other hand, Lu Yuan held the chair leg with one hand, his face not red and he was not out of breath, standing easily. The difference between the two is obvious. "Want to fight? I'll accompany you." While Lu Yuan was pulling back hard again, Lu Yuan smiled slightly and loosened his right hand. The sturdy man was unable to retract his strength in time, and staggered backwards twice before falling to the ground with a thud. "Brother Jie! Brother Jie, are you okay? How are you, Jack?" Seeing the strong man fall, his friends immediately surrounded him. "Get lost." The sturdy man waved his hand fiercely. "What are you still looking at? Kill him for me." Those men looked at each other, and finally, their loyalty to avenge the strong man overcame their concerns about Lu Yuan's strength, and they rushed over with roars. Seeing this, Lu Yuan was not in a hurry. Instead of retreating, he took a big step forward and instantly appeared in front of the person who was rushing in front. Then, in the slightly frightened gaze of the other party, he grabbed the other party's arm with his right hand, stretched out his left foot to trip him, and the other party's body fell to the ground involuntarily. As luck would have it, he fell right in front of the person behind him. The latter was unable to retract his foot in time and stepped on the former's hand. "Oh, you stepped on my hand!" The former cried out in pain and quickly pulled his hand out from under the other's foot. When he pulled, the latter immediately became unstable. How could Lu Yuan miss such an opportunity? He raised his right foot and stabbed it directly into the other person's lower abdomen. "Arr!" The latter cried out in pain, feeling as if his lower abdomen was hit by a huge hammer. He immediately burst into tears and bent over in pain. Seeing this, Lu Yuan pressed his neck and gently pushed down, causing the opponent to fall on him. The former cried out in pain, and fell down again after just getting up. At this time, the third person also rushed to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stepped on the backs of the two people on the ground, flew up, and hit them in the face with his elbow. While they were dizzy, he threw them onto the two people on the ground. Then, the fourth, fifth, and sixth person. In less than a minute, Lu Yuan cleanly and neatly knocked down everyone except the sturdy man, and made them lie on top of each other like a pyramid. Seeing Lu Yuan walking towards him, the sturdy man suddenly showed a look of crying and laughing on his face, and said with a bent waist, Big brother, I'm sorry, Before he could finish, Lu Yuan suddenly raised his hand. The sturdy man screamed, closed his eyes, and raised his arms to protect his head. However, after a moment, he did not feel that he was hit by Lu Yuan. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Yuan just handing the steamed bun in his hand to him and said calmly, "Your steamed bun." Strong man. Chapter 45. Why am I popular again? TikTok. In the police station, Lu Yuan was stunned when he heard the reason the police gave him. Yes, fighting with you. When talking about fighting, the policeman paused obviously. After all, a fight is a two-way fight. However, judging from the video recorded by passers-by, Lu Yuan was completely alone in crushing 6 or 7 strong men. Well, the people who fought with you were all security guards from a nearby entertainment club. They saw a video on Douyin where someone exchanged grilled buns for someone else's meat skewers while drinking, so they wanted to imitate you. But you didn't cooperate with him at all, and he felt a little embarrassed, so. When the police was explaining the whole story to Lu Yuan, he had an expression on his face where he was trying not to laugh. Lu Yuan was even more speechless after hearing this. He was just wondering who the other party was and why he was picking on him. Lu Yuan even suspected that he had put Fu Heng in prison, wondering if he was not careful enough and was caught. Result. That's it? Not only Lu Yuan, Wei Mingchen also had an extremely ridiculous expression on his face after hearing the police's description. Okay, this is what is happening. If you have no questions, you can leave. The police said to Lu Yuan and the other man. Because there were many witnesses to this incident and many people recorded it on video, the police handled it very quickly. So, police comrade, what will be the verdict on that man called Brother Jie? Lu Yuan asked. Their behavior is enough to be charged with the crime of provoking disturbances, but considering that you were not injured and did not cause any damage to the barbecue stall. At this point, the police couldn't help but look at Lu Yuan again. If it weren't for several videos as evidence, they would hardly believe that Lu Yuan, who looked a little thin, was so skilled. Shaking his head to clear up the distracting thoughts in his mind, the police could only think that Brother Jie and the others were so easily knocked down by Lu Yuan because they were drunk and had difficulty moving. He continued, if nothing unexpected happens, they will be fined 3,000 yuan and detained for 15 days. Seeing that the other party would be punished by law, Lu Yuan said no more. After saying goodbye to the police, he left the police station. What do you call this? After leaving the police station, Wei Mingchen still had a speechless expression. It's only because you have some skills. Otherwise, if we really fight with them and get injured and delay our work, where can we seek justice? Wei Mingchen found it outrageous. The other party was already an adult, but he actually believed that the videos on Douyin were real. Lu Yuan patted Wei Mingchen on the shoulder and said with a smile, okay, don't be depressed, we are fine now. Yes. After hearing what Lu Yuan said, Wei Mingchen finally realized the key point of the matter and asked in surprise, I know you signed up for a taekwondo class before, but I didn't expect your strength to be so high. Just now, 7 big men rushed towards Lu Yuan at the same time, but they were all knocked to the ground by Lu Yuan with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. This has nothing to do with taekwondo. It's mainly because they were all drunk and couldn't even use 1/3 of their strength. Lu Yuan didn't want Wei Mingchen to have any misunderstanding about taekwondo because of this. Even if it was you just now, even if it's not as easy as mine, it won't be too difficult. I see. Wei Mingchen naturally didn't know that Lu Yuan was lying to him. After hearing Lu Yuan's excuse, he just thought it was true and nodded in realization. Just as the two of them returned to the rental house, the video of Lu Yuan fighting 7 big men alone began to spread wildly on the internet. It's over. Now there's no way to explain why Chinese people know martial arts. Is this really not a staged video? Is there really someone who can fight 7 people alone and win so easily? Is this the legendary Lightning 7 Whips? Meet the master of Hunyuan Shini Taiji sect. Mom, I want to learn this. In July of the Wushu year, an unknown person appeared in a busy city, roasting steamed buns with his left hand and subduing 7 strong men with his right hand. His heroic spirit made all the onlookers cheer. I don't know his name, so I just call him the barbecue hero. I am one of the 9 righteousnesses, but what are you so outstanding about? The shop has no books, it has been burned. Goddamn barbecue man. Brothers, I observed the celestial phenomena at night and found that this year is the year of spiritual energy revival, and strange people and things continue to emerge. If you don't believe me, just wait, this video will soon be deleted by the relevant departments. To be honest, am I the only one who noticed my brother's face? You're not the only one, I was also looking at faces the whole time, laughing and crying. Although the video is a bit far away and not very clear, but with my eyes of watching movies, having seen countless men, I can still tell that this is a handsome guy without a girlfriend. Especially at the end, the little brother returned the toasted bun to the provocative person. Is this the legendary cute contrast? Lu Yuan had no idea about what was happening on the internet. After returning to his rental house, he immersed himself in watching videos again. There are thousands of bushels of millet in the video. There is a golden house in the video. The video has many horses. The video features a beautiful woman. Congratulations, you have won 1 ton of rice. Congratulations, you got 3 missiles. Congratulations, you have won a copy of The Emperor's Uncle. Congratulations, you have won a diamond. The next morning, Lu Yuan woke up early. Xiaojun. Lu Yuan subconsciously reached out to his side, but naturally found nothing. I forgot. I've returned to the real world. Thinking of Aunt 13's body as soft as silk, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Shaking his head and putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Lu Yuan got up, went downstairs, and jogged towards the park. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan arrived at the park. It was just dawn and there were not many people in the park. Lu Yuan found a secluded place and started practicing boxing. Call. Drink. After a few rounds of punches, Lu Yuan was sweating slightly, and the energy in his body became stronger again. Strangeness. Feeling the increase in his qi, Lu Yuan was slightly puzzled. Why does it feel like my cultivation in the real world seems to be progressing faster than in Huang Feihong's world? Yesterday, due to the short time of practice, he did not feel it very clearly. But after practicing today, he immediately realized that although they were both boxing, the increase in qi in the real world was about 10% higher than that in the Huang Feihong world. After thinking for a while, Lu Yuan still couldn't come up with an answer, so he had to put it aside for the time being. Just as he was about to return to the rental house, he suddenly noticed that a pretty girl with a ponytail was looking at him curiously not far away. Noticing that Lu Yuan was looking at her, the pretty girl smiled at him and asked hesitantly, "Excuse me, are you the barbecue man?" Lu Yuan looked confused. What kind of hero is this? The girl also realized that the name, Barbecue Man, was not very nice, so she quickly explained, "It was yesterday that you beat down 7 people by yourself, right?" "Oh, it's me." Lu Yuan nodded suddenly, and then asked, "What's the matter?" "Hero, it's really you." Seeing Lu Yuan admit it, the girl was overjoyed and quickly ran to Lu Yuan and asked, "Hero, can I take a picture with you?" "Hero." Lu Yuan waved his hand, "You can take pictures, but I'm not a hero. Now everyone on the internet calls you a hero," the girl said casually after happily taking a photo with Lu Yuan. Online. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he remembered why the girl seemed to call him Barbecue Man just now. "Don't you know, hero?" Seeing Lu Yuan's confused look, the girl quickly opened TikTok and said, "Look, hero, you're really popular on the internet." After taking the girl's phone, Lu Yuan discovered that the video showed him holding a toasted bun in one hand and subduing 7 big men with the other. On the side of the video, Lu Yuan noticed that the video had received 2.3 million likes and 130,000 comments. "Why am I so angry again?" Lu Yuan muttered to himself in a low voice. The last time he posted a video of himself catching dolls, the number of likes on it reached millions. It seems I have to be more low-key in the future. After all, my current strength does not allow me to be so high profile. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Before he becomes strong enough to roam the earth, he must stay hidden, develop quietly, and not waste time. Chapter 46 300 times Gravity Training Room. Back in the rental house, Lu Yuan was about to continue watching videos when he heard his cell phone ring suddenly. I picked it up and saw that it was my father Lu Donghu calling. "Hello, Dad." When Lu Yuan answered the phone, he heard Lu Donghu say, "Lu Yuan, your third uncle's cousin Lu Yi is getting married soon. Your mother and I are busy, so you should go back to our hometown for us." "Cousin?" Lu Yuan scratched his head. Since Lu Yuan's grandparents passed away, Lu Yuan's family has not returned to their hometown for 6 or 7 years, so they didn't remember who Lu Yi was for a while. After a moment, he vaguely remembered the image of a tall, thin, dark-skinned young man. He vaguely remembered that when he was a child, he seemed to have followed him to dig out bird nests. Okay, then when is my cousin's wedding? Lu Yuan asked. Ahem, the day after tomorrow. Lu Donghu's voice was slightly awkward. The day after tomorrow. Lu Yuan's voice sounded helpless. They are getting married the day after tomorrow, and you're only informing me now? But thinking of his father's forgetful personality, Lu Yuan was not too surprised and said, okay, I'll go buy the ticket now. I'll transfer the money to you later. Lu Donghu said something, and then reminded Lu Yuan to be careful on the road, and then hung up the phone. Lu Yuan bought the nearest high-speed rail ticket on his mobile phone, then took a taxi and rushed to the high-speed rail station. On the way, Lu Yuan was chatting with the driver while watching videos. Congratulations, you have won a Richard Miller watch. Congratulations, you have obtained a 100-year-old wild ginseng. Congratulations, you have won a space suit. Congratulations, you have obtained a 300 times gravity training room. Aha! When he saw the last reward, Lu Yuan, who was originally leaning lazily on the back of the chair, suddenly sat up straight with a look of surprise on his face. What he was watching just now was Dragon Ball. Thinking of the terrifying effect of the gravity training room in Dragon Ball on improving the strength of Goku and Vegeta, Lu Yuan almost jumped up with excitement. Opening the system space, Lu Yuan watched the introduction of the gravity training room. 300 times gravity training room, area 100 square meters, in which you can get 1,300 times gravity bonus. Har har, it's true. Although the introduction given by the system was very brief, after seeing the appearance of the gravity training room, Lu Yuan recognized it at a glance. It was exactly the same as the one in Dragon Ball. With this gravity training room, my strength will surely grow rapidly. Lu Yuan was delighted. Although he does not have Super Saiyan blood and the effect of using the gravity training room may not be as good as that of Goku and Vegeta, gravity training is essentially a kind of training that breaks through the limits, which is equal for all races. Not long after, they arrived at the high-speed rail station and Lu Yuan got out of the taxi with a smile on his face. It just so happens that the yard of my old house is very large. I can set up the gravity training room and test the effect. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan frowned slightly. By the way, when I return to Huajing, I will need to rent a house with a large enough area, otherwise this gravity training room will not be able to accommodate it. His current rental house is a building, and there is no room for a gravity training room. Lu Yuan finally got a reward related to improving his strength and he didn't want to waste it. Just as he was thinking secretly, he heard a soft click sound from the front. Lu Yuan looked up and saw a mobile phone fell to the ground. Next to the mobile phone, a woman wearing a mask and carrying a large suitcase was looking around for something. You dropped your phone. Seeing that the woman didn't seem to notice, Lu Yuan spoke up to remind her. Oh, thank you, thank you. Hearing this, the woman realized that her cell phone had fallen to the ground. She quickly bent down to pick it up and thanked Lu Yuan. You're welcome. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and prepared to continue watching the video to enter the station. Just after taking 2 steps, he heard the woman suddenly let out a soft cry. Lu Yuan turned his head and saw that she was looking at her suitcase with a look of annoyance. One of the wheels under the suitcase had fallen off. Seeing the woman trying to carry the suitcase with some difficulty, Lu Yuan asked, "Do you need help?" "Thank you, I myself." The woman was about to refuse subconsciously, but when she looked up and saw Lu Yuan's handsome face, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she changed her words. "It's really a bit difficult to move, will it be too much trouble for you?" "It's okay. I don't have much luggage anyway." Because the system space contains almost everything Lu Yuan needs, Lu Yuan only carried a briefcase when he returned home this time. "I have a lot of stuff in this box. It might be a bit heavy." Seeing Lu Yuan was about to pick up his suitcase, the woman quickly reminded him. "Oh." Lu Yuan responded, grabbed the handle with his left hand, and gently lifted the suitcase. "Which compartment are you in?" "I'll help you get it over there. I'm in car 7. Seeing Lu Yuan lift her suitcase so easily, the woman's eyes widened. You know, she was carrying the 20 kilograms weight limit for high-speed rail luggage. Although this weight is nothing for an ordinary adult man, it would still be a bit stressful to carry it with one hand. But looking at Lu Yuan's performance, it was as easy as carrying a 2 kilograms computer bag. Lu Yuan naturally didn't know what the woman was thinking. After hearing the carriage she was in, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "What a coincidence, I'm also in the 7th carriage." "Really? What a coincidence." Seeing that she and Lu Yuan were in the same carriage, the woman was surprised. She followed Lu Yuan and asked curiously, "Which seat are you in?" Lu Yuan wanted to not answer, but he felt that it would be very rude, so he could only muffle his words and say, "2B." Puff. The woman couldn't help but smile when she heard that, but then she realized that she was being rude and quickly explained, "Well, I think, we are indeed destined to be together. I'm 2A. Although your explanation makes sense." Lu Yuan looked at the woman helplessly and said, "But could you please stop laughing first?" "How do you know I'm laughing?" The woman pulled her mask, her eyes bright. "You can't see my face." "Beauty, your eyes are almost invisible from laughing, okay." Lu Yuan was speechless. "You discovered all this?" Seeing that Lu Yuan was not really angry, the woman took off her mask, revealing a cute face that was both happy and angry. "Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you." When he saw the woman's delicate face, Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened. Even though he had lived with 13th Aunt Day and Night for a year in Huang Feihong's world, after seeing the woman's face, Lu Yuan still had to admit that in terms of appearance alone, the woman was not inferior to 13th Aunt in any way. Seeing the surprise in Lu Yuan's eyes, the woman showed a touch of joy and took the initiative to say, "Hello, my name is Fu Serong." Chapter 47 High-Speed Rail Seat Occupation. After exchanging names, Lu Yuan and Fu Serong became closer, and they got into the car together, talking and laughing all their way. People often use food, sex, and sex to describe men, but in fact, there is nothing wrong with applying this sentence to girls. Even more in line with crossed out. Therefore, Fu Serong and Lu Yuan were able to talk and laugh so quickly when they first met. Therefore, when she came to the 7th carriage and saw a man with a wretched face sitting on her seat, she found his face particularly disgusting. "Excuse me, sir, this is my seat." Fu Serong took out his ticket and said to the man sitting in his seat, "Your seat." When the man looked up and saw Fu Serong, he showed an indifferent expression on his face. "You said it's your seat, so it's your seat. If you call it, will it respond?" "You?" Fu Serong's pretty face turned red with anger when she heard this. She took out the ticket from her body and said, "Sir, please look carefully. This is my ticket, carriage 7, row 2, seat A. Just having a ticket is such a big deal. How do you prove that this ticket is real?" The man still had that smug expression on his face. After looking Fu Serong up and down, he smiled obscenely. "If you think this is really your seat, maybe you can choose to sit on my lap. I won't mind, he. You?" Seeing the ugly face of the man who occupied the seat, Fu Serong was so angry that he was speechless. Lu Yuan, who was watching from the side, also frowned. He patted Fu Serong's arm gently, signaling her to be patient and hand it to him. Then he raised his hand and put the suitcase on the luggage rack. Bang! Hearing the loud noise of the suitcase colliding with the luggage rack, the man who occupied the seat changed his expression and looked at Lu Yuan with some vigilance. Lu Yuan had an indifferent expression. He twisted his neck and made a clicking sound. "What's the matter, buddy? Are you looking for trouble? What did I do wrong?" The man pretended to be calm and shouted, "What? Do you want to hit someone?" "Hit someone?" Lu Yuan sneered. No, beating people is against the law. How can I do something illegal for a scumbag?" Hearing this, the man who occupied the seat did not understand the meaning of Lu Yuan's words and just thought that Lu Yuan was trying to scare him. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a smug smile on his face again, and deliberately glanced at Fu Serong and said, "Why, are you going to vent your anger for your girlfriend who is sitting in 2A?" Although he said it was seat 2A, his eyes kept looking at Fu Serong's chest. Fu Serong was furious at the arrogant look of the man who occupied the seat. She wanted to take off her bra and throw it at the man's face to let him know what it meant to be tolerant. Lu Yuan was also angered by the shamelessness of the man who occupied the seat. He never thought that there were such shameless people in the world. If it was before crossing into Huang Feihong's world, Lu Yuan would definitely choose to ask the flight attendant to help, but now. He looked at the other person coldly and said, "I'll give you 3 seconds to leave here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Okay, come on, I want to see how you can be so rude." The man who occupied the seat thought that Lu Yuan was trying to scare him like he did just now. Instead of moving, he slid down like GEU and looked at Lu Yuan provocatively. Lu Yuan ignored the other party and counted calmly, 1, 2, 3. After counting to 3, seeing that the other party still had no intention of moving, Lu Yuan sneered, "Well, it seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin." After saying that, without waiting for the other party to speak, Lu Yuan suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbed the other party's wrist, and then exerted force with his 5 fingers. R. In an instant, the man who occupied the seat let out a pig-slaughtering scream, attracting the attention of everyone in the car. What's wrong? What happened? What's going on? Many people turned their heads to look at Lu Yuan. The man who was occupying the seat was now pale with pain, and he looked at his left hand in horror. I saw his left hand hanging limply from the wrist, motionless, as if it was not his hand. He subconsciously wanted to move his wrist, but as soon as he exerted force, he felt as if his palm was pierced by thousands of needles and he wailed in pain. The man who occupied the seat did not dare to use more force. He looked at Lu Yuan with fear in his eyes and said in panic, "What did you do to my hand?" "It's nothing, just useless," Lu Yuan said calmly. Waste. After hearing Lu Yuan's answer, the man who occupied the seat looked dazed and his mind went blank. He never thought that he would end up with his left hand disabled just because he was occupying a seat. Not only him, Fu Serong beside him was also startled. He subconsciously grabbed Lu Yuan's arm and looked at him worriedly. Seeing this, Lu Yuan winked at her quietly, indicating that everything was fine. Fu Serong suddenly realized upon seeing this that Lu Yuan was deceiving the man who was occupying the seat. But then she looked at the man occupying the seat in surprise. His left hand was hanging motionless, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. What's going on? Fu Serong was amazed in his heart, and looked at Lu Yuan with inquiring eyes. I felt that this man I met by chance seemed a little different from others. At this time, the man who occupied the seat finally came to his senses. He stood up from his seat and yelled frantically, "Call the police. I'm calling the police. I'm going to make you lose everything." After saying that, he took a step and wanted to leave his high-speed train seat. When he moved, his left hand was affected, causing him to wail in pain again, sweating profusely. Despite this, he continued to howl and hold up his left hand as he went to ask the conductor for help. Looking at the man who occupied the seat and left in embarrassment, grabbing his left hand, Lu Yuan sneered and ignored him. He turned his head and smiled at Fu Serong. "Okay, you can sit down now." Yes. Fu Serong came back to his senses and subconsciously sat down in his seat, but then he asked anxiously, "Lu Yuan, is that man's hand okay? I heard him screaming so loudly." "Don't worry, he's fine." Lu Yuan also sat down in his seat and said with a smile, "His hand will only hurt for 3 minutes at most and then it will return to normal." The technique that Lu Yuan used on the man occupying the seat just now was the eagle claw technique that he learned in the Huang Feihong world. However, based on the Yang family's eagle claw technique, Lu Yuan also added the acupoint pressing technique. Although he still hadn't achieved the effect of immobilizing a person after a year of research, he had figured out some other uses while studying acupoint pressing. Just like what happened just now, by blocking the acupuncture points on the wrist, Lu Yuan can temporarily prevent the enemy's hand from moving, and it will have a needle-like effect when touched. Lu Yuan said it lightly, but Fu Serong did not seem to be relaxed at all. She looked nervous, worried about what to do when the man who took the seat came back. "Well, Lu Yuan." After hesitating for a moment, Fu Serong said to Lu Yuan seriously, "After all, this matter was caused by me. If the train police come later and that person wants compensation, you can push the matter onto me and I will take responsibility." Oh. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at Fu Serong in surprise. He didn't expect her to say this. Chapter 48 Lessons. Seeing Fu Serong's serious look, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, that person won't cause any trouble for anyone. You must know that the Eagle Claw Kung Fu, which was improved by Lu Yuan, cannot be detected by modern instruments." Fu Serong naturally didn't know this, and was skeptical when he heard it. At this moment, she heard the man who occupied the seat at one end of the carriage shouting, "Police comrade, you must help me. Did you see that? They broke my hand." Hearing this, Fu Serong's handsome face showed panic. Lu Yuan gave her a comforting smile and told her not to be afraid. Soon, the man who occupied the seat came to Lu Yuan and the others with a flight attendant. "Comrade police, it was them, these two people who broke my hand." The man who occupied the seat stared at Lu Yuan with resentment in his eyes. "Madam, sir, is what the gentleman next to me said true?" The police officer was confused and asked as a matter of routine, "Did you break his hand?" "What's going on?" Without waiting for Fu Serong to speak, Lu Yuan asked blankly, "Comrade police, what did you say? What hand is broken?" Under Lu Yuan's superb acting performance, the flight attendant was stunned and looked at the man who was occupying the seat next to him in confusion. Seeing Lu Yuan pretending to be stupid, the man who occupied the seat became even more furious. "You still don't admit it? Do you dare to say that it wasn't you who broke my left hand?" "Your left hand?" Lu Yuan was surprised and asked, "What does your left hand have to do with me?" "Comrade, the gentleman next to me said that his left hand was broken by you." The flight attendant spoke. "How is that possible?" Lu Yuan was speechless. "Comrade police, this person just occupied my friend's seat and refused to move no matter what. He also spoke rudely to my friend. Everyone can testify to this." After hearing Lu Yuan's words, the passengers who were watching the excitement all nodded. They all saw the shameless look of the man who occupied the seat and felt extremely disgusted with him. "Then, in order to get him to wake up, I scared him on purpose." At this point, Lu Yuan said aggrievedly, "But just as I grabbed his wrist, this man suddenly started shouting, saying that my hand was broken and he wanted me to lose everything in compensation, etc., and then he ran to find you. Police comrades, you can't be fooled by him." Fart. After hearing what Lu Yuan said, the man who occupied the seat shouted before the train attendant could speak, "You mean I'm lying? Can I still pretend that my wrist is broken?" The conductor also nodded in agreement. He also looked at the man's wrist just now. Although he didn't know the specific situation, the expression of jumping up and down in pain when touched didn't seem to be fake. "I'm wondering too, what happened to your hand? Can you let me take a look?" As he spoke, Lu Yuan reached out to grab the wrist of the man who was occupying the seat. "Don't move." Seeing Lu Yuan's action, the man occupying the seat immediately remembered the painful lesson of having his wrist caught by Lu Yuan just now, and took a step back in fear. "Huh." At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly pointed at the man occupying the seat with a strange look on his face and said, "Didn't you say your wrist was broken? But it doesn't look like it now." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the wrist of the man who was occupying the seat, only to see that he had his hand hidden behind his back with a clenched fist. It certainly did not look like the broken wrist he had just described. Not only the passengers were puzzled, even the man who occupied the seat was confused. He subconsciously stretched out his left hand in front of his eyes, turned it around a few times, and clenched his fist. "Hey, why doesn't it hurt anymore?" There was a flash of confusion in the eyes of the man occupying the seat. Puff. Seeing him like this, a passenger couldn't help laughing and said sarcastically, "Oh, it looks like this guy's wrist is seriously injured. He can even spin in circles." Har har har. The other passengers all laughed too. The conductor's face turned even more livid. In his opinion, this man who was occupying the seat was obviously trying to grab the seat but failed, so he was deliberately looking for trouble. "No, police comrade, you have to believe me." The man who occupied the seat could not fail to notice the change in the police officer's expression, and said in panic, "He really broke my wrist just now. It felt like a needle prick every time I moved." "Oh, he said it himself. He said my hand was broken, really." "Police officer, you have to believe me." If the wrist of the man who occupied the seat was still hanging like before, his words might have been somewhat credible, but now, he grabbed the conductor's arm with both hands so hard that it hurt the conductor a little. How could this be the behavior of a person with an injured wrist? "Sir, please don't disrupt the order of the train," the train police officer warned coldly, "otherwise I have the right to escort you to the station police station." Then, he pulled away the hand of the man who was occupying his seat and apologized to Lu Yuan and Fu Serong. "I'm sorry, man sir, I'm causing you trouble." "It's okay, police comrade. I didn't expect that he would actually pretend to be injured and try to deceive you." Lu Yuan naturally smiled and said it was okay. Afterwards, the conductor gave the man who was standing there in a daze a warning look and turned away. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch here, the other passengers returned to their seats. Lu Yuan glanced at the man who was occupying the seat with a gloomy expression, then looked at the empty seat next to him. Lu Yuan knew that this seat should be his. Lu Yuan felt disgusted when he thought about having to guard such a disgusting person all the way. An idea suddenly occurred to him. Standing up and walking to the man who was occupying the seat, Lu Yuan patted him on the shoulder. At the same time, the energy surged out from the fingers and pierced into his Jianjing acupoint. R. As the energy flowed into the Jianjing acupoint, the man who was occupying the seat felt as if his shoulder was burned by a red-hot iron. He screamed in pain and took several steps back, covering his shoulder and looking at Lu Yuan in doubt. "You, what did you do to me?" Looking at Lu Yuan's empty palm, the man who occupied the seat asked in horror. He clearly felt that his shoulder was burned by something extremely hot. "What do I do?" Lu Yuan pretended to be extremely surprised and took a step forward. "I just want you to sit in your seat. Don't come over here." Seeing Lu Yuan approaching him, the man who occupied the seat cried out in despair. You clearly burned my shoulder with something." Lu Yuan spread out his palms and said speechlessly, "Hey, is there something wrong with you? I just patted your shoulder with my bare hands, how could I burn you with something?" "Oh." Hearing this, everyone whose attention had just been attracted by the exclamation of the man who had occupied the seat looked at him with contempt. In their opinion, the other party was preparing to blackmail them again. Looking at the mocking eyes of the crowd, the man who occupied the seat felt like crying but had no tears. He really wanted to say that he really felt like he was burned just now. But at this point, no matter how slow-witted he was, he knew that if he said such words, not only would outsiders not believe it, but he himself would never believe it unless he experienced it himself. "Okay, you." As Lu Yuan said this, he walked towards the man who was occupying the seat. However, as soon as he took a step, the man hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Don't come near me." Seeing the other person's emotional breakdown, Lu Yuan sneered in his heart, but pretended to be angry on his face. Who would be willing to get close to you?" After saying that, he turned around and went back to his seat. He knew that the other party would definitely not come back this time. Sure enough, as he expected, after realizing that Lu Yuan was not someone to be trifled with, the man who occupied the seat tactfully took his luggage from the luggage rack and hid somewhere unknown. "Lu Yuan, thank you." Looking at the embarrassed figure of the man who occupied the seat leaving, Fu Serong finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiled sweetly at Lu Yuan, and whispered. "Others don't know what's going on, but she knows the truth. It's okay. To deal with such scoundrels, you have to be worse than them." Lu Yuan replied with a chuckle. In fact, at the beginning Lu Yuan could have called the conductor and let them handle the matter, and he could have just watched from the sidelines, believing that the conductor would handle everything. But his proficient skills in the lore told him that even if the train police came, as long as the man who occupied the seat was not so stubborn, left the seat after a while of stalemate, and then apologized to Fu Serong honestly, he would basically not receive any major punishment, and at most he would be given a verbal reprimand. After all, although seat hogging is disgusting enough, it is not a serious crime. But Lu Yuan would feel unhappy if he was let off so easily. So, between his own unhappiness and the unhappiness of the man who occupied his seat, Lu Yuan chose the latter. The following is not the main text. "Lu Yuan, you are not a disciple of some hidden sect in the novel, right?" Fu Serong asked jokingly, "Since your master observed the celestial phenomena at night and found that the world was about to change drastically, he decided to let you go down the mountain to gain experience. Then do I still have to hold onto a marriage contract and go find the daughter of a big family to cancel the engagement?" Lu Yuan laughed. "Mr. Fu, this kind of plot was 10 years ago. But there are no good new novels. I have been reading nothing for a long time." Fu Serong frowned slightly. "Well, whatever, I'll go against our ancestral rule and recommend you a good book," Lu Yuan said mysteriously. "What good book?" Fu Serong asked expectantly. "The title of this book is Watching Videos, I Can Get Countless Rewards." Lu Yuan's eyes showed fascination. "It is said that anyone who reads this book will pass every exam. Anyone who votes for this book will definitely be single within 3 days. If you vote for the monthly ticket, TSK, you will definitely become rich overnight within 7 days." Fu Serong looked surprised. "There is such a wonderful book in the world. I will immediately open the Chijin app, search, save and vote." Chapter 49, Friends Who Take a Bath and Drink Milk. After this incident, the relationship between Lu Yuan and Fu Serong became closer. After chatting, Lu Yuan learned that Fu Serong is now a junior student in the performance department of Huajing Film Academy, and her future goal is to become a movie queen. When Fu Serong learned that Lu Yuan was an online novel writer, he was also surprised. When she saw how Lu Yuan punished the man who occupied his seat, she thought Lu Yuan was some martial arts enthusiast. We chatted all the way and soon the high-speed train arrived at its destination, Tongyan City, Hebei Province. Lu Yuan continued to help Fu Serong carry the suitcase and they left the station together. When he arrived at the exit, Lu Yuan saw a tall girl calling out to Fu Serong, Rong, I'm here. Seeing the woman waving at him, Fu Serong smiled and trotted over to hug her. It was not until Lu Yuan came over with the suitcase that Fu Serong came back to his senses and said embarrassedly, Lu Yuan, this is my good friend, Xu Feiyu, this is. Before Fu Serong finished speaking, Xu Feiyu said directly, you are my brother-in-law, hello, brother-in-law, I'm Tilda. But it was Fu Serong who covered her mouth after hearing her name. I'm sorry, Lu Yuan, Feiyu is just a carefree person, please don't mind it. Fu Serong explained with a red face. Although the two did not talk about relationship issues when they were chatting on the high-speed train, Fu Serong thought that with Lu Yuan's handsome appearance, it would be strange for him to not have a girlfriend, so she was a little worried about causing Lu Yuan's displeasure. Lu Yuan naturally didn't mind and smiled, it's okay, ignorance is not a problem. After that, he said, well, now that your friend is here, my mission is completed, so, goodbye. Lu Yuan put the suitcase in his hand on the ground and waved goodbye to them. Well, bye. Fu Serong waved to Lu Yuan reluctantly, and then kept watching him leave until Lu Yuan got into the taxi, then he withdrew his gaze. Turning around, she saw Xu Feiyu looking at her with eyes burning with gossip. Fu Serong, why don't you tell me the truth? What is your relationship with that handsome guy? We have nothing to do with each other. Fu Serong answered helplessly. Nothing at all. Xu Feiyu pointed at her own eyes and said, just now you almost had hooks growing out of your eyes to look at others. What? Hearing Xu Feiyu's words, Fu Serong's cheeks couldn't help but blush, and he said stubbornly, isn't it the same when I look at you? He. Xu Feiyu sneered, Rong, come, touch your conscience through your 32D breasts, doesn't it hurt to say such words? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Fu Serong said with a grin. This was the answer, but on their way back, Fu Serong still told her best friend how she and Lu Yuan met. Oh my god. What a coincidence. He also knows Kung Fu. Wow, Lu Yuan is so manly. My boyfriend is so strong. As Fu Serong continued to speak, Xu Feiyu kept expressing various sentiments. At the end, she couldn't help but say, Rong, didn't you ever ask Lu Yuan if he had a girlfriend? Without. Fu Serong also felt a little regretful at this time. Although the answer is most likely not good, at least after asking she can have a better idea. Oh, you should have asked. Xu Feiyu said regretfully, I think it would be a pity if you and Lu Yuan don't develop into good friends who take baths and drink milk together, given such a coincidence. Friends who take a bath and drink milk. Fu Serong was stunned, what do you mean? Of course you invite him to your house to take a bath, and then he invites you to drink milk at your house. Xu Feiyu grinned and said with a wink. Xu Feiyu, you female hooligan. Fu Serong was stunned for a moment before he finally understood what Xu Feiyu meant. He blushed with shame, you haven't even gotten married yet, how can you say such fierce words? What kind of fierceness is this? Xu Feiyu said indifferently, when you have a boyfriend, you will know the good of this. Hey, don't interrupt me, I was talking to you about Lu Yuan, why did you change the topic to driving? Fu Serong. Sister, who drove the car first? I even suspect that you are driving a train instead of a car. I'm serious, Rong, if you think Lu Yuan is a good person, you can try to date him. Xu Feiyu said seriously, after all, you are going to be an actor in the future. It's okay if you are not famous. Once you are famous, few men around you will be sincere. Hearing this, Fu Serong couldn't help but fall into silence. Naturally, she knows more about the situation in the entertainment industry than Xu Feiyu. Just look at the celebrity couples in the entertainment industry, how many of them finally get married? Forget it, don't think about it. I'm only 21 now, so it won't be too late to get married in 10 years. After thinking for a while and feeling upset, Fu Serong simply stopped thinking, maybe this meeting today will be the last time Lu Yuan and I will meet in this life, why think so much? That's right, after all, it's just the first time we meet. Xu Feiyu nodded, and then changed the topic to her upcoming wedding. I am warning you, Fu Serong, when I get married the day after tomorrow, you, the bridesmaid, are not allowed to dress up prettier than me, otherwise I will not forgive you. Oh, there's nothing I can do about it. Fu Serong deliberately pretended to be a bitch. I am naturally beautiful. Even if I wear men's clothes, it is difficult to hide my peerless beauty. Oh, it's annoying. Xu Feiyu. While Fu Serong and Xu Feiyu were chatting about Lu Yuan, the protagonist Lu Yuan had already taken a taxi back to his hometown, Yunshan Village, Pingyun County, Tongyun City. After returning to his hometown, Lu Yuan did not go to the 300 times gravity training room to experiment first, but went to his third uncle's house first to tell him that his parents could not come back. Afterwards, he politely declined his uncle's family's invitation to stay, and after getting the key to his house from another relative who had been helping to look after his old house, he returned to the old house. After opening the gate and entering the yard, Lu Yuan discovered that there were no weeds growing in his yard because it had been uninhabited for a long time. Obviously, the relative who helped take care of his house was very responsible. This saves me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, I would have been busy for a long time just cleaning. Lu Yuan also lived in the countryside when he was a child, and he knew that cleaning in the countryside was not an easy job. Afterwards, Lu Yuan took a quick look in the old house, and after finding that everything was normal, he locked the door of his house. Then, on a whim, he took out the 300 times gravity training room in the yard.